days to a level where they've even lost meaning. But we are digressing. Let's come back to this. Sayyid Zafar Islam. When the Prime Minister prayed under the sea in Dwarka, were there elections, sir? The opposition protested that. When the Prime Minister meditated in Kedarnath,
no, I do not understand.
The Prime Minister protested, the opposition protested that also. Yes, Zafar Islam. Why is the Prime Minister choosing these locations that irks the opposition? Why is he going to such places that the opposition has to protest?
Let me respond. Anand, let me respond. First of all, I do not understand. When the Prime Minister during the campaign, while he was speaking, they had problem. And now he is meditating. Again, they have problem. He is not speaking. Secondly, the election from our perspective, election is over. We have already secured enough number of seats to form the government as an India. That is what our confidence based on the feedback we have from the ground. And it is additional seats will come as a bonus, the form of bonus. Thirdly, it is not for the political reason. It is just because of his faith. And even bringing it to center a stage for the debate and discussion is who is responsible? It is the opposition. They are targeting him, not as we. It is just the photo which is many times we release and it comes on the television and it goes. But you made it an issue. Opposition made it an issue that why he is following his dharma. I mean, there are many countries in the world. If you see that people who follow Christianity, Islam, they go to pray in their mosque or church. Or any other places where they feel that they should perform their duty, but here they have problem just because he is doing asta or meditating in Kanyakumari, and we do not have to think. And whenever he do meditation of this sort, it only benefits the nation because he thinks about the people of this great country and he thinks about the nation, and whatever will come up to his mind will only benefit to the people of this great country and the nation. We must tell you, add one more thing, that 131 years ago, it is the same place where Swami Vivekananda had done this meditation, and after that he went to Chicago and he delivered a speech.
Yes. And this is here.
Speech had changed, transformed everything, and so.
Sir, One India and Ek Bharat.
Honorable Prime Minister doing, you must appreciate.
One India, prosperous India, Ek Bharat, Shresh Bharat. 131 years apart, the language has changed, but the vision has not, and the message has not. The idiom remains the same. But Lokesh Jindal, what's the problem? Is it the fact that the opposition is saying that the media is not doing its bidding? The media is not exercising its own free will? But the media must decide what the opposition says. हम जिसको कहेंगे दिखाओ उसको दिखाना है. किसी और को दिखाया तो then हमें problem है उससे. Is that the thing? और कि ये meditate क्यों कर रहा है? सनातन प्रथा जो भी करेंगे मोदी उसको हम अपोज करेंगे. मंदिर जाएंगे अपोज करेंगे, द्वारका जाएंगे अपोज करेंगे, शक्ति पूजा होगी रफाल की तो अपोज करेंगे, वहां शंकराचार्य के वहां जाएंगे अपोज करेंगे, सेंगोल आएगा पार्लियामेंट में अपोज करेंगे. एंड यहाँ पर कन्याकुमारी गए विवेकानंदा रामकृष्ण परमहंस वहां ध्यान लगा रहे हैं अपोज करेंगे. इज दैट द केस?
Anand, you said that secularism as a term has lost its meaning. So let me inform you that in the SR Bombay case, the Supreme Court has categorically stated that secularism forms the basic structure of the doctrine.
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Bharat, no, sir. You get your facts right, sir. Get your facts right, sir. Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ramji Ambedkar very clearly said Bharat is not secular because partition happened on the grounds of religion. Our first Prime Minister was a Pandit and our first Education Minister is a Maulana. So don't say that Bharat is secular. Bharat is not, sir. Bharat is not secular, sir. And in our Constituent Assembly debates, our founding fathers argued this and very clearly said Bharat is a sovereign democratic republic. That's the original preamble. The forced words are socialist and secular during the emergency, when democracy was in jail, without parliament sanction. So let's not argue on that. Bharat has always been inclusive, but it's not secular. Secular is a Christian concept in European nations because the Catholics and the Protestants were fighting about who will have the year of the king. That's how the word secular came. Don't debase this. Don't debase this, sir. Don't. Your revisionism is not going to work here with me. It's not going to work here with me, sir. The preamble is the preamble of Bharat, the story of Bharat. So don't try and alter this. Don't try and alter this, sir. Don't try and alter this. In emergency, you have done this. The Congress has done this repeatedly. Who are you to tell me? Who are you to mislead? Who are you to mislead the country? Who are you to mislead facts? Who are you to wrongly state? I will show you the original preamble right now. And will you apologize? Will you apologize if I show you the original preamble? You come to CNN News 18, you come to the studio and I will show you the original preamble and I will make you apologize for what you said.
No, you
I have to
apologize
wind up on
first.
that note, sir.
You are an idiot.
I have to wind up that note.
Do you even know what is
Personal with me, sir. Don't compromise the country and don't lie about the country. Don't lie about Bharat. Don't lie about its original founding fathers and its original preamble. And don't lie about what was done with its preamble. Don't lie about that location, sir. Thank you very much. We got news just coming through, ladies and gentlemen. Have to break this. OpenAI has come out and said something very, very important. OpenAI has now claimed, just on the cusp of the final phase of polls, that soon after the first phase of polls, they actually disrupted the use of their platforms for many propaganda activities, including from Israel on the Indian election, Russian attack on Ukraine, and Israeli political campaign management firm STOIC was found generating comments that focused on Bharat, criticized the ruling BJP party, and praising the opposition Congress party, a commercial company based in Israel. And this happened immediately after the first phase of elections was over. Meanwhile, Raji Chandrasekharji has posted on the X that it is absolutely clear and obvious that the BJP was and is the target of influence operations, misinformation and foreign interference being done by and on behalf of some Indian political parties. This is very dangerous threat to our democracy. It is clear vested interests in India and outside who are clearly driving this and needs to be deeply scrutinized, investigated and exposed. My view at this point is that these platforms could have released this much earlier and not so late when the elections are actually ending. Abhishek Jha now joins us with more details. Abhishek, and this report does not talk only about elections in Bharat and the need to influence, but there are also other references globally where there has been an attempt to use artificial intelligence to spread misinformation.
Anand, interestingly, the same company was using its verb and its artificial intelligence-based model to propagate the misinformation regarding BJP and Congress and meddling the election campaigning in India. They were also doing the same misinformation campaign on Gaza, on US and European politics, on Russia and several other global issues. Now, the question is that Israel has broadly been a very good ally with India. So why would an Israeli company do a misinformation campaign at the time when the country is in the thick of election? Also, who was paying this Israeli company to campaign or to do those misinformation propaganda commentaries and create threads on various social media platforms against BJP and for Congress? Though the OpenAI has clearly said that the damage or the propaganda campaign did not last long and they were able to catch it very early, and it did not, and they have categorized it in category 2, which means it had limited influence on the voters or the audience that it was trying to capture. But it did happen, so that is a very serious question that internal political situation of India was being was somebody outside was trying to influence that.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Abhishek. We're going to continue to track this story and also get more reactions. Follow this story here on CNN News 18 and on news18.com. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.
Donald Trump became the first U.S. president to be convicted of a crime on Thursday, when a New York jury unanimously found him guilty on all 34 counts in his hush money trial involving Stormy Daniels.
I'm a very innocent man.
He is convicted of falsifying documents to cover up a payment to silence the porn star ahead of the 2016 election. The verdict plunges the U.S. into unexplored territory ahead of the presidential election on November 5th. Trump, who spoke shortly after the verdict, denies any wrongdoing. He's expected to appeal. He faces a maximum sentence of 4 years in prison, though others convicted of that crime often receive shorter sentences, fines, or probation. Incarceration would not prevent him from campaigning or taking office if he were to win.
Well, there's no doubt it's a huge historical moment. This has never happened.
Political analyst
अलायंस को अपने वोट बैंक की गुलामी करनी है तो करे, मुजरा करना है तो भी करे। मैं एससी, एसटी, ओबीसी आरक्षण के साथ डट करके खड़ा हूँ।
प्रधानमंत्री जी सिर्फ वादे पे वादे करते, एक भी वादा वो पूरा नहीं करते।
नो कर्फ्यू, नो दंगा, यूपी में है सब चंगा।
काली सरकार में ना कोई गैंगस्टर रहूगा, फिर ना कोई नशा बेचने वाला लोग। निकली क्लीर दी बुरी हालत सुखबीर दी, मक्खी उड्डे ना पिंडे तो, सीट फस गई बठिंडे तो।
अब तो राम की सेना है, जिसको राम ने चुना है, हम भी उसी को चुनेंगे।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी दक्षिण में साफ है, उत्तर में हाँ।
Just about 11 hours left, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final phase. We are urging everybody who's got their ballot in this set of phase 7 of the Lok Sabha elections to go out and cast their vote. Go vote is what our clarion call is, as we say. Good early morning to all our viewers this Saturday, the 1st of June. This is where it all comes to an end, ladies and gentlemen, with respect to the voter casting their ballot. The final 57 seats that come into call here in the 7th phase Lok Sabha elections spread over 44 days with result day live on the 4th of June. This will set the tone, perhaps. Has the die already been cast? Is the mandate already set? Now is it about the margin of victory? Do these 57 seats, will they decide the actual final margin, the distance between the victor and the vanquished in this Lok Sabha 2024 elections? That's the big question, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and understand what's at stake this Saturday. 57 seats. 57 seats in the final phase of the 7th phase polls. And along with that, more importantly, 904 candidates will be in the fray in elections that are spread across 8 states and union territories. And their fate will be decided by the voters who need to come out and vote, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is eyeing a third mega win from Varanasi. Will Varanasi come out in large numbers and help the Prime Minister win by a record margin? The target set is very, very high. The expectation very, very high. Well, will that happen? We'll have to wait and watch. We'll also understand, are the voters turning out bright and early? More importantly, for the BJP and many others in the fray, it's a lot at stake. 5 union ministers, including the likes of R.K. Singh and Anurag Thakur and Anupriya Patel, they are all there. They all have their hat in the ring. As Punjab and Himachal go to the ballot in single phases, it's not going to be easy. What is the score that is going to be returned by the likes of the Aam Aadmi Party, by the Congress Party, who are trying to return in Himachal, in Punjab, and of course the BJP, not only trying to hold fort, but also trying to make inroads. So many questions here. Four-cornered fight. The Shiromani Akali Dal quiet in the shadows, but they have their pockets. And are they coming back stronger in those pocket barrows? Those are questions that will remain. Will they become a force to reckon with once again in Punjab after being routed in the assembly elections? We have to wait and watch. And of course, then there are the stars, ladies and gentlemen. Sandesh Khali, will it be a decisive factor in the last phase of polling in Bengal? There has been drama overnight in Sandesh Khali too, in that entire Boshirhat constituency. We'll get you all those details in just a bit. But along with Bengal and with Didi, those 10 seats where the BJP wants to make inroads, there are about 5-6 of them where they lost narrowly the last time around. There are also big singers, artists, actors, they're all in the fray. Kangana Ranaut, Ravi Kishan, so many others. It's a slew of stars, array of stars even in Bengal. What's it going to be? Which way is it going to swing? Is the die already cast? Is there a reason why certain entities are going to stay away from the exit polls? That's later this evening. It's a busy Super Saturday as we say good morning to Rahul Shivshankar and the man on the magic wall, Zaka Jacob, our managing editor. Zaka, exit polls this evening, bright early morning. Will the pollsters, or more importantly, the voters, come out and vote? There's a 1.5% dip overall compared to 2019. We see that trend extending into phase 7, or could there be a surprise in these 57 seats?
Well, what we've also seen is that from phases 5, 6 onwards, the voter turnout is slightly improved. So with the first 2 or 3 phases where the voter turnout was lower, but phase 7, this is the final 100-meter dash, the final 57 seats. The BJP defending almost half of them, 25 at 34% vote share. The TMC is the second largest in this phase. All 9 seats in Bengal that are polling today defended by the TMC. The Congress at 8 seats, a bulk of those seats coming from Punjab. The BJD has 4 as the election caravan in Odisha moves from the western part of the state to the coastal part of the state and the northern part of the state. Seats like Kendrapara, where Jay Panda is fighting from. So that's going to be a big focus area. But like Anand said, the entire focus and the starting point really is from eastern Uttar Pradesh and from the high-profile VVIP constituency of Varanasi, Banaras, Kashi. That's where the Prime Minister is seeking a third term from. He's not there. He's far away in Kanyakumari, meditating at the Dhyan Mandapam. So, Rahul Shivshankar, are you much of a meditator?
Well, I'm a cogitator, to be honest. That's why I'm here. But let me tell you, this is actually not the easiest, the breeziest phases for the BJP. Okay, out of that 25, 3 come from Punjab. Punjab's up in the air. Mr. Kejriwal has actually gone into Punjab and campaigned very hard and has been pretty well received. The BJP, on the other hand, we've heard reports that some of its candidates were facing farmer ire. They weren't really allowed to go out there and put their message across. So I'm not trying to be a party pooper here, because I'm sure the BJP is looking at sweeping this phase from their point of view. But 34% overall vote share, one of the lowest. If you go back to phase 1, that's where they had that kind of a vote share. In fact, it was slightly better. It was at about 40%. But here it's 34%. It tells you that a lot of those contests were tight contests. The BJP has its work cut out. Of course, Eastern Uttar Pradesh is something that the BJP will hope, because of the Prime Minister's own presence in Varanasi, there'll be a knock-on effect. But don't forget that the BSP there could play spoiler in different ways. Also, the left is somewhere along the line making its presence felt. Also, if you look at the map in Bengal, so if you go closer into Bengal, you see a large number of those seats there where the left could affect either the TMC or the BJP. No one quite knows, but a little bit of a resurrection there for the left, which could play truant. But of course, a lot of those seats there in Bengal are really TMC backed.
Well, coming through, Raghav Chadha casting his vote, Yogi Adityanath casting his vote, JP Nadda going out to vote. So they're all out bright and early.
Isn't it interesting that Raghav Chadha is also there from Punjab. There's so much conversation around whether he could actually replace Mr. Maan as the chief minister. No one quite knows how that's playing out. A lot of rumor mongering going on. Now, I don't know if it's the BJP
but
playing.
This man's contribution for BJP's success in Uttar Pradesh, has it not been spoken enough this time around? Yogi Adityanath was there, right there next to the Prime Minister in that mega roadshow in Varanasi. The PM said, "Ye to mere bhi mukhyamantri hain," because he's an MP from Varanasi. But Yogi's contribution for the BJP's success, how critical, integral is it? He's not been spoken of much. He's largely remained doing his campaigning and quietly in the shadows, not giving too many interviews. Just one big interview this poll season that he gave to a Hindi channel. That's how it was. Beyond that, he's not spoken much.
Well, undoubtedly, he's the lodestar for Hindutva. And the BJP is very clear about its strategy. It knows that in the Hindi heartland, it has to play to its strengths, and it does so. Mr. Yogi Adityanath is a formidable, important star, bright star in that constellation of leaders that the BJP fields in the north, including, of course, the Prime Minister. I mean, that is, of course, must be said and put out there. But Yogi Adityanath has this appeal, and he has also been used in this particular election. In fact, after Modi, it is Mr. Yogi who has the most number of rallies this time and election events. Even Amit Shah sort of competes with Mr. Yogi there in that sort of...
and if you look at the geographical spread, it's very interesting that Yogi Adityanath has campaigned pan-India. And he's campaigned in those seats where the BJP has wanted to make larger inroads, in those areas where they have potential, but they've not maximized. He's gone into those areas if you look at location-wise. But before we go to our reporters, quickly, this Eastern Uttar Pradesh, how much of a challenge is it for the BJP, and what's the role that someone like a Yogi Adityanath will play in trying to increase their success?
It is a challenge in terms of, remember last time around the SPBSP, one of the areas where they did reasonably okay was Eastern Uttar Pradesh. There are 2 seats that the BSP won in this 13, 11 to the NDA at 53% vote share. Let's talk about Gorakhpur. That's where Yogi is voting. He's, of course, from the Gorakhnath Mutt. Nice and early in the morning. He campaigned for Ravi Kishan, who is the sitting MP of the BJP from Gorakhpur. Of course, he'll be seeking a second term as MP there. But like I said, Banaras is the big focus because the Prime Minister is fighting from there. But other than that, other than Banaras, there are some neighboring constituencies. Of course, there's Anupriya Patel's constituency of Mirzapur, which is again going to be critical. The NDA allies, are they pulling or pushing the alliance? It's going to be a critical question. The neighboring constituency of Robertsganj is also an Apna Dal seat, so they will be keenly watching out.
Ms. Patel doesn't exactly have, what people are saying is automatic momentum. There are questions being asked. It's a tough fight. And, you talked about Gorakhpur. There, the Samajwadi Party did quite well in the assembly election.
In fact, the candidate that they've put up is a Nishad lady. And Nishad, we know, is the boatman community. And they have very significant influence in Eastern Uttar Pradesh. Also, just very quickly, the Ghazipur seat. And this is because of Mukhtar Ansari. His brother Afzal Ansari is the sitting MP from there. And because of this whole controversy around his death just a few months ago, that has become the big talking point in Ghazipur. So Eastern Uttar Pradesh is going to be critical. Like I said, the BJP is defending a bulk of these seats, 11 out of 13 at over 50% vote share. But this is also a phase. If you look at, BSP and India Alliance put together, that's about 45% vote share. That's not a small number. So I think the BSP will have a factor here in this part of Uttar Pradesh, certainly. And also the SP and India Alliance. It's not going to be a walkover for the BJP.
Which party or which group does it hurt will be critical?
Well, I mean, the BSP, look, its candidates are either OBCs here or they are Muslims. So, I mean, if you just look at the MY, there are 2 MYs here. There's Modi and Yogi, and there's the Muslim and Yadav, right? They're taking each other on. Now,
you should patent that. That's a good one. Modi and Yogi. I haven't heard that. Combination.
Well, sensitivities and all that. So rather not take credit for anything like this. But fundamentally, the BSP, everyone's got their sort of eye out of. I mean, this is a very... Look, Ms. Mayawati checked out of the campaign this time. She's very quickly and very early paused her own campaign. She stopped before this particular phase. Why? No one knows.
Yeah.
Is it to hurt
But
whom?
BSP's support base has not been largely with going out and doing massive campaigns. There's always been this, and the word is spread among the BSP cadre and among their voter base. The word is spread ki behan ji kya chahti hai and what is she saying, and that message is spread very smartly. We're talking Kashi to Kanyakumari, so let's do Kashi to Kanyakumari. Let's go across to Kashi first and then Kanyakumari. Arun Dhanta joining us from Kanyakumari, but first Kritsveen Walia with us from Kashi or Varanasi. Kritsveen, whereabouts are you, and how's the voter turnout this morning?
Well, Anand, a very good morning to all of you. I am at the Basant Public
I've got to interrupt you. Yogi Adityanath is speaking, and then we come back to you. Yogi is speaking in Gorakhpur.
2 महीने 2.5 महीने से अधिक समय से जो देश के अंदर आम जन की आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए जनता जनार्दन की जो अपेक्षा थी उसके अनुरूप विभिन्न राजनीतिक दलों ने जनता जनार्दन के सामने अपने अपने मुद्दे रखे, अपनी सरकारों के समय के कार्य और कारनामों को रखे। आज अंतिम चरण में 8 राज्यों के 57 सीटों पर मतदान हो रहा है। उत्तर प्रदेश की भी इन 13 सीटों पर, जो हमारी पूर्वी उत्तर प्रदेश में महाराजगंज, गोरखपुर, कुशीनगर, देवरिया, सलेमपुर, बलिया, घोसी, गाजीपुर, वाराणसी, चंदौली, मिर्जापुर, रावड़सगंज, ये सभी सीट्स हैं। इन सब पे इलेक्शन प्रारंभ हो चुका है। मौसम की विपरीत परिस्थितियों के बावजूद भी मतदाताओं ने जो उत्साह दिखाया है, मैं सबसे पहले उन सभी मतदाताओं के प्रति हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र के प्रति अपनी आस्था को व्यक्त करते हुए भीषण गर्मी में, टेम्परेचर इस समय 50 डिग्री के आसपास जा रहा है, जो संभवतः कई वर्षों के बाद और कई दशकों के बाद इस प्रकार की स्थिति हम सबको देखने को मिल रही है। लेकिन इस सब के बावजूद भी जनता का उत्साह कम नहीं है, बल्कि वह और भी मजबूती के साथ देश के अंदर नई सरकार गठन करने के लिए सरकारों के कार्यों का, कुछ सरकारों के कारनामों का अवलोकन करते हुए आज उसका मूल्यांकन कर रही है और उसके अनुसार मतदान भी कर रही है। हमारा मानना है कि देश के अंदर जो समर्थन प्राप्त हो रहा है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए हम कह सकते हैं कि 4 जून को जब जनता जनार्दन का फैसला आएगा तो देश के अंदर आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत के लिए विरासत भी और विकास भी, गरीबों के प्रति संवेदना भी, युवा पीढ़ी के उज्जवल भविष्य, जिन लोगों ने और जिन पार्टियों ने, जिन सरकारों ने काम किया है उसको पूरा आशीर्वाद प्राप्त हो रहा है और जनता को सुखद अनुभूति होगी, देश को सुखद अनुभूति होगी कि मोदी जी एक बार फिर से प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ सरकार बनाएंगे। उत्तर प्रदेश इसमें अपनी भूमिका का निर्वहन करेगा पूरी मजबूती के साथ। 10 वर्ष में बदलते हुए भारत को 7 वर्ष में डबल इंजन सरकार के द्वारा एक नए उत्तर प्रदेश का दर्शन कराया है, जिसमें सुरक्षा और विरासत के साथ साथ विकास के एक नए युग में उत्तर प्रदेश ने प्रवेश किया है। यह एक सुखद अनुभूति उत्तर प्रदेश वासियों के लिए, यहाँ के युवाओं के लिए, यहाँ के किसानों के लिए, यहाँ की बहनों और माताओं के लिए, बेटियों के लिए, व्यापारियों के लिए, समाज के प्रत्येक तबके के लिए सबका साथ और सबके विकास की भावना के साथ मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जो कार्य हुआ है, मुझे लगता है कि जनता जनार्दन का वह आशीर्वाद मोदी जी को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरे देश के अंदर प्राप्त हुआ है, हो रहा है। और आज 7वें चरण में भी पूरे देश के अंदर जो उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है। अभी प्रातः काल मौसम बहुत सुहावना है। इस सुहावने मौसम का आनंद लेकर के मैं मतदाताओं से अपील करूंगा कि हमें अब जाति, मत और मजहब से ऊपर उठ करके अपने देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए एक आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत की जिस संकल्पना को मोदी जी ने आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में देशवासियों को दिया है,
आज मुझे जी सर, चलिए सर, चलिए जी सर, फोन पीछे करो, फोन पीछे करो सर, आप शुरू करें सर, फोन नीचे करो ना, नीचे आ रहा है, फोन पीछे करो, लेफ्ट में रखिए, यहाँ रखो, बस आवाज नहीं करेगा कोई, लाइट की जी सर। भाई ये कैमरा मोबाइल किसका है? चलो रोल सर। ओ भाई यार बूम नीचे कर लो, आवाज नहीं। आज मुझे अपने पैतृक गांव विजयपुर में अपने बूथ पर आकर वोट देने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ और अपने बूथ पर सबसे पहला वोट मुझे देने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। मैं सबसे अपील करता हूं कि सशक्त भारत के लिए, सक्षम भारत के लिए, सामर्थ्यवान भारत के लिए और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए सभी मतदाता ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतों के साथ अपना मतदान का प्रयोग करें और सभी मतदाता भारी संख्या में आकर अपने मतदान का प्रयोग करके प्रजातंत्र को भी मजबूत बनाएं और भारत को समर्थ भारत, सक्षम भारत, आत्मनिर्भर भारत और विकसित भारत, इस संकल्प को पूरा करने में अपना योगदान करें। आज प्रातः यहाँ मुझे अपने गांव वासियों से भी, अपने भाई बहनों से भी मिलने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। मन को भी बहुत अच्छा लगा। पुराने मित्रों से भी मिलने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ और मैं इसको प्रजातंत्र का त्योहार मानता हूँ, उत्सव मानता हूँ और प्रजातंत्र को मजबूत करने का इस उत्सव को ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग मनाएं और सामर्थ्यवान भारत को आगे बढ़ाने में अपना योगदान करें।
So that was JP Nadda after Yogi Adityanath, all urging voters to come out and vote and obviously pitching for their respective parties and the mandate that they have got under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They are seeking this mandate based on the work that they've done in the last 10 years. Varanasi, will it come out and vote in large numbers and give Prime Minister a historical mandate? Let's try and go back to Kritsween and understand from her. Yes, Kritsween.
Yes, good morning to all of you, Anand. Like I said, I'm standing right outside the polling booth where Congress's Ajay Rai, Congress candidate Ajay Rai will be casting his vote. And you were asking me about the voter turnout. It looks quite great early this morning. We saw people much before 7 a.m. already queuing up and the voting is underway. It's a high-profile constituency. I also want to quickly take in a word from some of the voters here, especially the first-time voter who's cast his vote. Sir, एक second यहाँ आएंगे sir. Before the first-time voters, this is the man, Anand, who was the first in line, the first voter in this particular polling booth to cast his vote. So quickly, handing over the mic to him, sir. Good morning. आपने वोट डाला, पहले थे नंबर पे थे आप?
जी, पहले नंबर पे थे।
क्या मुद्दे पे वोट डाल रहे हैं इस चुनाव में?
निश्चित रूप से देश का प्रधानमंत्री चुनना है तो राष्ट्रवाद और विकास, यही मुख्य मुद्दा है।
मुख्य मुद्दा ये है इस कंस्टिट्यूएंसी में, अगर हम काशी की बात करें, वाराणसी की बात करें, हम अक्सर लोगों से सवाल पूछते हैं कि सांसद के लिए वोट डालेंगे या प्रधानमंत्री का चेहरा देख के वोट डालेंगे, तो वो समस्या तो आपके लिए है नहीं। तो और क्या आपके लिए डिलेमा था और क्या आपने सोचा जब आप वोट डाल रहे थे?
निश्चित रूप से जो देश के प्रधानमंत्री का चुनाव है तो राष्ट्रवाद और विकास ही मुख्य मुद्दा है।
मैम, आपका क्या मुद्दा रहा, क्या आपके दिमाग में था जब आपने वोट डाला?
हमने डाला कि महिलाओं के लिए सुरक्षा और विकास, बाकी हर चीज महिलाओं का ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, इसलिए हम लोग वोट डाले।
ध्यान दिया जा रहा है, विकास हुआ,
विकास, हाँ हाँ।
काशी में परिवर्तन हुआ है कि नहीं, पूछिए।
धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। So the first
last 10 years has there been a transformation in Kashi, and will that actually be rewarded?
There's a man who's taken objection to the fact that I posed a question to someone else. So let me quickly ask him as well. Sir, आप बताइए, वोट डाल दिया?
हाँ मैडम।
किस मुद्दे पे वोट डाला?
मैंने विकास तो था ही, मैंने अजय राय का जो गलियों से वाकिफ है, अब पुरातत्व नगर है काशी, शंकराचार्य की धरती है, तुलसी कबीर की धरती है, यहाँ पर प्राचीनतम बरकरार रखते हुए आधुनिकतम की तरफ ले जाया जाए, इसलिए मैंने अजय राय को दिया।
अजय राय पिछले 2 चुनाव में भी कैंडिडेट थे, पर 3rd पोजीशन में आए, तो अभी कितना कॉन्फिडेंट लग रहा है वो है?
मैं 100% कॉन्फिडेंस हूँ मैडम। मेरा इंटरव्यू आप अजय राय का तब लीजिएगा, मैं स्वर्गीय राजनारायण जी को देख रहा हूँ।
All right,
आप नहीं देख रही।
all right, Kritsweet. So there are some. This is the booth where Ajay Rai is going to vote. The interesting part about Kashi, ladies and gentlemen, is that you just walk down there and you hold the mic in front of anybody, and they have an opinion, and a strong political opinion, and they can sit down and do a debate with you anytime, anywhere across Kashi. That's the beauty about Kashi. That's the fun about Kashi too.
Uttar Pradesh is a strangish sort of dilemma, because this is really where the OBC card is going. Is a strangish sort of dilemma, because this is really where the OBC card is going to be tested, especially of the India Alliance. The dominant communities here really are the Yadavs, the Kurmis, the Kushwahas, and therefore you have the Apna Dal and other Rajbhars and all of those castes really exercising influence. The Dalits and the upper castes have their pockets of influence, but are not consequential when it comes to, yes, to tilt the balance, yes, but to determine outcomes, they're not that consequential. But these castes are the ones that play a role.
See, I think the OBC card is not limited only to, and Zaka may have the info on the wall. The fact is, it's a pan-India story. OBCs across the country are more than 45% of the vote share. And if OBCs are more than 45% of the vote share, is the Prime Minister's pitch that they're going to take away your quota and give it to somebody else, take away your rights and give it to somebody else? Is this actually going to make a big difference? Along with, of course,
that's exactly why
the Mahila voter. Yeah.
It's that OBC card, whichever way it cuts, which is on test really today.
Yeah.
One interesting thing that happened in 2019 was that a lot of the Samajwadi Party vote, the Muslim and Yadav vote, transferred to BSP candidates where there was BSP candidates, and that's why the BSP won 2 seats in this belt. Whereas the reverse was not true, certainly not in as much measure. So Dalits were not voting wherever there were SP candidates as much as the SP's voters were voting for the BSP candidates. That was a phenomenon that we saw last time around. This time, one interesting thing that has happened, of course, is that the Samajwadi Party has fielded almost 50% of its candidates are from backward castes. For the BJP, I think it's about 34-35%. And we were talking about Mayawati. Mayawati has given, again, 30% tickets to backwards and 30% tickets to Muslims. So again, I come back to this whole thing. Who is she going to hurt? Her voter. Where are they going? Are they going towards the BJP? Are they going away from the Samajwadi Party and the Congress? That's going to be critical in this election.
Zaka,
again,
anecdotally, what we're hearing from the ground is that the Muslims have decided that they're not going to waste their vote.
Yeah.
So I think that is pretty much pre-decided. The Samajwadi Party looks like the only challenger in even a bipolar contest, especially in Eastern UP. So I think the Muslim vote will gravitate towards the Samajwadi Party. I feel that it's the OBC vote here, which really determines. And therefore, you were making that interesting point that, look, Mayawati's vote didn't transfer because the Dalits don't really play an influential role.
But here's the question. I'm interrupting you here because when you say Muslims and the OBCs, are you looking at it inclusive of both genders? Or are the women voters going to vote differently? Will they supersede caste there? And because they are a good 49.5 to 50% in a lot of these. So what happens then? Then when we say OBCs and Muslims and Dalits, are we then looking at it from a male-female collective perspective or largely from a male perspective?
A breakdown of turnouts, if you really look at that, suggests that the women voter is very influential category this election once again. In fact, in
phase 5, they had more voters.
Yeah, and overall too, especially in Bengal,
Even in this phase,
yes,
the women voters are almost equaling the male voters.
We'll have to wait and see by the end of the day whether the women voters overtake the male voters. But in phase 5, both in Bihar and in UP, we saw more women voters.
My question to both of you is this: that when we say Muslims, when we say OBCs, when we say Dalits, it's been largely seen from a male prism because the historical story has been the men drive the polling narrative or the voting narrative. That's changed since 2009. So I'm asking you today, when you say women voters, are you seeing the women rise above caste lines? Then does this MY factor or OBC factor, does it come into play?
Well, Anand, that's a very good point, because in the past, let's look at Bengal, for example. A lot of pollsters in 2021 got Bengal wrong because they automatically assumed that the woman voter will perhaps go with Modi. That's because it's happened all across the country. But that didn't actually happen. Therefore, the woman voter this time has become a constituency that everyone is trying to, in whichever way or the other, get onto their side. And therefore, in Bengal specifically, the woman voter has become such a big issue. Sandesh Kholi was, brought to the forefront by the BJP, pressed on all through the campaign. In fact, it so happened that Sandesh Kholi went to the polls in the last
it's going
in this particular
Basir Hat
there's
news also around
yes, so in this particular thing, and therefore it remains such an issue. And of course, the TMC tried to come back.
I'm again asking you this question: when you speak with pollsters and when you look at the numbers, what do they say? Do women vote on caste lines? If they are 49, 45, 50%, do they vote on caste lines or do they vote above caste lines?
One of the things, Anand, and exit pollsters, I'm sure we'll discuss this in the evening. One of the things that exit pollsters find very, very difficult is women, particularly in rural India, do not necessarily, are not comfortable talking to exit pollsters, and therefore it's very difficult to gauge which way women voters have voted. But what we do have evidence of, what we do have data for, is in the last few assembly elections, whether it was Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, women voter turnout was higher than men, and in all of those states, it's the BJP that benefited. And it's not like women only vote for the BJP. In Karnataka, for example, when the Congress won 135 MLAs, it was a women vote which made the significant difference. They voted for Siddaramaiah, they voted for the guarantees. In Telangana, again, Congress, when it won 65 or 66 MLAs back in December 23, again, they voted for those guarantees. So it's not, again, Rahul talked about, in Bengal, women voter was the critical difference in Bengal. They were solidly behind Mamata Banerjee in the 2021 assembly election. Therefore, the point is that the women voter votes differently in different states as well. And it's a very difficult vote bank to gauge.
But do they rise above caste lines? That's
maybe they do.
Question. And will they then diffuse the entire classical, poll connotations of caste-based,
well, this thing about rising, especially when it comes to the BJP voter, I think most of them have risen above caste lines, and we've seen it in just the last round of assembly elections in November, December. That time too, obviously, this entire OBC census card, etc., was played aggressively by the opposition in the hope to sort of make those inroads into the OBC vote bank of the BJP. Remember, the non-Jatavs as well as the non-Yadav castes have moved to the BJP in lock stock. But I just want to bring out a little point. As you go further east, the woman vote does count, and in many constituencies overrides the men, simply because as we go east, there's also migration of men out of constituencies working in the western belts of India, which are supposed to be more industrialized. And that if you really look at the geography of India's sort of industrial map, you will see that the west industrialized. And that if you really look at the geography of India's sort of industrial map, you will see that the west is where the industries are. A lot of men sort of leave their homes from the east and work in this part of the country, the western part of the country. And therefore, a number of women are left in villages, manning the fields, etc., and also voting and outnumbering the men in most cases. This is what some other pollsters have also sort of pointed out.
But the percentage of women voters coming out to vote compared to the percentage of male voters coming out to vote, that's seen a steady increase, and they are also defining and deciding the narrative. The larger question is, what do women want?
But is that out of agency? What I was trying to say,
do they rise beyond those caste lines, community lines when they go out to vote?
Is that out of agency, or is it out of a certain default because of the men leaving large swaths of the eastern part of the country to work in the West? So that's a question that we have to ask
if you look at
ourselves.
the overall turnout amongst the men, the difference is women may be more, but the difference is not as much to say that the entire male or a
No, I'm not
huge
saying
chunk of the
entire,
male population
but
is
there is a
migrated. Yeah, but there is this
significant-
argument which you're saying
dent.
is
Yes,
there.
there
Let's
is
go
an
across to Kanyakumari. The latest, Prime Minister Narendra Modi should be finishing his tapasya meditation by about 3 p.m. this afternoon when he's scheduled to leave from Kanyakumari for Thiruvananthapuram. Arun Danta is there with us. Yes, Arun, what's the latest from Kanyakumari?
Well, that's right, Anand. The Prime Minister Modi will be concluding his third day's meditation somewhere around 2:33 here at Kanyakumari. And I am at the location as Prime Minister Modi continues with his meditation, which he started at 6 p.m. on 30th of June, May. Let me quickly give a glimpse of the location. Right behind me is exactly the spot, Anand, and also, of course, the important location, because this is the place where you have three seas meeting, Indian Ocean, Arabian Sea, and Bay of Bengal. And you have this wonderful, magnificent statue of Thiruvallur, 133 feet long. And then right adjacent to that, you have Swami Vivekanand Memorial, Rock Memorial, where Prime Minister Modi is meditating at this moment. He started on 30th May with darshan in Bhagwati Amman temple. Then, of course, he started his meditation. And tomorrow, yesterday morning, if you remember, Anand, Prime Minister Modi offered water to the sun. And then again, he went into the meditation. So as we speak, Prime Minister Modi is in deep meditation at this spot. And this is a wonderful, wonderful spot here, beautiful scenic view. And I think that is the reason why Swami Vivekananda in 1892 had chosen this place to attain.
Well, it was very, very different back in 1892 compared to how it is today, 131, 140 years later at this point, because he had to swim that half a kilometer distance among the rough seas and he decided to go there. Right now, the access is quite easy, and that beautiful, magnificent statue of Thiruvallur, Prime Minister is scheduled to go there, pay his respects to Thiruvallur before he comes ashore. But we wait for that. We've got news coming through. Prime Minister has also tweeted early in the morning. He said that today is the final phase of the 2024 Lok Sabha elections, as 57 seats across 8 states and union territories go to the polls, calling upon voters to turn out in large numbers and vote. I hope young women and men, young and women, voters exercise their franchise in record numbers. Together, let's make our democracy more vibrant and participative. We were speaking about Bengal. There is going to be some amount of drama there. We've got news coming through that there is violence in Bengal, ladies and gentlemen. Even as the women of Sandesh Khali are saying, every time it was a chappa vote, this time women are going out to vote. There is drama there also. Let's go across to the Bengal story right now. We've got news coming through that there is violence that's happening in Bengal. We'll try and get you more details on that. There is violence that's happened in Bengal. Kamalika is saying that locals have actually thrown the EVM into a pond in the South 24 Pargana in the Kultali area that falls in the Joynagar Lok Sabha constituency. Locals have thrown the EVM into a pond. Now, will the local election officer come in and take action? We have to wait and see. Now, ISF and CPM now are alleging in Bhangar that Trinamool Congress cadre has attacked them. Some ISF workers are injured. There are bombs that are on the road. Bhangar falls in the Jadavpur constituency where Shaini Ghosh of the Trinamool Congress is contesting Anirban Ganguly of the BJP. Now, Election Commission has actually sought a report from the administration. Locals are not thrown those in the pond. This is in South 24 Pargana. So all these 7 phases, drama did not happen like this. In the 7th phase, here comes the drama. And this is where the Trinamool Congress is playing defense and the BJP is on the
all
aggressive.
9 seats, including the Calcutta seats. Calcutta and its outskirts, North Calcutta seat, the South Calcutta seat, and of course Jadavpur, which was represented by Mimi Chakravarti. She was dropped by the TMC. Shaini Ghosh, another actor and TMC member, she's been given the ticket this time around. Anirban Ganguly of the BJP and Srijan Bhattacharya of the CPIM. So, interestingly, Rahul was mentioning this point. Some of these constituencies, you will see a play by the CPIM. The other constituency where you will see that, of course, is in Damdam, where Shogata Roy of the TMC, grand old man of the TMC, is taking on both Shilbhadra Datta of the BJP as well as Sujan Chakrabarti of the CPIM. Also in Diamond Harbour, where Abhishek Banerjee is the sitting MP, There is talk about Pratikur Rahman. He's a young left radical, fiery speaker, I'm told. Abhijit Das of the BJP is the third candidate there. So Diamond Harbour again is a prestigious seat. Then you have the Kolkata Uttar seat, Shruti Bandyopadhyay, again one of the other grand old men of the TMC. He's the incumbent MP. He's a three-time MP from there. He's been winning since 2009. He's up against both Tapash Roy of the BJP as well as Pradeep Bhattacharya of the Congress. Again, a formidable candidate that the Congress and the left have put together there. So in some of these Calcutta seats, you will see the role of the left and the Congress, and which way that will cut, who it will hurt, who it will benefit, that we quite don't know yet. But I think it's not a factor that you can ignore.
Well, we just try and look at the shots. These pictures have just come through. I'm looking at it on our news feed, ladies. They're dramatic visuals. The men and women are actually fighting there. And this EVM has been thrown in that pond there. Look at that. Cops are being pelted. Stones are being pelted. Cops, somebody is making videos. Now the cops are trying to push them back. And the voters are actually angry there in Kultali, South 24 Parganas. In that pond, they actually threw the EVM into that pond. They were arguing with the local officials there. Cops are fighting there. Stones being pelted. Look at the cop there just running away near your screen. First, he's chasing. There are young boys and girls around. These are clashes in Bhangar, also pictures coming through. This is an area called Kultali where the EVM has been thrown into the pond. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
South 24 Pargana, today is a crucial poll. The last phase, 9 important constituencies are going for poll. One incident has taken place in Bhangar, which falls under Jadavpur constituency. There you can see that the ISF and CPIM, they are alleging that the miscreants have attacked them, bombs have been hurled, and you can see that still there are 2 bombs dying on the roads in Bhangar. So Bhangar has always been following the history of violence, and today from the morning also it's no change in Bhangar, it seems, in spite of having more than 900 CAPF deployed.
Well, Kamalika, we're going to try and get you back on the phone. There's a lot of hollowness and echo in the way when you're speaking, from where you're speaking. But visuals coming in from Bhangar is what she's saying. ISF and CPM alleging Trinamool Congress has attacked them. There are other visuals that have come through. Bombs are still on the road, we are given to understand. One of the cops, this cop who's chasing the people around, and others with the lathis trying to use sticks, etc. Then he also finds a stone being pelted at him. There you go. Something will land on his head as he comes near to the screen. Kamalika is back with us. So there you go. There you go. The cop is also running back. So there is drama in Bhangar. And there is another drama in Kultali in South 24 Parganas where an EVM has been thrown into a pond, Kamalika. Lots happening this morning in Bengal.
Yes, again now, the old picture of Bhangar. Bhangar is always sensitive and it's a violence-prone area. And today in the morning also this allegation against Trinamool Congress is there. And as you can see, till now the bombs are there on the road. Right now the situation under there is control. But the very interesting thing has happened in Kultali, which falls under Joynagar Lok Sabha constituency in South 24 Pargana. There the villagers allege that some of their, the husbands of some of the women, they were not allowed to sit as a polling agent and they were not allowed to vote. That's their allegation. And they were so much angry with this that they went inside the booth and took the EVM and then thrown the EVM in the pond. So that is what is again, this, we have seen this picture in Panchayat election also. So the same picture we see in Jharkhand. As the morning starts, though Sandesh Khali today too is voting. It's all, yesterday there was some allegation by BJP that the police has done excessive at the night in Sandesh Khali, where police has said that they went there, first they had search warrants and all. So Sandesh Khali,
we'll come to Sandesh Khali in a bit, but these are pictures from Kultali where this is the pond in which the EVM has been thrown. So is the election commission taking cognizance? What's happening in this constituency now then? And who are the people who threw an EVM box into the pond?
Yes, definitely the election commission has been informed and they are taking cognizance of this situation out there. This is in a village which has taken place in Kultali. Now Kultali again in South 24 Pargana is a violence-prone area under Joynagar Lok Sabha. The local villagers alleged the intimidation and that's why they went inside and they took the EVM and they put it in the pond. Now that's very, very, that's very interesting because this in Lok Sabha polls, this type of visuals definitely not seen. We have seen this Same thing in Panchayat election, if you remember, Anand, but with so much of security and so much of everything put into place. EVM in pawn.
What is their allegation? Who was the one who was doing this entire chappa? If I were to quote Rekha Patra there in Sandesh Khali said, everywhere every election there is this chappa thing that happens where the voters are not allowed to vote and their ballot is cast. Now, who's the allegation? Which party has been allegedly indulging in this?
See, all the allegation is definitely against the ruling party, Trinamool Congress. And South 24 Pargana is definitely a Trinamool Congress bastion. So there the local villagers are alleging that it is the Trinamool Congress who is behind this. They are intimidating. Trinamool Congress has denied it. Police is looking into the matter. Election Commission also is looking into the matter. But the allegation definitely against the Trinamool Congress.
It's interesting. Joynagar is an SC reserve seat, and Pratima Mondal of the TMC had won it last time. Outside of Calcutta, this is the biggest constituency by area. It's in the South 24 Parganas. There's 30% Dalit population in this constituency, and there's 40% Muslim population in this constituency. It's right right south of Bashirhat, which is where Sandesh Khali is. A lot of these places, you know, they are islands, they're small ponds, and water bodies. In this case, our colleague there was saying that some of the women were alleging that they're not being allowed to vote, and therefore some of them grew angry and they threw the EVM back into a pond, and you can see those pictures. But like I said, the Calcutta seats as well as the seats that are outside of Calcutta are all being defended by the Trinamool Congress. Joynagar last time, like I said, Pratima Mondal won this seat with a fairly big margin. It's in the southeastern part of Bengal, and it has a significant 30% Dalit population, 40% Muslim population.
Well, we try and connect with Kamalika again and get an update on Bashirhat, where overnight, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot of drama. Yes, Kamalika, Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, overnight there has been drama, allegations of cops in plain clothes wearing chappals trying to intimidate voters, counter allegations coming through of the BJP and BJP cadre trying to force the issue. What's happening there?
Yes, definitely. Sandesh Khali, which is always in headlines for the last 4 months, again headlines since yesterday night. Now the BJP allegation is that in Ber Mojur is that area where the second time the woman revolted during the Sandesh Khali movement. So Ber Mojur, there the woman and the people out there and BJP out there, one section of people and BJP out there, their allegation is that cops searched and their houses and cops were disturbing there late at night, all through the night. So that's the allegation of BJP. Shubhendu Adhikari, Amit Malviya has tweeted on this. On the other hand, what we are getting it from the administrative sources is that there were cases against some people in those areas. So police went there to search those things and to find out this person. So this is the thing which is come the administrative sources. Trinamool obviously denying the entire thing. But today in the morning, Rekha Patra, while she went out to cast her vote, she clearly said that this is the first time she will be voting, as there is chappa vote always in Sandesh Khali. So which side Sandesh Khali goes, that's to be seen. Since yesterday night, there has been allegation and counter allegation. And Rekha Patra, early in the morning, she has got out, she has casted her vote. And she has said that she is happy. She believes that the woman of Sandesh Khali will give vote to BJP because BJP stood by them in the need, in their need.
Bashirhat again is an interesting constituency. You remember Nusrat Jahan was the sitting MP from there. She got dropped. The TMC declined her a ticket. They gave it to a local strongman named Haji Nurul Islam. He's the guy who's fighting from Bashirhat, where, of course, Sandesh Khali is. And he's up against Rekha Patra, who's one of the victims of Sandesh Khali. Again, a seat which the TMC has been winning for multiple elections now. Last time, Nusrat Jahan won again by an over 1 lakh margin. And in Bashirhat, again, there's 40% plus Muslim population. So that's going to be critical. Haji Nurul Islam, like I said, he's a bit of a local gunda in that area. The TMC gave him the ticket. There was some bit of consternation there when he was given the ticket. And of course, the BJP has given it to Rekha Patra. So in a sense, this is really the women of Sandesh Khali versus, of course, this strong man and his
But the interesting part in this poll that you say...
Sandesh Khali versus, of course, this strong man and his
But the interesting part in this poll that you say, there is a let's say, a 16% difference of vote share between the BJP and the Trinamool if you look at the overall 9 seats. But we have data here at CNN News 18, which we have put out, that there are about 6 seats out of these 9 seats where the vote share difference between the victor and the vanquished was less than 5%. It's 5 to 5.5%. So clearly, some of these constituencies were close contests, whereas in other places it was a runaway victory for the Trinamool. That's why we see a 16%. But the BJP believes that out of these 9 seats, there are 4 or 5 seats where the victory margin is less than 5%. And those could be the critical ones. Now,
so I think, at least as far as this phase is concerned, the seats that the BJP is targeting are the Calcutta seats. For example, the Calcutta North seat, Shruti Bandyopadhyay's seat, the BJP feels they have a chance because they've got a good candidate, Tapash Roy, there. Again, Tapash Roy used to be in the TMC many years ago. And of course, he's now joined the BJP. He's got a BJP ticket. So one of the Calcutta seats where the BJP feels that they have a bit of a chance is this seat. Then there is the neighboring seat of Dum Dum, where again, Shogata Roy has been winning the seat, I think from 2004, if I'm not mistaken. Anti-incumbency, both for the local candidate and, this three-way contest.
Was about 5%, less than 5%. Exactly. Arambagh was one more of those.
Exactly. So I think the BJP's target seats, at least in this phase, are the ones in Calcutta. I'm not sure, despite Sandesh Khali and despite the national outrage around it, I'm not sure the demographics work in a way that it favors the BJP. Of course,
Zaka, it's interesting, that point that you make, because you're right on that score. The BJP has played a very different game this time at the ground level. They haven't really banged on about CA, if you realize. It was sort of in the background. They also haven't really talked about this whole business of, at some fundamental levels about the Muslim Hindu. Because they don't want the Muslim vote to completely consolidate behind Mamata Banerjee. There's been a lot of focus on corruption, crimes against women, insecurity, general lack of governance. So that's really where they're playing it. And remember, a lot of that BJP vote came from the left. I mean, so that was I don't know if it's a transient vote, but last election, everyone says, was a wave election, where most people thought that the BJP was really in the pole position. And of course, there's been a correction significantly after that in 3 elections. It's not just the assembly election, but it was also the panchayat election and the municipal election. So
the left vote share, for example, which collapsed last time, which was under 10%, it was 8% or so, has climbed back a bit. I think in the assembly election, it was in double digits. It was 10 or 11%. 14%. And then in the panchayat elections, it came up to about 13-14%. So there has been some climb back. But again, every election is different this time around.
The fights that are seeing, the street fights, are not necessarily a BJP Trinamool fight. There is a CPIM, there's a left Trinamool fight which is there in across the phases we are seeing. Even today, it's CPIM, ISF workers who are fighting in Bangalore. So there will be that resurgence.
They have a contiguity in the vote bank.
At whose cost we have to see.
Exactly. I mean, the TMC and the left vote bank really overlap quite significantly. So the fundamental point is that
you only made the case also that the BJP, the left Hindu vote is the one that moved to the BJP. So there is an overlap of the BJP left vote also.
There is, of course. But I'm saying that they play to the same gallery. Let's put it that way. 30% of most constituencies in Bengal have a Muslim population. So the ISF also therefore comes in these particular
stay with the battle for Bharat, but there's a big update. The mother of the Pune minor has also now been arrested. The allegations of tweaking the blood sample, and she replaced her blood sample for her son who was under the influence of alcohol, and that's what changed the entire report per se. So there is a big development. Otherwise, on the Pune case that's flashing on our screens, we're going to take a short break on the battle for Bharat. When we come back, we'll show you Bengal and those seats where the margin is not so much. And is the BJP in with a hunt there in these 9 seats? Critical. Stay with us.
is with the Brookings Institution, a U.S. think tank.
I have always thought that this trial was the most damaging to him, even though the legal issues are not as consequential. And the reason I think it's the most damaging is it goes to his character. It is pretty clear that the man had an affair with a woman when his wife was home with their new baby.
Former federal prosecutor and legal expert Robert Mintz says the verdict shakes the very foundations of the country.
My guess is that we will see some period of incarceration, but I think it's going to be very limited. It's going to be more symbolic than it's going to be punitive, but I'll be surprised if it's a straight probationary sentence.
Trump will be sentenced on July 11th. The case was widely regarded as the least consequential of the 4 criminal prosecutions Trump faces. It was also likely to be the only one to go to trial before the election, as the others are delayed by procedural challenges.
All the way, lock him up.
It really is. Good day for justice. Back in New York! Where's the verdict? Guilty! Trump is guilty! Trump is guilty!
अभी प्रातःकाल मौसम बहुत सुहावना है। इस सुहावने मौसम का आनंद लेकर के मैं मतदाताओं से अपील करूंगा कि हमें अब जाति, मत और मजहब से ऊपर उठ करके अपने देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए एक आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत की जिस संकल्पना को मोदी जी ने आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में देशवासियों को दिया है, उसको साकार करने का समय आ गया है।
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है मिर्जापुर का आम मतदाता जनपद की तरक्की के लिए, विकास के लिए एक बार फिर मुझे अपने अमूल्य वोटों का आशीर्वाद देगा। और जैसे विकास के रथ का पहिया यहाँ पर 10 साल तक तेजी से चला है, उससे भी ज्यादा अधिक तेजी के साथ मिर्जापुर के विकास रथ का पहिया दौड़ेगा। 4 जून का इंतजार करिए, दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। इंडी गठबंधन ताश के पत्तों की तरह बिखर जाएगा और देश में तीसरी बार फिर एक मजबूत सरकार बनेगी और मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार की हैट्रिक लगेगी।
इंडिया अलायंस को अपने वोट बैंक की गुलामी करनी है तो करें, मुजरा करना है तो भी करें। मैं SC, ST, OBC आरक्षण के साथ डट करके खड़ा हूँ।
प्रधानमंत्री जी सिर्फ वादे पे वादे करते, एक भी वादा वो पूरा नहीं करते।
नो कर्फ्यू नो दंगा, यूपी में है सब चंगा।
छोटी काली सरकार में ना कोई गैंगस्टर रहूगा ते ना कोई नशा बेचने ना लोग। इकली क्लीर दी बुरी हालत सुखबीर दी, मक्खी उड्डे ना पिंडे तो, सीट फस गई बठिंडे तो।
अब तो राम की सेना है, जिसको राम ने चुना है हम भी उसी को चुनेंगे।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी दक्षिण में साफ है, उत्तर में हाँ।
Your vote counts, ladies and gentlemen. Just about 10 hours. 10 hours for the final phase of polling to come to an end and for the voters to go out and cast their ballot across the 57 seats, 57 Lok Sabha seats across 8 states and union territories. And one of those states, ladies and gentlemen, is the state of Odisha, where there will be 6 seats which are at stake out of the 21 in this final phase. What's it going to be in Odisha, both at the assembly level and also at the Lok Sabha level? Will this mean big gains for the BJP? Vijayant Panda against Siddharth Das, and you have Anshuman Mohanty. All of them, the Kendrapara contest is a key contest, is an interesting one. In if we look at Odisha, there are some other good contests too. In Dumka, you have Sita Murmu, Soren of the BJP, Nalin Soren of the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. So this is another big contest in Jharkhand, which we should keep an eye out on. Then there is the Godda contest, Nishikant Dubey versus Pradeep Yadav. Now this is going to be an interesting one too. Plus there is the Chandigarh fight, and we will talk Punjab very soon. There is a lot that is at stake in Punjab, and it's a four-cornered, multi-cornered fight this time. Sanjay Tandon and Manish Tiwari are at head-to-head in Chandigarh after that drama with the mayoral elections, with the Aam Aadmi Party also there in the mix. How much of it is it going to accrue in favor of Manish Tiwari if the AAP and the Congress voters actually combine against the BJP? The India alliance, test of that alliance could be in this area, in this Lok Sabha constituency of Chandigarh. But let's come back and circle back to the first contest from the state of Odisha. There is so much that's happened. Is the BJP pushing Zaka and Rahul in Odisha because they eye a chance this time around? The Prime Minister has never been so vocal about this Pandian and outsider Tamil Nadu. Amit Shah has pressed on it. And of course, those videos that came in through the last week, they don't help the BJD's cause. That's
so much so that Naveen Patnaik had to come out and clarify that Mr. Pandian is not his successor. The successor will be decided by the people of Odisha. But Kendrapara, I just want to focus for a minute on Kendrapara because it's the most high-profile fight in this phase. Jay Panda, again, used to be in the BJD, was a very close confidant of Naveen Patnaik. They fell out. And then, of course, from 2019, where Jay Panda was defeated by the BJD candidate. This time, Anshuman Mohanty, he's a local face. He's an MLA from one of the constituencies there in that district. He's been fielded against Jay Panda. Siddharth Dash of the Congress is a political lightweight, is a political greenhorn. So it's essentially going to be, again, a prestige fight between the BJD and Jay Panda of the BJP. Couple of other seats.
On that seat, Zaka, on Kendrapada, of course, it's a prestige battle because this is Biju Patnaik's Karam Bhumi.
Exactly.
So in a sense, the BJP is going to throw everything they have, the kitchen sink and everything at this particular fight. So it's a very interesting contest.
Absolutely. And also because of how deeply personal it became, the fallout between Naveen Patnaik and Jay Panda. In fact, last time, Naveen Patnaik made it very personal to ensure that Kendrapada is the seat that the BJP loses. This time around, of course, for the last 5 years, Jay Panda has been working in that seat, particularly when COVID hit. And I heard people talk about his work in bringing back some of the migrant labor and helping their families. There's also this rail line that runs from Kendrapada towards the western part of Odisha, which again, Jay Panda has been talking about quite a bit. Other than Kendrapada, I also want to focus just a bit on two other constituencies. You have the constituency of Mayurbhanj, where the Prime Minister was. That's where he made the attack against Naveen Patnaik. This was, of course, represented by Bishweshwar Tudu of the BJP. He was even a minister in the government. He's been denied a ticket this time around. Nabacharan Majhi of the BJP has got the ticket. In the neighboring constituency of Balasore, where, of course, Pratap Sarangi, again, he was a member of the Modi cabinet. He got dropped in 21. He's been repeated. This is Srikant Jaina's seat. Srikant Jaina, again, used to be a minister in the UPA government. So it's a three-cornered fight in Balasore. And like I said, there is Kendrapada. Just the other seats which the BJD has incumbent MPs in, Bhadrak is one seat, then the neighboring seat of Jajpur, and then to round it off with the seat of Jagat Singhpur. So BJD defending 4, BJP has 2, the Congress none in this phase in Odisha.
No, and in this, if the BJP has to make inroads, do they stand a chance if they are able to try and impose themselves in Kendrapada, if they are able to impose themselves in Bhadrak? There is a 15% vote share gap. Is this going to be bridged this time around? What's the sense
it's a
on
good
ground?
question because
and has Naveen Patnaik pushed it too late when he says that Pandyan is not his successor? People will decide till the last phase of the polls.
True. That of course remains in the background as perhaps the overarching issue because a large number of people are wondering after Naveen Babu whom. And it's a legitimate question. But the BJP strategy in Odisha, according to some people I spoke to, some party insiders, has been a very interesting one. They've been building their metal on the ground using constituency after constituency, i.e. they first have tried to bring in the tribal vote and the SC vote and the ST vote. So that's the first area of focus. The upper castes and all of that were traditionally aligned to either the Congress or the BJD routes upwards. And that's been the way they've sort of tried to accumulate voters to themselves. And that strategy has actually worked best for them in that side of the state, which sort of abuts what
a contrast from the origins of the BJP, which is largely termed a Brahmin Baniya party, to now saying that they are looking at the OBCs, Adivasis,
the choice of the presidential candidate.
Draupadi Murmu.
So there is a lot of symbolism that the BJP has actually used to try and make inroads in this particular state. And the RSS has been very active in a large number of the tribal belts. And you go back in time also, if you remember, there were certain incidents that took place.
Yeah.
You know, there was a family...
The Grandstains incident.
Exactly, the Grandstains.
The challenge for the BJP in Odisha has always been, it was always confined to the western part of the state, which is the tribal belt. The coastal part of the state, which is the more progressive and, the more developed part of the state, Puri and, Kendrapada, etc. The coastal part, Bhubaneswar, Cuttack, they were not able to sort of make inroads into those constituencies in this part of the state. And this is where this time around the BJP feels, for example, in Puri with Samit Patra, they feel they have a chance. In Bhubaneswar, again, last time, that's the lone seat that they won last time around, Aparajita Sarangi. And then again in Kendrapada, which they lost, Jay Panda lost last time around. So some of the more urban constituencies which are more eclectic, more cosmopolitan, if you will, where there is more development, they've not been able to expand up until this election. And this time, the BJP is hoping that they will be able to, spread their wings.
As far as Stark's, sort of strangleholds or strongholds are concerned, I have not seen a binary like this.
Yeah,
in a state. Assam used to be like that for the BJP, but now it seems that
Odisha is.
Yes.
Odisha
Very
is, and
interesting.
these two people, especially Sambit Patra, Jai Vijayan, Jai Panda, and some of the others, have been asked to invest 5 years of their time, even
That's
as
right.
losing candidates in those constituencies, and nurture it and come back as victors. So,
Well, I mean,
so
BJP
it's a
has
big test
vote
for
share.
their
It's
work
not
too.
insignificant anymore. 38%, and
Yeah.
the Congress is completely out of the picture. Maybe may not even retain a seat.
We have guests joining us, but first Rupashri Nanda, who's been patiently listening to this conversation in the studio on the phone. But Rupashri, the ODI knew, what does it say?
Extremely interesting elections this time, I must say, and I also have to say that BJP definitely will see very good gains in Odisha. And in terms of percentage of support for BJP, it will go up. The only question that remains to be seen is whether that support is going to be translated into seats. Now, this time, as like I was listening to the discussion, Congress really has been pushed to the third position. And if you look at the last assembly figures, in the assembly, BJP actually had only 23 out of 147 seats, while Congress for the first time went down to single digits, that is 9, and BJD, if I remember correctly, had 112 seats. So this time, however, because of there is a sentiment on the ground which BJP is seeking to exploit, and that is very cleverly, it is not really attacking Naveen Patnaik, who still remains very popular as a chief minister. He is looked upon as a father figure, and people have an emotional tie with him. So the BJP very cleverly instead has shifted its attack to Mr. V.K. Pandyan and has targeted his non-Odia origins, and has consistently asked this question as to how a person who does not hold any position either in the government or in the party exercise so much influence. And they have driven home this point that Naveen Patnaik is now just a tool in the hands of Mr. Pandyan. And certain videos that have emerged, during the campaigning, that have actually strengthened this perception. So the question for the BJD is to dispel that perception, which is why you saw Naveen Patnaik give that interview to ANI on the last day of campaigning. And remember, this was his first interview in this election season. Now, had Mr. Naveen Patnaik spoken out much before, then perhaps the case would have been different.
Correct.
But definitely a close contest between the BJD and the BJP, not just for the 21 Lok Sabha seats, but also for the assembly seats.
The question that along with that video that's been raised is, how is it that in the last 1 year his health has deteriorated so much? What or who has been wielding this influence or having this over Naveen Babu? Now, will this work on ground, or are there other realities? That's a big question. Javed Ansari ji is with us. Good morning, sir. And also Karan Verma, author, with us. Good morning. Thank you very, very much. Final phase of the pollings. It's been grueling campaign schedule. As the dust is about to settle, the Prime Minister will emerge from his meditation this afternoon around 3 p.m. in Kanyakumari. Javed ji, what are you looking at? Which is the big contest that you are eyeing out of these 57 seats?
The 13 seats of Eastern UP, the region that I hail from. That's of these, during the last assembly elections, in 7 districts of the 45 odd seats, the BJP had only 4 MLAs. So that tells a story, and that's why Mr. Yogi Adityanath has spent a considerable amount of time. Both the new chief ministers were deployed there, as was Mr. Dhami from Uttarakhand, as was the lieutenant governor. He was pushing the envelope. He suddenly, it dawned upon him that he must undertake a pilgrimage of all the mandirs in that region, especially in Ghazipur, and he did that. Now, how much of he did that during the last elections, the last assembly elections, but that didn't seem to have much of effect. So how much of an effect that will have? And let's not forget, today is it's Prime Minister's election day as well.
Yes.
Varanasi goes to the polls. The Prime Minister spent a considerable amount of time. A lot of the big guns were stationed in Varanasi, and they used to go out every morning and to Eastern UP and come back. So yes, those 13 seats.
But Javed Zaka here, you hail from that part, you're from Ghazipur, your family is from there. Last time around, there was a formidable SP-BSP Mahagathbandhan. And if that could not trounce the BJP, out of the 13 seats, the BSP got 2 and the BJP got 11. The Apna Dal also had 2.
For the 4th, and we'll know the reality. A lot has changed. A lot has changed. The ground has slipped from a lot from a number of people's feet.
Hmm.
There are issues that have cropped up which were not there, which were not present during the previous elections.
No, like what? So what has changed? Why do you say the ground has changed? I mean, help us understand.
Look,
what has changed?
I'll tell you. In Ghazipur, there's a village called Gehmar, which contributes the maximum number of people to the Indian Army and to paramilitary forces. I do not know of a single household which doesn't have at least one member of the family either in the army or the paramilitary.
Okay.
Now that recruitment has stopped, and the paper leak of these constable and sub-inspector exams, that's general unemployment. Prices have risen. Cylinder costs a huge amount of money. So there are lots of local issues that have cropped up. And you are citing the example of the last Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, correct.
I was giving you an example 2 years later when the assembly elections happened. And the BJP found it very, very difficult.
But isn't that a trend, Javed, that we are seeing, that the local issues are also addressed at the assembly level, but when it comes to the Lok Sabha issues, देश का प्रधानमंत्री चुनने के लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं, that sentiment, has that not also percolated on ground, or will this come back and hurt? Like you said, we'll know on the 4th of June. Karan Verma has been listening on. Let's ask him, Karan. What is the contest that you are eyeing? Are you also eyes on Eastern Uttar Pradesh, or are you looking towards Punjab, where there is a four-cornered fight? Are you looking at Odisha, Bengal, or are these 57 seats in the final phase?
Good morning, and good morning to your viewers. The one election that has really caught my attention, the one seat, is the seat from Basirat, where one of the victims of Sandesh Khali, Rekha Patra ji, is contesting, and that's a very strong message by the BJP. Let's understand this. In this phase, the BJP last time, out of the 57 seats, they won just 25 seats. So this is one phase where they can really make gains and increase the tally. Whatever little they've lost in the last phases in some of the states where they maxed out last time, they can make up for that in Odisha, in Bengal. And the one person who's really been steadying BJP's ship behind the scenes, I can tell you, is Mr. Sunil Bansal, because he's been in charge of Bengal, Odisha and Telangana. And I think in all these three states, BJP is all set to make some gains, which is going to be a huge departure from the past also. And, Javed ji makes a valid point as far as Ghazipur and Balia. Last time, BJP won by very narrow margins in both the seats. And that's the beauty of BJP.
No, BJP didn't. Sorry, BJP lost.
BJP lost
Ghazipur by a huge margin. And won Balia by a whisker.
Balia was by a whisker. Ghazipur they lost by a huge margin.
So this is a concern, and which is why you see the Prime Minister address rallies across Basgaon. He went to Basgaon. Basgaon was another area where they have an incumbent MP, Kamlesh Paswan. But there has been some anti-incumbency with some of the local leaders, no anti-incumbency with the Prime Minister for sure. So I'd see that also coming into play. You see, in this last phase, everything is going to be tested, whether it is the alliance. I think the alliance not coming together in West Bengal is going to hurt them, because there is some sort of a resurgence of the left Congress combine also.
Yeah.
Don't forget, last time they got around 6% vote share. But in the panchayats, they came back to close to 19 to 20%. So which vote share are they going to eat into? Are they going to eat into the Congress's side or the BJP side? That is also a matter of concern, because they may not get that many seats, but they are going to play the role of a spoiler. That is also a concern in Bengal. Not having an alliance there is going to hurt the India alliance. Plus, in Punjab, I see a resurgence of AAP in Punjab, in the sense last time around they just had one MP, which was Bhagwant Mann, who later went away. So this is their time to make gains for sure. I think AAP is the dominant force in Punjab. They are going to grow.
You believe AAP will grow in Punjab despite what is happening with the Aam Aadmi Party, the controversies surrounding them, and also a huge amount of anti-incumbency or levels of protests on ground against Bhagwant Mann's government. Bhagwant Mann's government itself, because the same Kisans
made a whole bunch of promises. Other than the electricity one, I don't think they've kept any of the other promises. The only thing that's going for the AAP there is that the anti-incumbent vote is split. It's split between the Congress, the BJP, Akalis. It's a four-cornered contest, and generally when it's a multi-cornered contest, it sort of favors the incumbent. But
and
in the
Punjab
case
has
of
had a
has a history of being anti-establishment.
Yeah, and also that the incumbent usually takes the election at the Lok Sabha level. So there is that.
The Majha Malwa belt, this entire aspect. Let's look at
Just
Punjab.
1 second before we move on to Punjab, just to add to Uttar Pradesh and its significance. You see, there are two states now. The Prime Minister, according to data that Aman, our own colleague, had sort of dredged up, he said 180 political rallies and events, out of which 31 the Prime Minister held in Uttar Pradesh. So you can just imagine that's, if you look at the state, is 80 seats and 31 locations. You can almost see that the Prime Minister is taking 1:2.5.
Yes.
Right? So he's going to one particular constituency and he's really blitzkrieged across the state. Bihar was the second highest, 20. Maharashtra 19th and Bengal 18. This tells you where this election is going to be won or lost.
Correct, but if you total it, these are they amount to about 200 Lok Sabha seats, Rahul.
That's
80
right.
seats in Uttar Pradesh, 42 seats in Bengal, 40 seats in Bihar, and 48 in Maharashtra. So again, if you look at it, it's more than 200 seats straight up because it's about 90 seats is
more than
this one.
200
Bengal and
seats.
Maharashtra put together is 90 seats. 80 seats is Uttar Pradesh, so 170 seats there. Another 40 seats in Bihar. 210 seats is what you look at. 210 seats is whoever gets a majority in 210 seats, if you are able to get 120 seats out of
then
these
when you
210,
look at
you're safe coasting. You know?
Exactly. So Maharashtra and Bengal are critical for the BJP to get where they were. Of course, that assumes that Bihar and Uttar Pradesh stand behind the BJP as they have done through elections. But if they manage to do that, this election is over, really.
Yeah, this election, and that's why if you look at their the concentration, the South seats, 131 seats.
That's right.
These are 210 seats.
PM has
so
done 30
that's
rallies
about
in the South.
341 seats are between these 9 states itself.
I'm
And
just
that's
looking
a
at
huge number.
our own, our own news,
18
News 18 core group where the data comes in, and 35 rallies in South India. And it's very interesting, 10 events in Odisha. Now that is a huge concentration if you really look at the total number of seats up for grabs versus the Prime Minister's emphasis. 10 are not small. So this is where the BJP expects to grow and make up.
Yeah, but Odisha, the Prime Minister was trying to not just win Lok Sabha, he was also trying to influence the assembly elections. And that's where the BJP believes one of the states where they will make maximum gains is Odisha. And the Prime Minister himself has been talking up the Odisha and Bengal in his conversations in terms of why he's exuding so much confidence. See that the eastern pocket and that pocket is important. And the BJP, the strategists also understand that this belt needs to be developed for Bharat's Viksit Bharat story also to happen. You cannot have lopsided growth stories at all because the East cannot just contribute labor force. It has to also become a hub for growth. And that's a story. Beyond politics, that's a reality for our country.
Let's talk about Punjab.
Yeah, let's talk about Punjab.
Punjab is fascinating because of what's happened in the last few years there. You know, this 4-way contest. For the first time in 25 years, we haven't talked about this, the Akali Dal and the BJP will be fighting separately. They are not in an alliance in this election. And it'll be a test. It'll really be a test of whether the BJP can hold on to the 2 seats it had last time, Gurdaspur and Hoshiarpur. The big high-profile battles. Let's start with the Chief Minister's former constituency, which is Sangrur. Of course, the Chief Minister lost that to Simranjit Singh Maan. And now, this is a grudge match. Supal Khera, who used to be with the Aam Aadmi Party, he joined the Congress. He was jailed. He's now the Congress candidate from Sangrur. Neighboring Bhatinda, Harsimrat Badal is fighting from Bhatinda. So she, of course, will seek to defend that seat. Again, the neighboring seat of Firozpur, which Sukhbir had won last time, he's not contesting this time. So the Akalis had only 2 last time around. And then you look at the constituency of Patiala, where Praneeth Kaur, the wife of Amrinder Singh, she's fighting this time on a BJP ticket. She's, of course, taking on Dharamveer Gandhi of the Congress, who used to be with the Aam Aadmi Party. So in Punjab, it's all switching over from one side to another.
Zaka, because when you really look at Punjab, there are 2 families that have dominated the sort of mind's eye, so to speak. The Badals and, of course, Captain Amrinder Singh. Both existential crises.
Absolutely.
Both facing...
And
the Rivaayati parties were rejected in the assembly elections also.
Absolutely. So that was in the assembly election.
This whole thing will also split. No?
I also want to, the other big grudge match that's happening is happening in Ludhiana because Ravneet Bittu, who is the grandson of the late Byan Singh, he's joined the BJP just before this election. He's fighting on a BJP ticket against the state president, Raja Waring. Again, a big grudge match there in Ludhiana. Also, let's go up north to Amritsar, which the BJP is hoping this time they'll be able to open their account there in Amritsar. Remember, Navjot Singh Sidhu used to represent the seat for a number of terms. This time, Taranjeet Sandhu, former US ambassador, he's contesting against a two-time MP, Gurjeet Aujla. Then you have, again, grudge match in Gurdaspur. Gurdaspur was Sunny Deol's seat. BJP, of course, dropped his ticket. They've given it to a local there, Dinesh Singh Babu. Sukhi Randhawa, who is a former Deputy Chief Minister, he's fighting from Gurdaspur. And very quickly, also want to run you through Jalandhar, where former Chief Minister Charanjit Channi, this is a reserve seat, he's taking on Sushil Rinku, who used to be with the Aam Aadmi Party, and then he joined the BJP just before the election. So again, lots of grudge matches, as they say in Punjabi. This is a Panga election.
Panga election, and interestingly, Amritsar, ever since Navjot Singh Sidhu, the BJP has not won Amritsar.
Yeah. Mr. Jaitley lost, Mr. Hardeep Puri lost.
Yeah,
so Mr.
ever since Navjot Singh Sidhu, the BJP has not won. And I remember I was not doing politics at that time. I was doing sports at that time. And he was still contesting. And that was a year when he was going to cede the seat to Arunji. And he said, Anand, ab dekh lena ki yahan se BJP ka jeetna mushkil hoga. And I said,
interestingly,
Sidhu, and he said, it's not going to happen. He said, 15 years, they will not win.
Sidhu, interestingly, is out of jail. He's doing all things cricket, but he's not on the campaign. He's not, I don't think he's addressed a single campaign rally this time
around. And it's just
again.
amazing that he's always a point of conversation.
Yeah.
So, he is
despite the controversies, he's part of conversation.
He's always been part of the dissident group.
Yeah.
Whichever party
he's always part of the dissident group.
I think that has got him out of favor.
All right. Well, before we go across to our guest, Surajit Das Gupta is also with us, and we'll dwell on Punjab and also Himachal, ladies and gentlemen. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is taking a jibe at the Congress party.
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कल एग्जिट पोल पर डिस्कशन का बहिष्कार कर रही है। कई समय से कांग्रेस पार्टी डिनायल मोड में आ रही है। ये पूरा इलेक्शन ये कैंपेन करते रहे कि हमारा बहुमत आने जा रहा है, बहुमत आने जा रहा है। अब उनको भी स्थिति मालूम है कि कल के चुनाव के बाद आने वाले एग्जिट पोल में इनकी प्रचंड हार होने वाली है और किस मुंह से वो मीडिया को फेस करे। इसलिए एग्जिट पोल की पूरी एक्सरसाइज को ही नकार रहे हैं कि एग्जिट पोल का कोई मतलब नहीं है, 4 तारीख को परिणाम आने हैं। एग्जिट पोल कई समय से चल रहा है, हर बार वो हिस्सा लेते, मगर इस बार एग्जिट पोल कई समय से चल रहा है, हर बार वो हिस्सा लेते, मगर इस बार हार के कारण एक्सप्लेन न कर पाने की स्थिति में वो इसका बहिष्कार कर रहे हैं। और कांग्रेस पार्टी वैसे भी जब से राहुल गांधी मुख्य व्यवस्था में आए हैं कांग्रेस पार्टी की, डिनायल मोड में जी रही है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट से कोई अनुकूल जजमेंट नहीं आता है तो न्यायिक व्यवस्था पर सवाल खड़े कर देना, इलेक्शन कमीशन की प्रोसेस पर सवाल खड़े कर देना, ईवीएम पर सवाल खड़े कर देना, पार्लियामेंट में बहस करने की जगह पार्लियामेंट छोड़कर भाग जाना, संवैधानिक पदों की अवहेलना करना, इनकी मिमिक्री करना और एजेंसियों पर भी सवाल खड़ा करना। मुझे लगता है कि राहुल गांधी के कांग्रेस में मुख्य व्यवस्था में आने के बाद कांग्रेस देश की सभी प्रकार की संस्थाएं, चाहे मीडिया हो, चाहे न्यायिक व्यवस्था हो, चाहे पार्लियामेंट हो, चाहे संवैधानिक पद पर बैठे हुए लोग हो, चाहे एजेंसियां हो, सबके सामने डिनायल मोड में आ चुकी है। ये इसी का परिणाम है कि ये कल के एग्जिट पोल का बहिष्कार कर रहे हैं। मैं कांग्रेस के नेताओं को कहना चाहता हूं कि शुतुरमुर्ग वृत्ति से कभी किसी का फायदा नहीं होता। डटकर हार का सामना करना चाहिए, आत्मचिंतन करना चाहिए, आगे बढ़ना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने भी कई चुनाव हारे, मगर हमने कभी मीडिया का बहिष्कार नहीं किया, एग्जिट पोल का बहिष्कार नहीं किया। मुझे पूरा विश्वास।
So stop. Why are they not going to be there present as guests for the exit polls, because have they already conceded defeat despite talking up their chances? Surajit Dasgupta, good morning. How would you want to respond to the jibe coming from the BJP at the Congress party?
Well, I would like to see this as 20 years of failure of Rahul Gandhi's leadership, because he was launched in 2004. This will be his 20th year in public life. And whether in the capacity of the president of the party or even without it, we know that he is seen as a dynast, and repeatedly he has failed to catch the pulse of the nation, which is why even this time, let's say about 3 months ago, before the elections started, it was widely believed that this was a one-sided match. It was no match at all. But then for a little while, since the focus was on Rahul Gandhi, there was nobody else in the fray. But then Arvind Kejriwal was released from jail. He, took away a part of the media focus that also dissipated the attention on him. Earlier, they were making a conspiracy theory as to why the media was not.
But here's what Rahul Gandhi has said. Surajit Dasgupta, Rahul Gandhi has tweeted, प्यारे देशवासियों, आज 7वें और अंतिम चरण का मतदान है और अब तक के रुझानों से स्पष्ट है कि देश में INDIA की सरकार बनने जा रही है। मुझे गर्व है कि झुलसा देने वाली गर्मी में भी आप सभी लोकतंत्र और संविधान की रक्षा के लिए वोट देने निकले हैं। आज भी बड़ी संख्या में बाहर निकलकर अहंकार और अत्याचार का प्रतीक बन चुकी इस सरकार पर अपने वोट से अंतिम प्रहार जरूर कीजिए। 4 जून का सूरज देश में एक नया सवेरा लेकर आने जा रहा है। #vote4India is what Rahul Gandhi has tweeted. Javed Ansari ji, if that's the case, then why is the Congress party or a lot of the INDI alliance not coming for the exit polls?
Well, that's a question you'll have to ask the Congress party. That's an answer that I am also looking for. Why are they not coming? Coming back to
Amit Shah, Javed, once again, Amit Shah says that's a reflection of their lack of confidence. They know they're going to be defeated. It's going to be a historic defeat. That's why they're not coming.
Perhaps that could be the reason. But Amit Shah said that whenever they lose, they start blaming EVMs. Amit Shah perhaps forgot, but some of us have longer memories. The first person who suspected and blamed EVMs was a BJP leader who went by the name of Mr. Lal Krishan Advani. So some of us have been in this game for a longer period and we remember those things. Anyway, on the question of Navjot Singh Sidhu, he was actually asked to contest against Parneet Kaur from Patiala, but he refused. After which the Congress party sent him on gardening leave, allowed him to do some commentary, earn some money, so that at least he would not do some, if he will campaign, he's an unguided missile, nobody know which target he would hit. So they sent him out to do what he wanted to do to the BJP. They left him to do it.
This unguided missile sentiment is across the political spectrum, irrespective of which party Navjot Singh Sidhu is close to. We've just got news coming through on the Kultali incident in South 24 Parganas. The Election Commission has issued a direction to the administration to initiate FIR against people who threw the EVM in the pond in Kultali. But we'll try and get to Kamalika and try and understand that the people who threw the EVM into the pond, they threw it because their allegation is that they were not allowed to vote. And there was chappa happening, that EVM had the votes had been cast by force, by capturing the booth or not allowing the voters to enter, but votes being cast. So in anger, they took the EVM and they put it in the pond. So yes, this is a violation and the Election Commission is going to has asked for a registration of an FIR, Kamalika. But what of those booths? If those booths are being, there is an attempt to capture those booths or force the ballot there, then what is the Election Commission going to do about that allegation?
See, what we are getting it from the sources that the EC has taken a note of that too, that what really prompted these villagers to come out and throw the EVM box in the pond. But the fact that this has violated the legalities, and that's why they have ordered to initiate an FIR against them. Also, they have said that to look after that why this incident has taken place and what can be done thereafter. So that report too is sought from the administration. So this is clear in one way. The EC is asking a report also that why this incident has taken place. Please do submit that report, as well as also they have asked to initiate an FIR against the people who have really thrown the EVM in the pond, because this type of activity, it's not new in Bengal. We have seen it in Punjab elections. But in Lok Sabha polls, this is something which was not expected. This is absolutely uncalled for. And that's why this prompt action, obviously by Election Commission, huge deployment of forces have been also there. Let me tell you, Anand, in last phase, more than 950 columns of CAPF is there. But still these incidents are taking place, which is a matter of concern, definitely.
So matter of concern, these chappa votes, Rekha Patra also spoke about that the first time she's actually going to vote without having her vote being cast by somebody else, or a chappa vote kind of a phenomenon that was happening in Bashirhat and Sandesh Khali. So that's alleged by Rekha Patra. Now these developments and these pictures, dramatic pictures of violence in Bhangar, where again it's the left and ISF that are clashing with the Trinamool Congress cadre. So interesting stories coming through from Bengal, but let's turn the spotlight back towards Punjab and also the neighboring Himachal. So Punjab story, four-cornered fight quickly. Karan Verma is also with us, but bringing it into the studio between Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob. When it's a four-cornered fight, and we look at the Shiromani Akali Dal also wanting to claw its way back. How do you think the belts, region-wise, there could be the split?
So Malwa is the biggest belt, and whoever wins Malwa wins Punjab, whether that's for assembly or whether that's for the Lok Sabha election. The two seats that the Akalis are holding on to, one is Harsimrat's seat, Bhatinda, and then Firozpur, where Sukhbir won last time. He's not contesting this time. Sangrur is, like I said, going to be the most watched constituency because the chief minister hailed from this constituency. He was the MP for 2 terms from this constituency. The AAP lost that, and this time Sukhpal Khera has been fielded by the Congress. He was put in jail by Bhagwant Mann. It's a deeply personal animosity between the two of them. So this is a grudge match as far as Sangrur is concerned. And then neighboring Patiala, where Praneeth Kaur, the wife of Amrinder Singh, long-time Congress family, they've now switched over to the BJP. She switched over just some months back before the Lok Sabha election. She's on a BJP ticket, taking on Dharamveer Gandhi, who used to be with the Aam Aadmi Party. He's now fighting on a Congress ticket. And then you have 2 or 3 other constituencies. I want to quickly run through Fatehgarh Sahib, which the Congress had won, an SC reserve seat. Anandpur Sahib, which Manish Tiwari had won. He's changed his seat. He's now gone to Chandigarh. He's taking on Sanjay Tandon of the BJP. And then, of course, like I said, this grudge match in Ludhiana, Ravneet Bittu, who, again, hails from a long, illustrious Congress family, the grandson of the late Byan Singh. He's taking on Raja Bading, who is the state president of the Congress party. Neighboring seat of, this is another interesting one, Faridkot, Hansraj Hans, who used to be the Northwest Delhi MP for the BJP. He's, of course, been exported back to Punjab. He's fighting a difficult fight there against Amarjit Kaur of the Congress party. So again, very, very interesting fights. And you have to win Malwa. If you win Malwa, you win Punjab. Last time around in Malwa, it was 5 to Congress, 2 to Akali Dal, and 1 to the Aam Aadmi
There
Party.
is a lot of caste also under which are happening in terms of candidate selections. Hansraj Hans is fighting from an area where the Dalit vote, the OBC vote, the base is very, very strong. And he is seen as a lot of a Dalit face, and even in
It's a reserve seat.
It's a reserve seat.
seat.
So by default, that also comes into play. Quickly, before we take a break, let's look at Himachal also, Zaka, because neighboring Himachal also has a story. And correct me if I'm wrong. After Kerala, did Punjab return the maximum MPs the last time around for the
8
Congress
MPs
party?
for the Congress,
Congress party.
from Punjab, 15 from Kerala. In Himachal, of course, 4 seats. The most high profile this time around is Mandi seat because Kangana Ranaut is fighting from Mandi seat. Of course, she's taking on Vikramaditya Singh, the son of the late Chief Minister Veerbhadra Singh.
The overall page.
So that's going to be a big fight as far as it's also the biggest constituency. The neighboring seat of Hamirpur, can you believe it? He's a 5-time MP, Anurag Thakur from Hamirpur. Again, he seems to be on a strong wicket as far as Hamirpur is concerned. Kangra, we haven't talked about Kangra. The grand old man of the Congress party, Anand Sharma, is fighting from Kangra. Shashi Tharoor was there recently campaigning for him. Who knows if in the fag end of his political career, he can pull off a Lok Sabha win. He's been a long time Rajya Sabha MP of the Congress party. And then, of course, there's the capital Shimla, where Suresh Kumar Kashyap of the BJP.
There is also Mandi. There is also,
I talked about Mandi. Mandi, of course, was
Kangana Ranaut,
versus Vikramaditya Singh. Kangana Ranaut, he's on a strong wicket, no doubt about it. Also, the reason why Himachal will get interesting after the Lok Sabha is because of that whole ulat-pulat that happened with the 6 MLAs.
There are also bypolls happening today.
Yeah.
So there's an election for about 8 seats, I think.
Yeah, so those 6 MLAs who switched over from the
That's right.
Congress when the trust vote happened, that's going to be interesting as well. They were set to be close to Vikramaditya Singh. This time around, he was given the ticket from Mandi. He also has a point to prove to the High Command that him and his mother, they still control the reins of the Congress party in.
But a quick one on Punjab.
Yeah.
Just to go back a little bit.
Himachal is also perhaps a prime example of BJP versus BJP.
Yeah.
What's happening, the troubles within the party.
But that's also true of
that
the Congress party there. There's a lot of churn on both sides.
And
that's right. There's
the whole Jairam Thakur issue with
but that's also
with
true of the
Prem
Congress.
Kumar Dhumal,
I'm saying
PK
that
Dhumal,
sort of
and then the other
dissidence
groupings.
equals itself out in Himachal. But just quickly coming back to Punjab once. Punjab is really critical for the Aam Aadmi Party. This is really their make or break moment. If they lose Punjab, they don't win more than 1 seat, I think that's going to be a huge blow to the very
But you see a possibility that the
unit.
AAP, which is so strong in Punjab with that mandate, will not get even, will struggle to get 2 or 3 seats out of 13 in a 4-cornered fight.
I don't know, they might get, they're aiming for all 13, by the way. And they are very confident that they're going to get all 13. I mean, there's a whole dynamic there because in Delhi, they're together, the Congress and the AAP. Here, they're at each other's throats in a way that they're even sort of backing the enforcement directorate probes into each other's sort of, leadership. But the point is...
One thing, I think, Rahul, because there is anti-incumbency on the ground, because, you can promise the sky as they did in the assembly election. And the only promise that they've kept to some extent is the issue of free electricity.
Absolutely.
But all the other promises, let's take the drug problem, for example. No one in Punjab is going to tell you that, that problem has gone away. It's just as rampant today as it was 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
In fact, things have actually deteriorated, many people feel, on the ground. And there is a lot of agrarian distress. And it's not only directed at the center, by the way. So there is an issue in Punjab, and I don't know, this time there might be a break from history, so to speak, but the AAP really has its back to the wall.
They couldn't win Sangrur. When Bhagwant Mann moved out, they couldn't win Sangrur. Within 6 months of them winning sweeping the assembly elections, they said that if you do elections today, the AAP will not win. That was what the ground sentiment was.
One thing that people complain about against AAP, which came to power saying, we'll break free from these traditional parties, the Riyati parties. Today, the complaint is the AAP has become the establishment. Today, the ministers of the AAP, the chief minister, they are not accessible.
Absolutely. The one
accessibility is a huge thing.
They say that where are our MLAs? Where have they disappeared? And that's fundamentally what is, at work there. But as I was trying to say, if you look at the larger picture, the sad Shiromani Akali Dal, that is, has a problem because they're again fighting for relevance and existence, perhaps. And then, of course, you have the Aam Aadmi Party that wants to prove a point. And if it fails to do so, its legitimacy is going to be called into question all across. And that will be a problem. And therefore, Mr. Kejriwal has really hit the ground there and played the emotional card, saying, I don't know if you'll ever see me again, this, that, the other. They're trying to finish us off, this, that, the other. You've got to come out there and at least vote for a movement that you launched.
See,
so that's
when the Aam Aadmi Party came to power with that kind of mandate, the historic mandate, on ground, irrespective of who the candidate was, the sentiment was very clear. We want the Rivayati parties out. The Rivayati parties out. So, be it Shiromani Akali Dal, be it Congress, they had to go out. Is it changing on ground? Karan Verma, what's the situation in Punjab today? Are the AAP's troubles or its mismanagement, 8 p.m. no CM jibes, will these all manifest?
That Punjab is suffering right now from a debt problem, from investments dwindling. But unfortunately, from what I could gather, and I was in Punjab for a long time, I still think that there is no palpable anti-incumbency against the AAP government. They've always had a soft corner, in fact. You remember back in 2014, they won 4 seats. They contested on 400 seats. And ever since Kejriwal got imprisoned, unfortunately, there has been a sympathy for him, which should not be there technically, but it is there. That is what I could sense. And I also feel that the last minute push by Arvind Kejriwal, the rallies, where he turned around a statement from the Home Minister Amit Shah, and he said, Mr. Amit Shah has challenged the 3 crore Punjabis that he'll topple their elected government. Unfortunately, that has also gained traction. That misinformation, that propaganda has also touched a chord with people. So I personally think in the assembly elections, they had a 42.5% vote share, which was huge. It was a huge mandate. And Punjab has always managed to keep the election regional. Even in a 2019 wave, where we had the nationalist wave after the Balakot, BJP didn't gain much traction there in 2019. So Punjab, along with Tamil Nadu and Kerala, they always try to keep it regional. And in that case, AAP is the clear winner because Congress is depleted ever since Sunil Jakhar left, Amrinder Singh left, Sidhu left. And Shiromani Akali Dal is facing an existential crisis, a very crucial election from them. BJP is not traditionally strong. So I think a lot of it is going to gravitate towards AAP. Unfortunately for AAP and Congress, they're going to eat into each other's vote share. So much for the India Alliance. So I still think that it is a make or break for AAP. But unfortunately, from where I see, they are going to get some gains here. They are going to get at least 4-5 seats. That's what I feel.
Javed ji.
Yes, sitting here from Delhi and so whatever reports we get based on anecdotal evidence, it appears to be a fight between the AAP and the Congress. The BJP will be fighting to make its presence felt. They hope to ride on the back of Amrinder Singh. But the fact is that Amrinder Singh is actually literally on his back. He's been missing in action. He hasn't been out campaigning. He was unwell. He had a back surgery. They say that he had a back surgery. And so the BJP is playing catch up. And every time they try and get somebody from outside to try and they have their eyes on Amritsar. They had first Mr. Arun Jaitley, then Mr. Puri. They try and have somebody from outside to come and contest. And that makes it all the more difficult. Perhaps if they groomed a local leader from Punjab, especially from Amritsar, they'd stand a better chance there.
To be fair to Mr. Sandhu's family hails from
Amritsar. Not just his grandfather was a founder member of the SGPC. Yeah. His father was the principal of the Khalsa College there.
But he's a non-resident Amritsari. You know, like I'm a non-resident Ghazipuri, he's a non-resident Amritsari. You know, he's in the last couple of years, you can count it on your fingertips the number of times
he's also been quite loyal.
So does that logic also apply to the likes of Rohini Acharya?
Certainly, of course. Certainly, it does.
We're talking about
the outsiders, those who
about Lalu's science. One of them is up today.
One of them, Misa Bharti is also up there. So Misa Bharti also. Similar, but we
were saying about Chandigarh. I think we haven't talked about Manish Tiwari versus Sanjay Tandon.
That's right. It's an interesting contest. I mean, there you had Miss Kher for a while now, at least 3 elections, I think she was there.
She was dropped this time.
Yeah, she was dropped this time. But that seat is again up for grabs. I don't know because Mr. Manish Tiwari is quite a formidable force. He's done quite well.
He again changed seats. He won in Anandpur Sahib last time. He's now been moved to Chandigarh. And there was this nice, interesting picture of Kejriwal campaigning just a couple of days back, and then Manish Tiwari standing behind him. And of course, everybody knows the history between those two gentlemen.
Yes.
But I think it's time for a break.
Politics makes for strange bedfellows, but the mayoral election and the gadbad that the Congress did for the AAP, is that all going to come back and help or hurt whose cause? We have to wait and watch. To everyone, stay with us here on the Battle for Bharat. Plenty of reactions coming through. Anurag Thakur is speaking. Bhagwant Mann is speaking. All after casting their ballot. They're all on the ticket. A lot at stake for them in terms of Himachal and in Punjab, respective leaders. And take this conversation forward. Stay with us.
ये उत्साह दिखाता है कि दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र में फिर एक बार अच्छी सरकार को चुनने के लिए लोग वोट कर रहे हैं और देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए उनका सहयोग और वोट मिलेगा। और आशा करता हूं 7वें चरण में 7 चरणों की सबसे ज्यादा वोटिंग 7वें चरण में हो। ये वोट में तब्दील होना चाहिए।
5वीं बार इलेक्शन जीत के आप इतिहास बनाने की पूरी तैयारी में?
जनता ने ही पिछले सब बार आशीर्वाद दिया, हर बार आशीर्वाद दिया है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने बहुत तन मन से सेवा की है, लोगों की वोट मांगा है और काम जो मोदी सरकार के वो अपने आप सिर चढ़ के बोलते हैं, तो मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि लोगों का विश्वास बना रहेगा और लोगों का आशीर्वाद भी मिलेगा।
आज दुनिया के सबसे बड़े लोकतंत्र यानी कि भारत देश का महापर्व है। आज आम चुनावों यानी कि लोकसभा 2024 चुनाव का आखिरी वोटिंग फेज है। आज भारतवासियों द्वारा दिया गया एक एक वोट ये तय करेगा कि इस देश की दिशा और दशा क्या होगी। मैं आज हाथ जोड़कर विनती करना चाहूंगा, प्लीज एक्सरसाइज योर राइट टू वोट। गर्मी बहुत है, छुट्टी का भी दिन है, लेकिन आज अगर हम वोट देने से चूक गए तो 5 साल तक फिर ये वोट देने का मौका नहीं आएगा।
चंडीगढ़ में लगभग पिछले 50-52 सालों से पिछले 50-52 दिनों से चंडीगढ़ के अंदर कैंपेन चल रही है। हम लोग ने कोशिश करी कि शहर के हर एरिया तक हम लोग पहुंच सकें और हमने कई एरियाज के अंदर अपने कार्यक्रम, कहीं पद यात्रा हुई, कहीं ड्राइंग रूम मीटिंग हुई, कहीं नुक्कड़ मीटिंग्स हुई, कहीं पर जाकर पर्सनली लोगों को मिले, के पास अपील पहुंची, कहीं सोशल मीडिया के माध्यम से अपील पहुंची। लेकिन फिर भी मुझे लगता है कि कई लोग ऐसे होंगे कि जिनके तक मैं नहीं पहुंच पाया। मैं सबसे अपील करता हूं कि चंडीगढ़ की बेहतरी के लिए वोट करें।
मेरी यही अपील है कि लोग वोट करें और इस बारी अमृतसर की डेवलपमेंट के लिए वोट करें।
सर, लोगों से क्या करेंगे बीजेपी को वोट डालने? कैसे क्या चीज देखते?
उसमें काफी क्लियर है, बीजेपी पार्टी है जिसने डेवलपमेंट करी है भारत में, और अमृतसर में भी लोग चाहते हैं डेवलपमेंट हो।
जी, आज बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे दिवाली की तरह सब लोग बड़े उत्साह से आ रहे हैं, और हमारे लिए ये सौभाग्य का वाला दिन है, और सारे लोग जो है वो कमल के फूल पर जो बटन दबाने वाले हैं।
What's the mood? What's the mood in North Calcutta, and you are contesting?
No. Mood of North Calcutta is very good. They are against the TMC and against the TMC candidate. But in some places, right from the morning, presiding officers are creating certain problems, and the TMC goons, they are not allowing in some polling premises to the polling agents. That is the problem. I have taken up the issue with the authorities and election commission, etc.
Sudip Bandyopadhyay will be defeated this time?
Certainly, he got to be defeated. He will be defeated because he never worked for the people of Kolkata Uttar and did nothing for the development work of the Kolkata Uttar.
देखिए, हमारे पूजा में अंतर ये कि हम काशी के लाल हैं, हम काशी में मंदिर में पूजा करते हैं, हम कन्याकुमारी या बाकी जगह हम जो भी हम, क्योंकि काशी एक ऐसा तीर्थ है जो तीनों लोक से न्यारी नगरी है। ये बाबा विश्वनाथ के त्रिशूल पर खड़ी है काशी, अविनाशी काशी है। तो हमें जो भी पूजा प्रार्थना करनी है, आराधना करनी है, हम यहाँ करेंगे बाबा। तो हमें जो भी पूजा प्रार्थना करनी है, आराधना करनी है, हम यहाँ करेंगे बाबा के दरबार में। जनप्रतिनिधि मतलब सदैव खड़ा रहे उनके लिए, मौन रहना इस समय, खास करके जो इस समय स्थितियां हैं, वो निश्चित तौर से जनता के साथ खड़ा रहना चाहिए। जनता के लिए जो भी हो सकता है वो करने की जरूरत है इस समय।
इस बार आएंगे 4 जून को, उसके बाद बिजली का बिल गुल हो जाएगा। जनता को बिजली के बिल से भी राहत देने का प्लान है। तो एक अद्भुत ये शैली हमारे निस्वार्थ संत मोदी जी से सीखी है। और जब आपके संत इतने बड़े होते हैं, आपके प्रधान सेवक, फिर आप भी कॉमन मैन रहिए, नॉर्मल रहिए। पद वद तो क्या जनता दिलाती है। ये मोह माया से हम बहुत ऊपर जा चुके हैं। जीवन में सारे पद हम देख महादेव हमको सुपरस्टार बनाया जनता ने, हमने वो सारी बोलते हैं ना शोहरत दौलत सब देख ली। तो ये बड़ा आनंद आता है हमको तहजीब तमीज से जीना, और ये मोदी जी को उसका पूरा श्रेय जाता है। उन्होंने राजनीति का चेहरा ही पलट दिया। जो पहले के गंदे ड्रामे थे सबके, वीआईपी कल्चर, लाल बत्ती, ये साहब आए हैं, नेता आए हैं, मंत्री आए हैं, उन्होंने इसको ध्वस्त कर दिया।
When I contest, I try to win. And God has given me the opportunity to win 9 times from city Kolkata.
And India Alliance?
India Alliance firmly stand. Mamata Banerjee has expressed. So Trinamool Congress is fully with India Alliance. And India Alliance is going to form the government.
The ballot is cast and the fate is sealed. Bharat has decided who will govern for 5 years. A closely fought election carrying a billion aspirations. The most accurate exit poll on India's largest TV network. The best election team on TV decodes the numbers and the impact. News 18 exit poll coverage. 5 p.m. onwards. Come through. I'm looking at it on our news feed, ladies and gentlemen. Dramatic visual. The men and women are actually fighting there, and this EVM has been thrown in that pond there. Look at that. Cops are being pelted. Stones are being pelted. Cops. Somebody is making videos. Now the cops are trying to push them back, and the voters are actually angry there in Kultali, South 24 Parganas. In that pond, they actually threw the EVM into that pond. They are arguing with the local officials there. Cops are fighting there. Stones being pelted. Look at the cop there just running away near your screen. First, he's chasing. There are young boys and girls around. These are clashes in Bhangar. Also, pictures coming through. This is an area called Kultali where the EVM has been thrown into the pond. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
In South Ranjini, today is the crucial poll. The last phase, 9 important constituencies are going for poll. One incident has taken place in Bhangar, which falls under Jadavpur constituency. There you can see that the ISF and CPIM, they are alleging that the miscreants have attacked them, bombs have been hurled, and you can see that still there are 2 bombs dying on the road in Bhangar. So Bhangar has always been following the history of violence, and today from the morning also it's no change in Bhangar, it seems, in spite of having more than 900 CAPF deployed.
Well, Kamalika, we're going to try and get you back on the phone. There's a lot of hollowness and echo in the way when you're speaking, from where you're speaking. But visuals coming in from Bhangar is what she's saying. ISF and CPM alleging Trinamool Congress has attacked them. There are other visuals that have come through. Bombs are still on the road, we are given to understand. One of the cops, this cop who's chasing the people around, and others with the lathis trying to use sticks, etc. Then he also finds a stone being pelted at him. There you go. Something will land on his head as he comes near. Back on, ladies and gentlemen. Just about 9 hours left before the polling booths will close, voting will come to a close, the ballot will be cast, and thereafter there will be no more chance to exercise your franchise. 57 seats, the final phase of Lok Sabha 2024. Go out and vote, ladies and gentlemen. Make your vote count. It's going to be a historic mandate one way or the other. There will be lots that will be spoken of as we bring up and queue up the exit polls post 5 p.m. this evening at CNN News 18. But right now, from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. till 6 p.m., ladies and gentlemen, the focus will be on the voter, on these 57 seats. 13 seats in eastern Uttar Pradesh. There are critical seats in Odisha, all the seats in Punjab, all the seats in Himachal, and important seats in the state of Bihar. Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob with us. We'll go across to our guests also. Javed Ansari stays on with us. We'll have Pratim Ranjan Bose joining us. Karan Verma stays on with us. Some key contests when we talk about Bihar. Patna Sahib, Anshul Avijit versus Ravi Shankar Prasad. Will this herald the comeback of Ravi Shankar Prasad, who was perhaps into cognizance in terms of after losing his position as a law minister, becoming a senior national spokesperson? Now will he be able to claw his way back? Story there. Misa Bharti versus Ram Kripal Yadav of the BJP. Once again, Lalu Yadav actively campaigning for his kin, including Rohini Acharya and Misa Bharti. Misa Bharti very vocal, saying that the India Alliance is going to form the government. Sarkar to hamari ban rahi hai is the confidence that has been espoused. 300 par INDIA, says Tejasvi Yadav. But will it all manifest, ladies and gentlemen? Bihar itself is complex. The JDU was with the BJP when they came to power in the assembly. Then he walked out and was with the INDIA. Now walked out and now with the BJP during the Lok Sabha elections. Will the story of Palturam and the JDU impact RJD and also the BJP? We have to ask this question because these 40 seats are critical. RK Singh, Ara Bihar versus Sudama Prasad. Again, RK Singh doing a lot of work as a power minister, connecting Bharat and ensuring some mega goals, including green energy. Will all these goals, all the work that's been put, and also his efforts in the constituency pay off for the former Union Home Secretary? These are big questions, ladies and gentlemen. Bihar itself presents a very unique situation. In Karkat in Bihar, Upendra Kushwaha up against Raja Ram Singh. Now the allies will come into play. What will happen? How much of the NDA alliances, not just the BJP and the JDU, some of the smaller parties, will they impact, help? The LJP, both factions are there, the HUM is there, all of them, will they accumulate that critical number of vote share to assure the kind of return that they got in 2019? Can they repeat that in 2024? How's the situation? Let's go across the man on the magic wall with all the numbers, and he breaks it down brilliantly for us.
So 8 out of 40, the final 8 seats in Bihar are voting today. The capital is voting today. If you're from Patna, please go out and cast your vote. It is a high-profile battle. Ravi Shankar Prasad is a sitting MP from there. He was part of Mr. Modi's cabinet in 14 and 19. Then, of course, in 21, he got dropped from the cabinet. But he's got the ticket. He's one of the old guard, old war horses who's got the ticket. He's up against Anshul Avijit of the Congress Party, familiar TV face, used to be a journalist, the son of former Speaker Meera Kumar. He's taking on Ravi Shankar Prasad. The neighboring constituency of Patliputra is also a high-profile battle. Again, it's a familial battle, if you will. Ram Kripal Yadav is now with the BJP. Misa Bharti, daughter of Lalu Prasad Yadav. So it's a Yadav versus Yadav fight in Patliputra. Last time she took on Ravi Shankar Prasad, she couldn't defeat him. And then you have the neighboring constituency of Ara, RK Singh. He's in a good position in that seat. Also in this phase, in the 8 seats, 3 seats are what the JDU had won. And I think that's going to be critical because you have the Karakat seat where Upendra Kushwaha, they've had a fallout. He's, of course, now fighting on the NDA's ticket. He's taking on Raja Ram Singh of the CPI-ML. So it's ally versus ally in the seat of Karakat. But again, if you look at the vote share difference, and this is really the mountain that the India Alliance has to climb in states like Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, 57.2% is the vote share of the NDA, almost 60%. And the India Alliance vote share is under 25%. So it's almost like a 2.5 times a mountain that they have to climb. And let me bring in Rahul Shivshankar and distract him from reading the newspaper this morning. This is the challenge. Saurav is also joining us from Patna. But this is the challenge for the India Alliance, that in many of these places, in UP, in Bihar, they have nearly half the vote share to climb. They're at 25%, the NDA at 60%. So even if there is anti-incumbency, some amount of discontentment, local MP they're not happy with, you have 2.5 times the mountain to climb.
Just flip this. Just flip this entire thing. About 15 years ago, who would have thought that regional parties representing smaller caste interests would be completely disaggregated, really, by the Bharatiya Janata Party? The Bharatiya Janata Party today has become, in the north, the sole delivery SPV, special purpose vehicle, of maximum number of castes. It has broken out of its upper caste sort of image and has expanded. Now, the credit for that definitely goes to the Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. The work had already begun. Let's not forget, in the last few years of the UPA, where many of the regional parties were only promising voice or swar to these backward castes, nothing much more. And in fact, some of them had become so dominant that they had become oppressor castes themselves. So today, the BJP has stormed into that vacuum. And that's why you see that 50+ % aggregation of votes, because they appeal now all across. So that is the fundamental
compared to the IND. If you look at, sorry, I'm just interrupting you here. The interesting number, you said 57% and 2.5 times to the India Alliance. The BJP's 36% vote share is 12.5%, is 12% above the INDI Alliance. So even if there is not a JDU, if the JDU goes to the INDI Alliance, that's when that vote share becomes like a multiplier and tries to push the BJP and put it under the pump. But if the JDU does not, even if it does not return 17%, even if it returns, say, 10%, the BJP and that NDA Alliance still is stronger.
That's because, as I said, this enduring caste coalition that the BJP has managed to stitch together, it is becoming, and very quickly, it has replaced the Congress really as the party that represents the maximum number of constituencies. I'm not talking about geographies, but I'm talking about castes.
So it's called the Big Tent Party, right? The BJP is the Big Tent Party. Saurav, I think, is joining us from Patna.
भाई पटना साहब में कौन झंडा गाड़ रहा है? टेंट की बात हो रही है, सौरभ बताओ. जावेद अंसारी, प्रतिम रंजन बोस, करण.
Saurav, I think, is joining us from Patna.
भाई पटना साहब में कौन झंडा गाड़ रहा है? टेंट की बात हो रही है, सौरभ बताओ. Javed Ansari, Pratim Ranjan Bose, Karan Verma is with us. But Saurabh, how's the voter turnout there and what is happening?
See, Anand, frankly speaking, Patna Sahib is considered as a safe seat for BJP, and that is the reason why, earlier Shatrughan Sinha got the ticket. He won for 2 times, and after that he was denied ticket, and then the ticket was given to Ravi Shankar Prasad in the last election, and now again he is going to contest in this particular seat. But interesting seat is not Patna Sahib. Interesting seat is Patliputra, because the candidates, the candidates are Misa Bharti. She is the daughter of Lalu Prasad, and on the other hand, Ram Kripal Yadav. Although Ram Kripal Yadav has won that constituency 2 times, but the margin of votes were very less. It was below 40,000 in both the times, and especially when the RJD was fighting alone. But this time, because RJD is in coalition with Congress and left, and this particular seat has a good numbers of Muslim Yadav, OBCs, EBCs, and other caste. So this particular seat of Patliputra is going to be interesting because the margin was less. So RJD people, they are expecting that Misa Bharti this time could become a problem for Ram Kripal Yadav. But now currently I am here in Patna Sahib, where the constituency of Ravi Shankar Prasad is here. Already Lalu Prasad and Rabri Devi, as well as Rohini Acharya, they have casted their vote. But again, I'm saying that 2 more seats is interesting here. And that will be Karakat, where we see 2 Kushwahas fighting, and on the other hand, the Bhojpuri superstar Pawan Singh is going to dent Upendra Kushwaha's vote bank. So that seat will be again interesting. And also Jahanabad, where we have seen anti-incumbency against Chandeshwar Chandravanshi, who is contesting against Raja Ram Singh, and also the Arun Kumar, who is a Bhumiyar leader, and Jahanabad is considered as a Bhumiyar dominated seat. So this time the BJP and the JDU didn't give the seat to a Bhumiyar leader, for which the Bhumiyars of that constituency, they are not happy. So that makes that seat interesting. And now we are here at this particular constituency, where more than 22 lakh voters in Patliputra, they are going to cast their vote today. Overall 1.6 crore voters are going to cast their vote in Bihar, in over 16,000 polling stations, and more than 77 lakh women are voting today in Bihar. So that is a huge number, where we see 8 constituencies are going on polls today, and we are seeing good numbers of people. They are coming here and they are casting their vote right since morning. We have one of the person over here who has just come out and casted. What was the issue that came into your mind before voting?
Literally, सबसे पहले मुद्दा तो job है. Job is only the option, because through job we can utilize our. Literally, we have a right to vote, no? So we should utilize our rights. Job is only the issue.
Jobs are the issue. Jobs are the issue on
job
ground.
is the biggest issue.
And
this was the main issue that was raised by Tejashwi Yadav.
Correct. Tejasvi has
Tejasvi
raised this issue on ground. The other interesting part that you said is that a lot of caste equations, and when the realignments are happening, then there are other castes who traditionally backed the BJP who are also standing up in revolt. And this is something which has been seen not just in Bihar. It's happened in UP, it's happened in Rajasthan, it's happened in Haryana, it's happened in a lot of the other places where some of these Savarns or the upper castes and some of the other have turned around and said कि भाई आप हमारा साथ कैसे छोड़ सकते हो, हमको कैसे नहीं दे रहा सीट, तो then हम भी आपके खिलाफ we will do something. Now this is a nice, interesting dynamic on ground. How much of this hurts the BJP, hurts the NDA's cause, or helps somebody else? We have to wait and see. But let's quickly get the sense from Javed Ansari, Pratim Ranjan Bose and Karan Verma. Bihar presents a very, very interesting situation. 40 seats, again, very, very critical. Pichli bar 39 seats went to the NDA. This time around, do you believe that there are other reasons, things? Javed Ansari has already spoken कि बिहार में काफी कुछ अलग हो रहा है, and does that mirror somewhere what's the sentiment that you feel, Javed ji, is in Eastern Uttar Pradesh?
No, Eastern Uttar Pradesh and Bihar are a different story. In Eastern Uttar Pradesh, you asked me a question earlier, what has changed from the previous elections? Akhilesh Yadav has done something which has gone unnoticed largely, is that he's tried to expand, cut away, move away from just the MY combination. He started with PDA. So if you go through the list of his candidates, there are lesser Yadavs and lesser Muslims and more of these smaller castes, intermediate castes, the Sakyas, the Pals, the Pasis, the Mauryas, the Kurmis, the Koiris, he's done that. So he's tried to offset whatever losses he may or may not incur by the fact that the BSP is not with them. In Bihar, when the India Alliance was first formed, one of the things that everybody should taunt the BJP was that you had 39 out of 40 last time. And now that Nitish Kumar has switched and there are 13 parties ranged against you, where are you going to make this number up? But Mr. Nitish Kumar surprised us. And I for one cannot put my money on the fact that he will not surprise us again.
Right.
I would certainly not rule that out, but nonetheless. So the interesting battle is Patliputra. You know, there's a long story. Ram Kripal Yadav was like a family aide of Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Yep.
He was a shadow. He used to help him make his khaini for him. And then he went and fishforked bought his daughter, and she's given to very intemperate remarks. She made some very intemperate remarks against him. Iska gatta, wrist, will cut off his wrist. The fact that he's daring to stand against us. And to Ram Kripal's credit, even today, he doesn't utter a word in anger or in annoyance against Lalu Yadav. He's maintained that old relation. Unfortunately, Lalu's family, especially his daughters and the younger son, the elder son, have not.
You know, there are two silent voters, or let's just put it like this, that voters that don't really get mapped in isolation, which is the woman voter. In Bihar, for example, this time, and this is after phase 5, out of the 24 constituencies that went to polls, 21 saw larger women voter turnout than men. Now, you can attribute it to various other factors, but they are making a choice. They are defining the election. And also, in Uttar Pradesh, the overriding concern that women had for a very long time, and this is above caste and everything, is security, their own security. That there is no doubt about under Mr. Yogi, and this is something that used to be referred to also during Mayawati's time, that crime had actually come down, but in a different way. Here, crime has come down in a way that impacts people's lives directly. You have much more security to go out and do things, kind of freedom that has not been seen before. And number two, the recipient of beneficiaries. Let's not forget those, the Labhartis. They are the ones who don't look at caste, they don't look at individual affiliation, they look at what they have benefited from the state, which seems to be a lot more responsive than it has ever been. So these two categories
delivery
of voters, delivery,
beneficiary,
and this is where the BJP has been able to build this caste coalition that I'm talking about. And despite the fact that Akhilesh, as Mr. Ansari is saying, has played a clever game when it came to ticketing, i.e. giving a large number of tickets to people beyond the MY, traditional M-by combination.
In fact, I just want to add to Javed Ansari's point. Akhilesh Yadav, the SP has given only 5 Yadav tickets. All 5 of them happen to be from the family. Dimple, Akhilesh himself is fighting, Dharmendra Yadav, etc. Other than those 5, he's not given a single Yadav the ticket. Even Muslims, I think there's only one Samajwadi Party Muslim candidate. The rest of them, 50% of the tickets that he's given are to backward castes. So some backward castes to the other. But again, I want to just take that point further with Pratim Ranjan Bose and Karan Verma as well. Caste is not just a singular factor. Caste is a multiplier, yes. But the basic thing is, are people satisfied with the incumbent government? Are they not satisfied with the incumbent government? To my mind, that is still, even today, the defining factor in every election. Are people happy with the incumbent? Are they unhappy with the incumbent? Now, caste and everything else sort of gets added upon that as a layer. So, Pratim Ranjan Bose, let's take, for example, in the case of Bengal, we can talk about the Muslim vote and the women vote and all of that. Ultimately, it boils down to, are people happy with Mamta? Are they unhappy with Mamta? I think that's what this election in Bengal certainly boils down to.
Yes, with respect to Bengal, that is correct. The state politics dominates the Lok Sabha election. But that is not true for the rest of India, including in Northeast. So, given that over here, and I think if you should add another factor to West Bengal's case, that the inertia, because of the general tendency is whether it is from voters or from politics, the general tendency is to stay at ground for too long, right? You don't see change over here. So there is a general, apathy to change very quickly. Otherwise, you can't really explain why a government had been there for 34 years.
Correct.
And one chief minister for nearly 24 years. So, all the known logics for anti-establishment goes wrong there. So West Bengal should not be taken as a test case. It should be taken as an exception, and the results are, it is that there is a change in the corner is quite evident in the way BJP came up. Remember, unlike in other places, BJP didn't have the advantage of taking a local ally with it. It is fighting on its own. So here is a test case for BJP, given that it has an ambition to build its own, expand its own footprints. In case of West Bengal, it is going on its own without any ally. So that there lies the distinction.
Right.
No, but this whole thing about Parivartan, that's how Mamata came to power. In 2011, Parivartan was the big buzzword. Again, in 2019, Parivartan was the big buzzword. I don't hear Parivartan as the big buzzword this time around.
The Parivartan may not be the buzzword because it's not Mamata Banerjee who's calling about Parivartan, but on ground, is there a sentiment which is quiet and which says we've had enough of what is going on? And is there this entire aspect? One is either fervor or the other one is fear. These are two aspects which need to influence and that bring in a sentiment. Now, is there a fear factor that's also come in? Very interesting analogy that was drawn by some of the core Bengalis when I was in Kolkata is that Bengal has always voted in a binary. It's always been Hindu and Muslim, but it was cloaked in leftist colors, with saying that, oh, this is a more secular facade. But that's not there, and it's all come undone now. Just an update on the Kultali incident. Today morning at 6:40 a.m., reserve EVMs and all papers of the sector officer of sector number 4 in Beni Madhavpur FP school, Sri Chotu Mondal, has been looted by a local mob and is reported to be thrown into a pond. 1 CU, 1 BU, 2 VVPAT machines have been thrown. Sector police was a little behind. FIR has been done by the sector officer. Poll process in all 6 booths of Sector 4 is currently running. So this is the update that Kamalika has just shared with us, that this is what happened. Now, this is taking, again, booth capturing, violence, etc. to another level. Crude bombs, lathis, fights are there from both sides, ladies and gentlemen. We have the Union Minister Amit Shah also now at Somnath Temple in Gujarat. This was as per his schedule. We'll try and get you those visuals in a bit. But first, it's Kangana Ranaut speaking in Mandi.
हमारे लिए जो है ये जो मोदी की लहर है ये समस्त हिमाचल प्रदेश में है। मोदी जी ने जो है इस बार कम से कम लगभग 200 रैलियां की हुई हैं। 2 महीने के छोटे से अंतराल में ना जाने 80-90 से ज्यादा इंटरव्यू किए हुए हैं और उनका जो काम है वो पूरे भारतवर्ष में जो उसकी गारंटी है, उनका लोहा जो है पूरा भारतवर्ष और हिमाचल प्रदेश भी मानता है। तो हम जो है मोदी जी की सेना है और मुझे जो है अवश्य ही मंडी पार्लियामेंट्री का आशीर्वाद मिलेगा और मोदी जी को जो है यहाँ पर भी हम लोग 4 की 4 सीटें जो है वो मिलेगी।
ध्यान करने गए हैं, सवाल उठा रहा है, मोदी जी ध्यान लगा रहे हैं, अभी
मोदी जी जो है वो ध्यान अभी नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो जब राजनेता भी नहीं थे, जब कहीं ना कहीं पॉलिटिक्स से बिल्कुल नहीं जुड़े थे, तब भी हम लोग उनके कितने चित्र देखते हैं। यहाँ हिमालय की वादियों में वो न जाने कितने दशकों तक वो तपस्या करते रहे, वो कितने दशकों तक जो है ध्यान करते रहे। अब इन लोगों को उनके ध्यान से दिक्कत है। जो एक इंसान का जो है जीवन शैली जीने का तरीका है, वो इंसान अपनी जीवन शैली जीने का तरीका नहीं भूल सकता। अगर वो जो है ध्यान करते हैं तो करते आए हैं, अब भी करेंगे, उसमें क्या पता। मोदी जी अवश्य ही 400 पार में 4 की 4 जो है हिमाचल की सीट।
All 4 seats of Himachal, but the transition from Abhineta to Neta, have you noticed that with Kangana Ranaut? She's speaking in the local lehja. जो मोदी जी जो है, this is a very local lehza in Mandi and
with the pahadi topi.
Yeah, pahadi topi, and not just the Veshbhusha, the talk itself, the dialect itself has become so localized through her campaigning, and the transition from Neta to Abhineta to Neta is also quite visible. Let's bring it back to Bihar and Bengal. Karan Verma, your thought process on Bihar. Even as we heard Kangana Ranaut there, we'll try and get you the pictures of Amit Shah when they're ready with us. He is in Somnath and he's offering prayers there at Somnath. But Karan Verma, Bihar.
You know, Anand, Rahul just pointed this out, and I'll just give you some perspective about Bihar. I visit Bihar quite often. There are 1.6 crore rural households in Bihar, which has close to a population of around 13 crores. Barely 2% had tap water connection before 2019. Just imagine the enormity of it. Today, there is 90% coverage of tap water. I mean, the biggest beneficiary of Nal Se Jal has been Bihar. And it matters. It matters to the Mahila voter. I mean, a lot of people are fixated on the M factor. For me, the M factor is the Mahila voter. And it is beyond caste. As Rahul also said, you know, BJP is no longer a pariah for any caste. I mean, it's been a magnet. It has expanded its social base, and once it's expanded its social base, and once it's available as an option, people see how it's delivered, whether it's housing, whether it's toilets, whether it's tap water, and that matters directly to the woman voter. So I think BJP has an immense amount of goodwill there. I don't think local factors are going to matter as much, and that's why we were surprised back in 2019 also. Nobody gave BJP 39 out of 40 at that time, BJP, LJP and JDU combined. So I see a repeat of that happening.
And you know, we're not even talking about things like Lakpati Didi. We're not talking about, you know, self-help programs at the village level that have made women into entrepreneurs. We're not even talking about the next phase. The Prime Minister has done something extremely clever by the way of signaling. He has told people that they can become completely independent of the electricity grid themselves by becoming electricity entrepreneurs, get free electricity. He's not giving them electricity like the AAP has done, which is through, you know, someone else footing the bill of a subsidy. He has said that, look, I will give you infrastructure which I'll put on top of your roofs. You'll have solar panels, you'll generate electricity, you'll be rid of paying your bill, and you can become a net producer and earn money. And this is something that has happened in large parts of Eastern Europe over the last 20, 30 years, where a large number of people became, in fact, earners of electricity. And of course, there is no comparison between, you know, per capita incomes between, but even there, when times were tough, this became an important source of revenue. So I'm just saying, look at the scale, look at the way in which empowerment plays in the mind.
That is something that Ravi Kishan just said. Ravi Kishan said कि हमने तो plan बनाया कि आपके लिए बिजली भी अब free हो जाएगा. So this is exactly elucidating this method of solar panels. And just recently, some Indian innovators have reduced the cost. They've brought down the cost of the solar panels by about 180%.
I mean, and there are going to be subsidies. I think Karan has pretty much seen this in practice. He does travel, and he's obviously seen this at the ground level. And therefore, as I was saying, a large number of these schemes have been added. And we've also forgotten about Ayushman Bharat. We've forgotten about a large number of other things that went out there. So, and then overarching factor is the mandir. The identity.
This Sanatan Astha, even as we have pictures of Amit Shah here at Somnath,
there you go.
The comfort that the top leadership of the BJP shows when they are in a temple, when they are practicing or doing rituals, Sabhyata, Sanatan Astha, is evident. They are very comfortable in their skin. How much of this is going to have an impact? Pratim Ranjan Bose, in Bengal, Boirogoto and Ram is not from Bengal. That was a narrative in 2019. This time around, everybody is saying Jai Shri Ram and everybody is giving out, celebrating Ram Navami. So what changed? And how much of an impact will this have, this underlying sentiment? Vishwas and Vikas.
Yeah, Anand, couple of factors. Number one, this is a strange election in West Bengal where voters are silent. So whatever we are talking is on our anticipation, but voters are silent. Second, is Ram will be the single biggest influencing factor in this election.
You believe so?
I do. I do.
Whereas it's never been overtly stated. There is no overt manifestation of
No,
Ram Mandir
nothing.
amongst the voters. Nobody is saying it overtly.
Nothing. It is all undercurrent. People, I understand this is, a strategy on the part of voters. They have seen enough of violence, particularly after 2021. So this time they have gone silent and are doing whatever they would love to, whether voting in favor of BJP or whether TMC or not voting anyone. So that is the case. And the third point is when Jaka asked me about the, whether there is, so that partly answers Jaka's point that there is no anti-establishment wave in West Bengal. Now, I am just taking a cue from this reference of Jal Jeevan pipe drinking water in Bihar. Yes, I know that Bihar has done well, and in fact, the majority of the states in this country have done very well. West Bengal is the laggard most in this list. They just issued contracts. The state has to pave it way, right? So the contracts were issued. I can see just before the election, there has been a lot of activity. Now, the point comes here. Whether voters in West Bengal really, are able enough to talk about development and etc., whether that is the real big issue over here, or whether the mandate is always kind of dominated by some other factor. I am only pointing at what Anand said about a fear factor.
No, I want to elaborate on that point about the Ram Mandir. And Javed Ansari is from Uttar Pradesh. If the Ram Mandir impact, what is the one big criticism about this election, or one big fear for the BJP in this election, is that there is no one issue. Like you had Balakot last time around, it was a big emotional issue. Everywhere you went, people were talking about, Modi ji ne ghar mein ghus ke mara. This time there was no emotional connect. And if Ram Mandir has to have an emotional connect, as the BJP was hoping, you would have heard it in Uttar Pradesh more than in any other state. Javed Ansari, did you hear that? I mean, even BJP folks themselves were saying that we were hoping that it would be more voluble. At least the voter is not volubly talking about the Ram Mandir being the single biggest emotional issue in this election.
You're spot on, Zaka. I haven't heard this. I haven't seen this resonate. BJP hasn't raised it, at least publicly, the way they termed it earlier. They haven't. And therefore, to a lot of people, a lot of friends, people I went to school with and college with and who still live in Uttar Pradesh, I speak to them, whatever little I've traveled, I haven't seen this issue. It's not one of the main issues. It's not the issue on which the elections are.
I actually disagree.
And if it's...
I completely disagree. I think what Mr. Bose was saying, we need to listen very closely to what he was saying. I think that the agglomeration has actually happened with Hindu voters, with the Ram Mandir and other emotive religious factors in mind. But I completely disagree that there is no election issue. There are issues. It's just that we are not seeing them in the framework that we usually would expect to see in elections, which is delivery, the guarantee. That is the single most...
Rahul, I was not saying that there are no election issues. I said Ram Mandir. A pointed question was asked.
I kind of disagree with you on that. That's all I'm saying.
You're welcome to.
No, of course. I mean, you're right where you
see, it's not been an overt sentiment.
Let me just finish, Anand. I just wanted to just finish that point. I think the issue of this election, and you must understand where the BJP is coming from. They have realized that the one individual that can guarantee them success beyond and above any other is Mr. Modi, because he is campaigning definitively on two issues. I will deliver all without prejudice. Please understand, after the first phase, apart from just saying I will deliver, it's my guarantee, he homed in and said I will deliver without prejudice. And who was he telling this to? The OBCs. He was telling this to anyone who cared to listen. He said, I am not going to take your share and give it to one vote bank. I will give it to all of you equally. I am not saying that jiska hak uska, whatever that word was.
Jiski jitni sankhya bhari.
Yeah, sankhya bhari, whatever, all of that. I will deliver equally to everyone without prejudice. That has become an issue, whether we like it or not. Now, whether it plays out, it has that connect, because many people anecdotally say that, when you're running an election campaign on bread and butter issues, it's not going to really make that sort of inroads into the people's hearts and minds. I think that's where we are going to have a surprise.
No, Rahul, look, I'm very clear about this. The
Yes.
reason why the Prime Minister made that reference in Banswara, it started from Rajasthan, was because there was a concern, there was low voter turnout in places like Rajasthan, and this was a way to gin up the base. Let's be very, very clear about it. The BJP has to go back to its calling card, and the calling card was to gin up the base. And whether or not that resulted in increased voter turnout, from phases 5, 6, we've seen more voter turnout. But certainly, I don't think this was, as you put it, telling people, I'm going to deliver without prejudice. I come back to that point. The emotional issue of this election, what was it? Like I said, BJP was hoping it would be Ram Mandir. I'm not sure, at least at a voluble level, voters were saying that.
The BJP said Vikas bhi, Virasat bhi. See, they changed the Vishwas name to Virasat and said that whatever is ours, we will protect and we'll reclaim. Ram Mandir is Virasat. So that's how the entire aspect moved away just from faith to also civilizational existence and what is something integral to Bharat, which was being tried to, the effort to try and preserve that. So that's the shift. Pratim Ranjan Bose raised his hand. That's the shift that happened, that Ram Mandir is Virasat. Sengol is Virasat. Dwarka is Virasat.
Absolutely.
Vindhyachal is Virasat. So all of this is, Ram Memorial is Virasat. Kanyakumari, Rock Memorial is Virasat.
Absolutely. Only looking at the Ram Mandir through a narrow religious prism may not be right. Because the whole idea was...
We're talking about the election. We're talking about the election. Was there an emotional issue in this election?
The election emotional issue was via the Virasat card. Via the Virasat card, the emotional issue was that.
The emotional issue was that I'm going to give you a better life. What greater? Whether it is through Virasat or whether it is through Vikas or a combination of both.
The emotional issue to the Hindu, as Zaka called it, was from over the first phase, that your quota is being taken away and given to Muslims. I will protect that. That was a simple emotional issue there. That the Prime Minister put it out there. But along with that, what did he say? Listen, I'm acting. I'm walking the talk by saving whatever is core, integral Hindutva, beacons. Be it the Shakti Peeth, be it Shardama in Titwal, be it Kanyakumari, be it the Sengol in Parliament. All of this is also our Virasat. This is also our heritage. Pratim Ranjan Bose, yes.
See, I think first of all, let us just distinguish whether there is Ram is not an issue in this election or whether BJP did not want to make it an issue in this election. I think there is a very wide distinction between these two. I do agree with the Virasat part of the 4 original demands of BJP 4 decades ago. 2.5, if you include triple talaq, are achieved by Mr. Modi. So that part, and the one will be done. Everyone is confident that the other one will be done. UCC. So that being so, I think BJP or Mr. Modi has been here to rebuild the image, whether it is his image or party's image, all put together, revealed the image beyond this Hindutva. And this is in tune with the slogan of Develop India in 2047.
Right.
So the election, now there is also another importance of this move. The moment you remove religion part, there is no major complaint against Mr. Modi. The rest are all very minor. Very minor. Now, we should look at it in a positive manner. A government has been there for 10 years and there is no complaint. This is, when I say no, I am not meaning, that every minor detail that the tap has not been there or nobody has not been there. I am saying generally there is no anti-wave.
A huge irritant or a huge factor that becomes a mood that sets the mood against the incumbent. So you're saying there is no major anti-factor. But this is also a phase where the BJP did not actually max out. So let's try and bring it back to the numbers and understand the overall picture of this phase, Zaka. 57 seats, how much did the BJP win the last time? And where is it that they need to cover ground?
So again, I come back to, the big fights in this election. Of course, the BJP got 11 out of 13 seats in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, including, of course, Banaras, where the Prime Minister is the incumbent MP from. There are 9 seats in Bengal. All 9 were won by the Trinamool last time around. 3 seats in Jharkhand, 2 by the BJP, 1 by the JMM. In fact, the JMM fight there is again a very, very deeply personal one. Sita Soren, the sister-in-law of Hemant Soren, is fighting on a BJP ticket. So that fight in Dumka is one to watch out for. Odisha, we've been talking for the last 2 or 3 phases now. This is, new territory for the BJP. This is where they're going. They're hoping to expand and expand in coastal Odisha. And then, of course, there is Punjab and Himachal, where Punjab, of course, again, for the BJP, it's going to be difficult terrain because of the farmer protests. There may be 1 or 2 seats where they're competitive in. And, of course, like I said, for the first time in the last 25 years, they're fighting on their own in Punjab without the Akali Dal. Himachal, of course, they swept all 4 seats last time around as well. The difference, I think, in this election, in this phase, of course, like Anand said, out of almost 60 seats, BJP had 25 with 34% vote share. The number 2 party in this phase is actually Trinamool Congress with 9 seats. And the Congress had 8, all 8 from Punjab. So if you add TMC and Congress, that is 17 seats, it's still short of what the BJP won because the BJP won big in Uttar Pradesh. And I keep going back to this. I think I said this to Rahul yesterday, that this election can only be competitive if there's going to be a major change in UP. And so far, from what all of us have traveled to UP, we're not hearing, I mean, there are disgruntlements here and there in some pockets. The Jats are unhappy in some places. Some of the lower castes are unhappy in other places. But not enough to say that there's going to be some colossal change of fortunes in Uttar Pradesh. I think that really what my mind is.
31 top electoral events at a huge scale the Prime Minister executed in Uttar Pradesh itself, knowing fully well. I did a show a few days back on Uttar Pradesh, and I was a little provocative, saying that, look, the UPA thinks, the India Alliance thinks it's winning, but it can't win without Uttar Pradesh, and gave a large number of historical points for it. And clearly, even now, in this particular phase, what strikes me is that the Congress expects to get close to 100 to even begin to hurt the BJP. But in this particular phase, it's got 8 seats, all of them from one basket, Punjab. Is it going to hang on to all of those 8?
All of those 8.
So, the assumption
there are multiple ways to look at these numbers.
All the 52 that we won, we are going to win again.
Here is where there are 2 arguments. One is that the INDIA has to be 272 par. The other one is that the NDA is aiming to be 400 par. Now, phase 7, Zaka, bear me out on the numbers. Phase 7 is after phase 1, the weakest phase of the BJP in terms of conversion from 2019. If you look at, so this is less than 50% conversion in phase 7.
Yeah.
Phase 1 was also less than 50% conversion. So phase 1 is 102 seats. Phase 7 is 57 seats. So these 160 seats overall, phase 1 and phase 7, are these the BJP's weakest?
Well, if you look at it from the point of view that, phase 1, for example, had the state of Tamil Nadu. Again, it's fresh terrain for the BJP because they don't have a sitting MP from Tamil Nadu. There were parts of Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, where, of course, the BJP won. North Rajasthan, which voted in the first phase, is a concern. In fact, some senior leaders of the BJP have said that they may lose 1 or 2 seats in Rajasthan. That's where the whole low voter turnout business started from places like Churu, Jhunjhunu, etc. And it's again in Rajasthan that the Prime Minister made that famous call in the April 21 rally in Banswara. There was Western Uttar Pradesh. Western Uttar Pradesh may not be that much of a problem for the BJP this time because the RLD is also part. Last time, this is again an area where the SP-BSP alliance worked reasonably well. So in the first phase, like you said, the conversion was less than 30%. The DMK was the second largest in that phase, the Congress with 15. And these are traditional areas where the BJP may not have done all that well. If you were to look at this phase, which is the final phase, it started on April 19th, it's ending on June 1. In this final phase again, if you leave aside this belt of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, 13 seats, and the 8 seats of Bihar that are going to polls, so aside of those 20 seats, a bulk of the seats are in non-BJP stronghold areas. Punjab, they had 2 last time. This time, will they be able to open their account? We'll have to wait and see. Bengal, 9 seats. BJP did not win a single one of those 9 seats. Again, in Odisha, 7 seats, of which the BJP had only 2. The BJD had 5. So the point is, the conversion is low. It's only around the 30% figure. Whereas if you look at all other phases where UP was voting, other parts of Bihar were voting, the conversion was 45%, some phases even 50%. That's because the BJP stronghold seats are not in phase 7 or for that matter in phase 1 as Anand was
Now, if
asking.
the BJP needs to get to 350, they need to have a 70% conversion rate. out of 542 seats, if they want to get to 350, let's say they need at least a 70%, if not more. So I'm just saying 70% conversion rate. Here it's 40%. Phase 1 was 40%. In this phase, if they need to get to a 70%, they not only have to retain these 25 seats, they have to pinch 9 plus 8, 17 plus 4, 21, and this BSP, 23, and these 4. The rest, I don't know how many of them are the NDA allies. They have to get 27 seats. So they have to have 25 seats, plus out of these 27, they need to pinch at least 10 or 15. Now, that's where the question is, where is the opportunity? Where is the opportunity for the BJP to retain 25 and also pinch another 15 if they want to get to a 70% conversion?
Anecdotally, the opportunity exists in Odisha and in Bengal, theoretically. I mean, you have nothing in Bengal. You might want to at least get 1 or 2 of those seats. They might be to grow in Odisha. That's why, if you noticed, 2 phases ago, the Prime Minister completely dropped any pretense of being an also-ran in Odisha. He took on Mr. Patnaik directly. That was the turning point. That was the point inflection, because you started moving away from the seats that the BJP was sure on to areas in Odisha where the BJP has not traditionally done very well, which is the eastern border. And that's when he decided that the gloves are off. I'm going to go for the jugular, and I'm going to now insinuate things about Mr. Patnaik, which may or may not be true. I don't know. But the fact is, Mr. Patnaik became front and center an issue. His health became an issue. His durability became an issue. His development record became an issue. Something that we hadn't seen in the past as far as the Prime Minister and Mr. Patnaik were concerned. There was generally a respect for each other. They didn't mention each other. They talked about everything else under the sun. So,
here is the question
when we say, let's say the India alliance in Uttar Pradesh is a mountain to climb, or in Bihar they have a mountain to climb. The BJP has a bit of a mountain to climb in Odisha.
Yeah.
There's a 15% vote share difference between BJP and BJD. Assuming, let's say, there's some amount of anti-incumbency, the Congress's vote share might dip to single digits, so the BJP will pinch some of that.
But this is also a fundamentally different election. You are seeing now visible signs of atrophy, let's put it that way. Not just in leadership, but also physicality of the totem pole, the talismanic figure of Odisha. But I would just want to flip this again. Where does the opposition have room to grow? Let's fundamentally begin to look at that. The AAP, yes, but at whose cost?
Yeah.
Right, in Punjab. Let's look at it. The
we'll have to
TMC
pause
can't get
this
more than
conversation
it
because
is
we
already
just
got.
got more pictures coming in from Kanyakumari. The man who's now going to be driving this 65% plus conversion, he is going to step out of meditation very soon. But day 3 of his presence at Kanyakumari, the 1st of June, these are this morning's visuals of the Prime Minister doing his early morning puja, the Arghya to Surya Dev, or at the sunrise. This is the confluence of 3 big seas and oceans, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian Ocean, the Bay of Bengal, and the Arabian Sea. And at this point, you can see both the sunrise and the sunset. That's very unique that you see both the east and the west on the sea itself. And this is Prime Minister Narendra Modi's pictures of him in meditation. This will conclude today afternoon, but this is day 2. And he continues his entire ritual of the sadhana, the puja, the walk around, and of course, he's got the japamala in his hand, which he's using to do his various rounds of chanting. At the Vivekananda Rock Memorial, yet again, another day of the circumambulation of the statue of Swami Vivekananda, the puja, and in front of there, prayer being offered, and then the walk around while he is doing the chanting. Now, this is Dhyan, the Anulom Vilom or yogic pranayam, and the kriya that he's offered. Omkara is the chant that is used by those who are followers of the Vivekananda Kendra. This was set up by Eknath Ranade, and the whole chant, the spiritual push was Omkara. So this, and by Omkara, because it's the universal sound, and it is part of all the prathas and paramparas of the Hindu way of life. And that's why that was what was adopted. And that's the Om chanting that you could hear the Prime Minister also doing in the visuals that came in on Friday. These are Saturday morning visuals that have just come in. That's the Arghya, or the prayer to Surya Bhagwan, where you have the chanting of the Gayatri mantra as you offer that Arghya. And this is post that, the Dhyana inside the Dhyana Mandapam. Aman Sharma joining us with more details. Yes, Aman.
Well, Anand, see, the Prime Minister will be is on his meditation exercise, and he's been there till last night also, and today also he'll be there till evening before he will return to Delhi finally. And this is a part of what senior BJP leaders are telling us, that it's been a grueling, long election campaign, and the Prime Minister is now utilizing this time, which is there before the counting day, to just be with God, be with himself, meditate. He's not speaking, he's not taking any sessions. He's just silently praying to God. And, when we were speaking to Nirmala Sitharaman a few days back, the finance minister told us how the Prime Minister has had a very close connection with both the Ramakrishna Mutt as well as Swami Vivekananda's life. And the Prime Minister that is the reason that the Prime Minister has gone to the Vivekananda Rock Memorial, a very, very holy place for Indians, she said. And this is where Ma Kanyakumari had prayed, meditated. Yes. Swami Vivekananda had meditated before going to Chicago. So this is the reason that the Prime Minister is there. And though the opposition has tried to play politics over the same, the BJP is very clear that they are not political religious tourists. The BJP always goes to temples, always goes to places which are close to the Indian way of thinking.
The politics and optics of it aside, Aman, there is another aspect. Swami Vivekananda envisioned one India, the dream, and what he laid out in that World Parliament or Parliament of World Religions in 1893, a lot of it stemmed from here. This is where he was enlightened. He emerged enlightened after 3 days of meditation on the rock. From the Prime Minister's point of view, Aman, and not from the political opposition narrative or anybody else's narrative, from the Prime Minister's point of view, and from where we are as a country today, based on the economics of it, based on the S&P ratings, based on the GDP output, based on where we are on the cusp of becoming the next growth story of the world, the growth engine of the world. What happened with China, we are on the cusp of it. Is this an endeavor from the Prime Minister to say, from here, if I get the mandate of the people, this is the time I'm going to spend to say what is the road ahead for me, for the vision that's been laid out by the Prime Minister for a Viksit Bharat of 2047? How much of it? And how would you see the criticism that a lot of it is also optics, because it's a multi-camera footage that's being released by the Prime Minister's office?
Well, Anand, absolutely. One thing is very, very clear, that the Prime Minister going there carries the message that, what his next term, he's getting, in a way, what senior BJP leaders have been telling me, he's getting fresh energy ahead of his third term, which will see, many BJP leaders are saying, big decisions happening. The Prime Minister will only be getting stronger from here. There'll be a more stronger, more firm government, a government which is more youthful. So also this message, to go to Kanyakumari, to Vivekananda Rock Memorial, also I think an effort to connect more with the youth of the country, the youth which will be driving the next government, we feel. And we were asking Mr. JP Nadda yesterday about what will be the roadmap for Modi 3.0, and he said that Mr. Modi firmly believes in bringing forward new talent, and the country is a shining star right now in the global scenario when markets in the other countries are not doing well. There is war going on in other parts of the world. India remains a shining star, and that is why we see the Prime Minister now in Kanyakumari, and on the 4th of June, hopefully, which the BJP is aiming and hoping for a big victory, we will see his whole roadmap and his whole vision being laid out in the third term of the Narendra Modi government.
Well, the sound of the engine of the universe is Om. That's the universal sound. Omkara is the sound or the chant of the Vivekananda Kendra. That's what the Prime Minister was chanting. And that's what we saw even at Somnath, where Amit Shah is there. So Om is what is integral, and it's credited to the researchers, the philosophers, the thinkers of Bharat's Virasat. So that's where the identification of Om also happened. So there is a spiritual angle to this too, a cultural angle, a Virasat angle, a heritage angle to this too. Plenty more. As the opposition takes pot shots at the Prime Minister for quasi-campaigning, we're going to take a very short break here on the Battle for Bharat. Kamalika is back with us. So there you go. The cop is also running back. So there is drama in Bangar, and there is another drama in Kultali in South 24 Parganas, where an EVM has been thrown into a pond. Kamalika, lots happening this morning in Bengal.
Yes, again now the old picture of Bhagor. Bhagor is always sensitive and it's a violence-prone area. And today in the morning also this allegation against Trinamool Congress is there. And as you can see, till now the bombs are there on the road. Right now the situation under there is control. But the very interesting thing has happened in Kultali, which falls under Joynagar Lok Sabha constituency in South 24 Pargana. There, the villagers allege that some of their the husbands of some of the women they were not allowed to sit as a polling agent and they were not allowed to vote. That's their allegation, and they were so much angry with this that they went inside the booth and took the EVM and then thrown the EVM in the pond. So that is what is again. This we have seen this picture in Panchayat election also. So the same picture we see in Janagar. As the morning starts, though Sandesh Khali today too is voting. It's all yesterday there was some allegation by BJP that the police has done excessive at the night in Sandesh Khali, where police has said that they went there first they had search warrants and all. So Sandesh Khali
we'll come to Sandesh Khali in a bit, but these are pictures from Kultali where this is the pond in which the EVM has been thrown. So is the election commission taking cognizance what's happening in this constituency now then? And who are the people who threw an EVM box into the pond?
Yes, definitely the election commission has been informed and they are taking cognizance of this situation out there. This is in a village which has taken place in Kultali. Now Kultali again in South 24 Pargana is a violence-prone area under Joynagar Lok Sabha. The local villagers allege that they were not allowed to vote and there were intimidation and that's why they went inside and they took the EVM and they put it in the pond. So that's very that's very interesting because this in Lok Sabha polls this type of visuals definitely not seen. We have seen this same thing in Panchayat election if you remember Anand, but with so much of security and so much of everything put into place. EVM in pond.
What is their allegation? Who was the one who was doing this entire chappa? If I were to quote Rekha Patra there in Sandesh Khali said, everywhere every election there is this chappa thing that happens where the voters are not allowed to vote and their ballot is.
What's the mood in North Calcutta and you are contesting?
No mood of North Kolkata is very good. They are against the TMC and against the TMC candidate. But in some places, right from the morning, presiding officers are creating certain problems and the TMC goons, they are not allowing in some polling premises to the polling agents. That is the problem. I have taken up the issue with the authorities and election commission, etc.
Sudip Bandyopadhyay will be defeated this time?
Certainly, he got to be defeated. He will be defeated because he never worked for the people of Kolkata Uttar and did nothing for the development work of the Kolkata Uttar.
When I contest, I try to win. And God has given me the opportunity to win 9 times from City Kolkata.
And India Alliance?
India Alliance firmly stand. Mamata Banerjee has expressed, so Trinamool Congress is fully with India Alliance. And India Alliance is going to form the government.
India's number. Who's the allegation? Which party has been allegedly indulging in this?
See, all the allegation is definitely against the ruling party, Trinamool Congress, and South 24 Pargana is definitely a Trinamool Congress bastion. So there the local villagers are alleging that it is the Trinamool Congress who is behind this. They are intimidating. Trinamool Congress has denied it. Police is looking into the matter. Election Commission also is looking into the matter, but the allegation definitely against the Trinamool Congress.
It's interesting. Joynagar is an SC reserve seat, and Pratima Mondal of the TMC had won it last time. Outside of Calcutta, this is the biggest constituency by area. It's in the South 24 Parganas. There's 30% Dalit population in this constituency, and there's 40% Muslim population in this constituency. It's right south of Bashirhat, which is where Sandesh Kali is. A lot of these places, you know, they are islands, they're small ponds, and water bodies. In this case, our colleague there was saying that some of the women were alleging that they're not being allowed to vote, and therefore some of them grew angry and they threw the EVM back into a pond, and you can see those pictures. But like I said, the Calcutta seats as well as the seats that are outside of Calcutta are all being defended by the Trinamool Congress. Joynagar last time, like I said, Pratima Mondal won this seat with a fairly big margin. It's in the southeastern part of Bengal, and it has a significant 30% Dalit population, 40% Muslim population.
Well, we try and connect with Kamalika again and get an update on Bashirhat, where overnight, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot of drama. Yes, Kamalika, Bashirhat, Sandesh Kali, overnight there has been drama, allegations of cops in plain clothes wearing chappals trying to intimidate voters, counter allegations coming through of the BJP and BJP cadre trying to force the issue. What's happening there?
Yes, definitely. Sandesh Kali, which is always in headlines for the last 4 months, again headlines since yesterday night. Now the BJP allegation is that in Ber Mojur is that area where the second time the woman revolted during the Sandesh Kali movement. So Ber Mojur, there the woman and the people out there and BJP out there, one section of people and BJP out there, their allegation is that cops searched and their houses and cops were disturbing there late at night, all through the night. So that's the allegation of.
It's the big battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. 8 hours, 8 more hours that the voters of the 57 Lok Sabha constituencies that go to the ballot have the time to go ahead and exercise their franchise. Go vote is the campaign here at CNN News 18. It's the plea that we are urging voters to go ahead and ensure that phase 7 records the maximum voter turnout across the 7 phases. There's been an overall dip of about 1.5% compared to 2019 so far. Will phase 7 make up for those numbers? Will the likes of Eastern Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Punjab, Himachal, Odisha go out and vote in large numbers and change this statistic? That's what we hope will happen, because the mandate has to be overwhelming in favor or against of the incumbent, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and focus on Punjab. The 13 seats which are there at stake at this point. There are many stakeholders who are going to vie for a share of this pie. It's a 4-cornered fight, multi-cornered fight this time around. A unique situation perhaps in Punjab. And each of these parties who are in the fray have their own claims, they have their own Achilles heels, and will that impact? We'll have to watch out for. BJP going solo, Akalis are fighting for survival. The Aam Aadmi Party would want to say that the assembly success was not a blip. They continue to hold sway over the minds of the voters of Punjab. The Congress will want to claw its way back, the second most prosperous state for it after Kerala in 2019. 8 seats that they are defending here. The Cong Aap, they are actually contesting against here. There is no INDA alliance. Hamari koi shaadi nahi hui hai ji, is what somebody, Arvind Kejriwal, had said when they had asked about the partnership. Now, understand this, ladies and gentlemen. In Delhi, they are together. In Punjab, they are against each other. Now, will this make a difference? That's another impact. Congress also marred with a string of defections, and there are cases where former AAP candidates are contesting for the Congress, former Congress candidates are fighting for the BJP or on a BJP ticket, and vice versa. So a lot of shifting and musical chairs have happened here in Punjab. BJP hopes to gain from the Congress's exits. Will this manifest? Will the BJP also show a significant uptake in its vote share? Because they will eye successes as an individual entity in the assembly elections. Legalizing MSP, loan waiver key demands, farmer protests are still on. against the Aam Aadmi Party, against the BJP, and in some pockets even against the Congress Party. BJP claims credit for pushing Pakistan back. Will this nationalism fervor work? And also, will the BJP work to activate its cadre in constituencies which it had historically left to the Shiromani Akali Dal? Big questions there. The opposition accusing the BJP of hyper-nationalism. Will it work, or is it just seeding for the assembly elections going forward? We got our guests in studio. Sanjeev Srivastava, Gargi Nandi Roy is with us, but we will first go across to Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob on the magic wall. Zaka Jacob, the border belt.
You were talking about the border belt.
Hyper-nationalism.
I think there's an interesting story there in the border belt. Last time it was almost evenly split, 1 to the BJP, 1 to the Akali Dal and 2 to the Congress. Let's go from north to south. Gurdaspur, it was Sunny Deol's seat. The BJP declined him a ticket. They are now giving it to a local candidate there. But Sukhi Randhawa, former Deputy Chief Minister, is fighting from Gurdaspur. It's going to be a seat to watch out for. Then you have the neighbouring constituency of Amritsar. Again, the BJP has been trying to win Amritsar, first through Mr. Jaitley, then Mr. Puri, and now they've fielded Taranjit Sandhu, the former US ambassador. He's taking on two-time MP Gurjeet Aujla of the Congress Party. Then you have the neighbouring seat of Khadur Sahib, which is again going to be a very, very interesting fight because Amritpal Singh, this noted Khalistani who's in a jail in Assam, he's fighting as an independent. And from whatever we've heard on the ground there, he is developing some kind of traction in that constituency. So watch out for Khadur Sahib. And then, of course, you have the final constituency of Firozpur, which used to be a VVIP constituency. Sukhbir Badal was the MP from there. He's not fighting this time. They've given it to a local Akali Dal candidate. Will they be able to retain Firozpur? Remember, Akali's had only 2 seats. Sukhbir's seat of Firozpur and the neighbouring seat of Batinda, which Simrat had won. Can they retain those 2 seats? That is going to be a critical question. I believe we have a reporter, Rajiv Sharma from Amritsar. राजीव ये बताइए कि 2014 से बीजेपी ट्राई कर रही है कि अमृतसर में उनके जो उम्मीदवार है वो जीत जाएं. इस बार तरनजीत संधू को उन्होंने फील्ड किया है. क्या उम्मीद है बीजेपी की अमृतसर सीट से?
बिल्कुल, देखिए कोशिश जो है वो जरूर की गई है बीजेपी की तरफ से. अगर बात करें अरुण जेटली या फिर हरदीप पुरी, तो वो अमृतसर से चुनाव हारे थे लेकिन हारने के बावजूद मंत्री बने थे. तो ये भी एक मंत्रा जो है वो अमृतसर में दिया जा रहा है और आम लोगों में चर्चा है कि अगर तरनजीत सिंह संधू नहीं जीते तो शायद उनको भी मंत्री बनाया जा सकता है. लेकिन बात करें जो अमृतसर के देहाती इलाके की, क्योंकि शहर के जो 5 हलके हैं वो शहरी इलाके में है और जो रूरल एरिया है उसमें 4 विधानसभा क्षेत्र हैं. तो उन क्षेत्रों में चुनाव प्रचार तो लगातार किया जा रहा है, लेकिन एक तरफ बीजेपी, अकाली दल, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी पार्टी, क्योंकि आम आदमी पार्टी के जो कैंडिडेट हैं वो पंजाब में मौजूदा मंत्री भी हैं, तो उनको टिकट दिया गया है. तो जो लड़ाई है वो काफी, हम कह सकते हैं कि कांटे की टक्कर वाले जो हालात हैं वो अमृतसर में बने हुए हैं. लेकिन दूसरी तरफ किसान आंदोलन जो चल रहा है, चाहे वो हरियाणा के जो बॉर्डर्स हैं, खनौरी बॉर्डर और शंभू बॉर्डर पे जो किसान बैठे हैं, उसके साथ साथ भाजपा के जितने भी उम्मीदवार हैं उनके चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान उनका जो विरोध किया जा रहा है, तो उससे ये जरूर लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं गांव देहात इलाके में जो है वहां पे हो सकता है. लेकिन दावा बीजेपी की तरफ से जरूर किया जा रहा है कि इस बार गुरजीत सिंह औजला की हैट्रिक जो है वो नहीं होगी. और ये कोशिश की जा रही है कि अमृतसर में अगर देश में फिर से मोदी सरकार आती है और अमृतसर से लोकसभा सीट से जो तरनजीत सिंह संधू जीतते हैं, तो अमृतसर की डेवलपमेंट का जो एक लोगों को भरोसा दिया जा रहा है कि अगर केंद्र में जिस सरकार का सांसद होगा. जी जी जी
राजीव नमस्ते, मैं आनंद बोल रहा हूँ और आपसे हम मिले थे जब आपने वहाँ हरमंदिर साहब में दर्शन कराए थे, जब हम संजीवनी के लिए अटारी आए थे. उस वक्त परिस्थिति अलग थी. उसके बाद उसके बाद असेंबली चुनाव हुए, उस वक्त परिस्थिति अलग थी. अब ग्राउंड पर क्या ये 4-वे फाइट है? क्या अकाली दल वापसी कर रहा है? कांग्रेस की 8 सीटें हैं, उसमें कितनों पे वो काबिज रहेगी, जबकि आम आदमी पार्टी अब वहां सरकार में है. और साथ में आपने बीजेपी की तो स्टोरी छेड़ी ही. तो ओवरऑल अगर आप देखें तो कैसा लग रहा है, किस तरह से ये स्प्रेड लग रहा है और किसका पलड़ा भारी लग रहा है?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए जो मौजूदा सरकार होती है उससे कुछ ना कुछ नाराजगी लोगों की होती है। दूसरी तरफ अगर हम मौजूदा जो एमपी की बात करें गुरजीत सिंह औजला, तो उनका दूसरा टर्म है। हालांकि पहले बाई इलेक्शन हुआ था जब कैप्टन अमरिंदर सिंह मुख्यमंत्री बने थे कांग्रेस पार्टी की तरफ से, तो नाराजगी मौजूदा चाहे वो कोई भी सांसद है, विधायक है, तो उससे थोड़ी बहुत नाराजगी होती है। तो इस कारण जो अकाली दल की आप बात कर रहे हैं तो लाजमी तौर पर अकाली दल का जो वोट शेयर है वो बढ़ेगा। और अगर मैं अमृतसर की बात करूं तो अमृतसर के जो फोर वे टक्कर की आप बात कर रहे हैं, फोर वे जो एक हैवी हम कह सकते हैं कि कंपटीशन है, तो उसमें कहीं ना कहीं अकाली दल भी रेस में जरूर है, उससे इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। लेकिन हार जीत किसकी होती है, और ये भी चर्चाएं हैं कि इस बार जो मार्जिन है वो भी कम रहने वाला है। लेकिन अगर पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज के जो कैंडिडेट हैं उनके लिहाज से बात करें तो उनका यही कहना है कि कोई कह रहा है कि हम 1 लाख से भी ज्यादा की लीड लेंगे, कोई कह रहा है कि हम 2 लाख के ज्यादा लीड लेंगे।
कौन
तो
क्या कह रहा है
ये भी बता दूं कि
हाँ जी,
जो पोलिंग परसेंटेज,
जी हाँ जी बोलिए।
बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं, मैं अमृतसर के वेस्ट विधानसभा क्षेत्र में हूं। आप देख सकते हैं कि कतारें जो बिल्कुल कम है। तो अमृतसर में इस समय तक का जो पोलिंग परसेंटेज है वो अमृतसर वेस्ट का अभी तक का सबसे कम दर्ज किया गया है। तो एक उम्मीद जरूर है कि क्योंकि इलेक्शन
तो पोलिंग अगर कम हो रही है तो इसका फायदा नुकसान किसको होगा राजीव? एक बात। दूसरी बात, खडूर साहब की अगर बात करें तो ये जो वो जो इलाका है और जहां से अमृतपाल सिंह लड़ रहा है, ये पंथिक एजेंडा, रिटर्न टू सिक्खी, जब ये क्रिश्चियन मिशनरीज का गेम वहां ज्यादा हो रहा है, लोग सिक्खी से निकल रहे हैं बाहर, तो ये पंथिक एजेंडा जो है ये क्या वहां ग्राउंड पर तूल पकड़ रहा है?
देखिए, पंथिक एजेंडे की अगर बात करें तो पंजाब ने एक काला दौर देखा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जिस तरीके से, क्योंकि यूथ, अगर हम सिमरनजीत सिंह मान की बात करें, संगरूर में वो लास्ट टाइम जब बाई इलेक्शन हुआ था तब जीते थे, क्योंकि सिद्धू मूसेवाला का उस समय मर्डर हुआ था, उसका एक बहुत बड़ा असर देखने को मिला था। तो अब अमृतपाल सिंह क्योंकि डिब्रूगढ़ जेल में है, एनएसए उसके ऊपर लगा हुआ है, तो अगर खडूर साहिब में मैं कैंपेनिंग की बात करूं तो अमृतपाल सिंह के पक्ष में एक बड़ी कैंपेन जो है वो की जा रही है, लेकिन उसमें ज्यादातर यूथ जो है वो नजर आता है। और बाकी पॉलिटिकल पार्टियां जो हैं, जो विरोधी हैं, वो ये कहते हैं कि बाहरी लोग जो हैं वो खडूर साहिब में चुनाव प्रचार कर रहे हैं। क्योंकि अगर पिछले चुनाव की मैं बात करूं तो परमजीत कौर खालड़ा जो कि एक पंथिक परिवार से थे, तो उनको भी 2 लाख के करीब वोट पड़े थे। तो अब किस तरीके की जो हवा रहने वाली है। लेकिन अगर बाकी उम्मीदवारों की मैं बात करूं, जैसे आपने अकाली दल की बात की थी, तो अमृतसर में कहीं ना कहीं अकाली दल का जो वोट है, जो पिछले विधानसभा चुनाव में आम आदमी पार्टी की तरफ झुका था, तो वो वापस जरूर लौटेगा। लेकिन अगर खडूर साहब की बात करूं तो वहां पर अकाली दल को सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान होने वाला है नुकसान के चुनाव में।
तो ये जो एसजीपीसी, देखिए तरनजीत सिंह, एम्बेसडर तरनजीत सिंह संधू के जो ग्रैंडफादर थे, वो एसजीपीसी के फाउंडर मेंबर्स में से थे। उनके, हाँ जी, तेजा सिंह जी, और उनके फादर खालसा कॉलेज के प्रिंसिपल थे। अब इनको बाहरी की तरह देखा जा रहा है कि इनको यही अमृतसर का देखा जा रहा है। बात यह है क्योंकि जाका ने भी यही बात की कि नवजोत सिद्धू के बाद बीजेपी वहां अमृतसर नहीं जीत पाई है।
अब बिल्कुल, नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू भी हालांकि बाहरी उम्मीदवार थे, लेकिन उन्होंने जैसे ही अपना चुनाव प्रचार शुरू किया तो ये बात कही कि मैं अब अमृतसर में ही रहूंगा। अमृतसर में उन्होंने अपना घर बनाया। लेकिन जहां तक जो तरनजीत सिंह संधू की बात करें तो अमृतसर के ग्रीन एवेन्यू में उनका जो पुश्तैनी घर है वो वहां पर मौजूद है। और तरनजीत सिंह संधू वेरी फर्स्ट डे से ये बात कहते आ रहे हैं कि अगर कोई फौजी भी नौकरी करने जाता है तो रिटायरमेंट के बाद वो वापस अपने घर लौटता है। हालांकि विरोधी जो पार्टियां हैं जो उनके सामने चुनाव लड़ रहे हैं, उनको ये बात हजम नहीं हो रही, तो उनकी तरफ से ये जरूर कहा जा रहा है कि वो बारी हैं और चुनाव जीतने के बाद भी वो अमृतसर में नजर नहीं आएंगे, जहाज पकड़ेंगे, अमेरिका चले जाएंगे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक तरफ, जैसे मैं फार्मर्स की बात कर रहा था कि किसानों की तरफ से लगातार विरोध हो रहा है, लेकिन तरनजीत सिंह संधू किसानों के पक्ष में ये बात कहते हुए नजर आते हैं कि सबसे ज्यादा अगर फायदा किसी पार्टी ने दिया है तो वो भाजपा है। नरेंद्र मोदी ने किसानों के लिए, और आप जैसे तो सिक्खी की बात कर रहे हैं, पंथिक एजेंडे की बात कर रहे हैं, तो उनका ये भी कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी ने करतारपुर साहिब का जो कॉरिडोर है वो बनवाया। तो ये दो चीजें बहुत अहम है, क्योंकि एक तरफ इल्जाम लगते हैं बीजेपी पर कि वो धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, राम मंदिर के नाम पे वोट। पंजाब में अगर उस एजेंडे की बात करें तो यहाँ पर राम मंदिर के साथ साथ करतारपुर कॉरिडोर का भी जिक्र होता है।
राजीव, मैं आपका हमारे साथ समय कम है, इसीलिए मैं आपको टोक रहा हूं और जल्दी से आपसे पूछ रहा हूं, इस बार क्या लग रहा है कि या एक तरफा होगा ये जो 13 सीटें हैं, या फिर हर किसी में ये जो 13 सीटें हैं, या फिर हर किसी में बंट के नतीजे निकलेंगे? अब तक कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए, चाहे आम आदमी पार्टी दावा जरूर कर रही है कि 13-0, लेकिन अगर ग्राउंड रियलिटी की बात करें तो एक तरफा जीत किसी भी पार्टी की होने वाली नहीं है। जो नतीजे हैं वो मिले जुले निकलेंगे, और हर पार्टी की मैं ये आंकड़े तो नहीं बता सकता कि किसकी 1, 2 या 3 सीटें आएंगी, लेकिन हर एक पार्टी मैदान में जुटी हुई है, डटी हुई है, और हर किसी की तरफ से ताबड़तोड़ जो चुनाव प्रचार है वो किया गया। और इस बार अगर सरकार से लोगों की जो नाराजगी है उसी की तरफ ध्यान है सभी का कि वो वोट अगर वापस आता है तो किस पार्टी की तरफ आता है। अगर शहरी इलाकों की मैं बात करूं तो शहरों में बीजेपी को इस बार एक अच्छा खासा वोट बैंक जो है वो उनको हासिल होगा, लेकिन क्या वो शहरी वोट से जीत पाते हैं या नहीं, ये तो 4 जून के जो नतीजे हैं वो तय करेंगे। लेकिन हर पार्टी को इस बार भारी भरकम वोट जो है जरूर मिलेंगे।
तो इट्स नॉट दैट इट्स अ मूव अवे फ्रॉम रिवायती पार्टीज, और एक तरफा वोट नहीं होगा। राजीव, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, कई सारे इंसाइट्स आपने हमें दिए हैं। सो वी गोइंग टू टेक इट टू आवर गेस्ट संजीव श्रीवास्तव, गार्गी नंदी रॉय, Mr. Rajagopalan with us. But first, Zaka and Rahul. See, he's saying it's going to be diffused. There is a return of the Akali Dal in certain pockets. There is a return and there is a move back away from the Aam Aadmi Party. Which party it goes to is something is a question. But there is.
I said in the last hour, I think Karan disagreed with me, but I think there is visible anti-incumbency against the AAP. Who benefits from that? I don't know. It could be Congress, it could be BJP, it could be Akalis. Again, Akalis, you know, if for example they get more than the 2 that they got last time, that'll be a huge. I mean, Sukhbir would have proven a point to the BJP, saying that look, you can't do business in Punjab without us. It's a big point for him to prove.
So Zaka, if you really look at the 3 issues: agrarian distress, the Agniveer issue, the martial state, and anti-incumbency, the 3 A's. Let's look at for a few moments the Agniveer issue and the agrarian distress. On both counts, the Shiromani Akali Dal has been villainized as having been complicit with the central government in saying nothing when these things were sort of action. So you had massive protests at the borders, and the Shiromani Akali Dal waffled. It kept very quiet, didn't say much, and it was only towards the end, if you remember, that they actually decided to break the alliance, and that too just before the assembly elections. So that was opportunism, and I don't know if the BJP is facing resistance on the ground and their candidates are being looked upon with so much skepticism, etc., then that should naturally also, at some level, reflect on the Akali Dal. So that's that issue there. You look at the anti-incumbency factor; it might be a factor as far as the AAP is concerned, and I really believe, and I do think that AAP is actually fighting for its existence now. If it doesn't do well in Delhi in these elections, if it doesn't pull through in Punjab, it's going to have a depressing overall effect on not only cadre but prospects, especially with Mr. Kejriwal under the cloud that he finds himself in. Whether it is, a cloud that is going to go away or not, I don't know. Whether those charges are going to stick or not, we don't know. As of now, the matter is sub judice. But the fact is, there is a definite shadow over the AAP, and that vote, therefore, becomes a bit. And I think you made the point that in the by-election, the AAP didn't pull through.
See, the Sidhu Moosewala's death happened, so Sagroor went all the way in favor of this one, Maan, away from Bhagwant Maan, and this guy came in there, Simranjit Singh Maan won here. But in Punjab, the Kisan protested against Bhagwant Maan. There were huge protests in Punjab.
He stands up in any constituency and he asks this question. This is anecdotal. He's asking, he asked the women, have you received the 1,000 rupees? And they say no. Now he's changed his entire slogan and says, we will give you 1,100 rupees. You see, so fundamentally, this is where the problem is.
No, but the Kisan protests, was not reflected on national media, but there was huge protests against Bhagwant Mann across constituencies in Punjab, locally, within 6 to 8 months itself, there was a sentiment where the voters thought we made a mistake by voting the AAP in the.
That
they
has become
have
an
an
underlying and very firmly expressed leitmotif. People are saying that this party doesn't deliver.
Correct. So then in this case in Punjab, could it be that since there is no alternative, since I don't want the Rivaiti parties and I'm a little disillusioned with the AAP, the voter may not just turn out to vote Sanjeev Srivastava. Is that possible? Because Amritsar is, right now, Rajiv said, is the lowest ever turnout so far.
That's what your reporter said and showed, that 5 people standing on a polling booth. See, I think Punjab is a confusing case. I will stick my neck out. See, if anti-incumbency against AAP is there, like Rahul is saying, and I quite trust all your reporters' judgment and everybody's. But how much of anti-incumbency? Because they won by a huge margin.
Yeah.
So the same logic applies all across the country. That you see anti-incumbency against BJP and Modi, but how much? Because the victory margin was so huge. So how much of that anti-incumbency vote is being chipped away? Does it make a difference between winning and losing? And I think even if AAP is not doing too well, somewhere my understanding is that the default party, despite the BJP getting so many Congress stalwarts and contesting like Bittu, know, a man with fairly respectable and acceptable pre-degree, BN Singh's grandson, or Sunil Jharkhand or others. So they have got some, but I still think the default option there would this election, because it has been too recent for people to go back to Akali Dal
or is
with all
the
their
sentiment
background.
of
So default
Kejriwal's
option may
arrest
be
and
Congress,
bail?
actually. That's
Is
what
that
I
going to
think.
supersede the anti-incumbency against the AAP? Kejriwal's bail, Kejriwal's jail, him coming out there playing the sentimental card कि भाई जी इसके बाद शायद हमको आने नहीं देंगे आपको हम होंगे ही नहीं कोई भरोसा नहीं है.
Can be in
How much of that
real
is going to help
trouble
the
after
AAP?
this election.
Is it going to help the AAP or hurt the AAP?
I think that's where I agree with you.
Yeah.
But you know, the one point about anti-incumbency against the AAP, vis-a-vis, let's say the BJP, the unstated case, the BJP came to power and at least from the data that is available, it is delivered on some of its guarantees. It said that we'll give you water, we'll give you X, Y, Z. There has been a dispersal. There are Labhartis who have actually... The AAP, the problem with the AAP is that apart from the free power, it hasn't been able to fulfill the other obligations on which it contested. And perhaps that's the reason why people say that maybe we made a mistake. This party doesn't have the capacity to deliver. Secondly, where are some of its MLAs?
Like the reporter was saying, if this particular candidate from Amritsar is being seen as an outsider because he was an ambassador, despite... I think the problem with BJP in Punjab is that it is largely seen as an outsider. It is not a homegrown local, because traditionally... Now, this time they may sow those seeds like maybe in Tamil Nadu and in Kerala, that this time maybe they are doing that kind of work which
Seeding
can
work is happening,
reap dividend in future. But whether Akali or BJP will gain much traction vis-a-vis election this time,
that I agree with.
Many within the BJP say that bridge to the Akali is gone. With the senior Badal, that commitment and that underlying this is gone. It's not going to be there continued with Sukhbir and Harsimrat. It's not that purpose and that one, because he's the first partner in NDA. He was the one who helped them, gave them shelter, and helped them out during emergency when they were on a lookout.
I remember in 1990,
There were people-
all of that.
It's a very simple
sad
thing.
SAD bridge
If
is over.
Sukhbir is able to prove that he matters and his party matters in Punjab and BJP doesn't get a single seat in Punjab, then I won't be surprised if they're back together again. Look, in politics, nothing is permanent. Ultimately, it boils down to winnability. It boils down to relevance in a particular state. I think one of the criticisms against the BJP in Punjab in particular, and some of it extends to Bengal as well, is their leaders are all imported. Who are the candidates that the BJP has fielded? Praneeth Kaur, her family, her husband was the chief minister, long-time Congress family. Bittu, again, Bian Singh's family, long-time Congress family. Mr. Sandhu, by the way, Mr. Sandhu's ancestors had a Congress connection. So again, the charge of imported leader sticks on him as well. The Rinku, Sushil Rinku, who they've now fielded in Jalandhar, was an Aam Aadmi Party chap, right? So that thing about imported leaders is a problem for the BJP in Punjab. But bigger than that, as Rajiv was pointing out, and Gargi Nandi Roy, please weigh in on this. I think the farmer issue is the monkey in the room. A lot of BJP candidates have been complaining that they're not even being allowed to campaign because there are these protests by farmers. Hansraj Hans, in fact, I think said it on record कि मुझे campaign करने के लिए allow भी नहीं कर रहे हैं. How do they overcome that?
Thank you for inviting me. I think, BJP has to put forward this narrative that what BJP has done for the farmers, nobody has done. I mean, whether you see the Kisan Nidhi Samman, so that narrative, because Zaka, I feel that this election is not only the fight for the seats, it is also fight for the narrative. And it is fight for what will be the future of this country, in which direction this country will go. So it's fight for that. So number of seats, how many seats exactly by number Punjab will gain, I feel there is an anti-incumbency, as you had said, that AAP did not deliver on its promises. One thing we remember very well, if you know, Anand, that Sangrur Bhagwan's Mansa, and that had the highest stubble burning. If we come to how we were sitting in Delhi and how Delhi suffered for that, and his constituency had the highest number of stubble burning. So that's why, there is a disillusion, if not strong anti-incumbency. So people may be skeptical about
similarity of Bengal and Punjab. Rural Punjab, urban Punjab thinks differently. Rural Bengal situation is different. Urban Punjab situation is different. Here,
and
there are a lot of core hard left back Kisan unions. Hard left back Kisan unions, who are the ones who are disrupting these campaigns for the BJP. So there is a clear attempt that in the garb of these protests, don't allow the BJP to seed and give them any space. So just muscle them out. So this is a core left strategy. जो पहले लेफ्ट करता था डंडा मार के भगा देता था.
Organizationally, BJP is yet to be stronger because you have to be really see.
They have never been, because it was always Shiromani Akali Dal. BJP always contested.
So I feel post-poll we might see an alliance between again Shiromani and
you feel that Rajagopalan, there are others in the BJP who have very clearly said that Punjab we are going it alone. It may take us 5 years, 10 years, but we are going it alone.
I feel that they might come back.
Anand, I have 2 points to make very quickly. What your Raju Sharma, your correspondent, he did a good job. As a journalist, I give him full marks. And apart from that, what Rahul Shivashankar said about this anti-incumbency, I face one important thing, Anand. We have to debate it. Anand, Narasimhan and Rahul Shivashankar, Jacob should deal with that. Hoshiarpur's speech of Mr. Narendra Modi, मैं 7 जन्म को याद दिला दूंगा. What does it mean? Whom is he against? Akalis? AAP. The powerful speech, the last speech of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Hoshiarpur, which I heard full, he pointed against AAP, Second Congress. वो 7 जन्म को मैं गड्ढा खोद दूंगा. Threat, he said. Don't provoke me. So what does it indicate? Now coming to the point, Rahul, funny that Rahul Gandhi spoke about the drugs, because he encouraged the drugs during Amarendra Singh. So drug created differences between Rahul Gandhi and Amarendra Singh 4 years ago. Apart from that, the National Security Advisor is in the thick of controversy about Pannu, Canada and USA are focusing on Punjab only, not other states, Khalistan. So these things are very important when we deal with Punjab. My conclusion is, Aam Aadmi Party will be decimated in Punjab. Second thing, BJP is hoping, I tell you certain internal calculations, 3 seats they expect from Punjab.
They can expect 3 seats, sir. Aam Aadmi Party may be decimated, you say, but who will gain? If Aam Aadmi Party is going to be decimated with their current mandate in the assembly elections, if the AAP is going to be decimated, who's
gainer will be Akali Dal and BJP.
Akali Dal and BJP, not the Congress Party. Congress has 8 seats in Lok Sabha. 8 Lok Sabha seats.
Most of them have gone to BJP. Sunil Jakhar, who drove anti-tractor, farmer said he drove tractor with Rahul Gandhi. What has happened? The second day he came to BJP. You remember that? Very interesting photo with the video which circulated. Sunil Jakhar.
So you are saying that the BJP will succeed with imports rather than the Aam Aadmi Party, Congress or the Akali Dal, who are now well entrenched in
you are talking, Anand, you are talking only about imports. The export came from where? Congress. You have to understand that. Congressman is fighting against congressman.
Rahul Shivashankar?
Well, you put me on the spot here. Look, the point is that I found it interesting that our correspondent was talking about the resurgence of this the SAD. Now that's an interesting one, actually, fundamentally, because it doesn't stand to reason or logic, but they seem to suggest that if the AAP, the anti-incumbent vote, is going to move towards the SAD, he must have a reason. I mean, he's really right there. He's got his finger on the pulse. We are sitting yards, miles, away from Punjab. So obviously there is something that's happening there on the ground. But I just feel that, look, if there is such a backlash coming in from agrarian areas and it is manifesting itself visibly in protests against the BJP, that's going to be difficult, to overcome in rural areas. And that is also going to afflict the SAD at some levels. Now, that's what I feel.
Should we move to another state?
Right.
Yeah.
Let's talk Himachal quickly. Let's talk Himachal. We've not spent too much time on Himachal. In this time around, everything went to the BJP last time. This time, is there a flux there? Does it make it interesting? With the BJP versus BJP scenario in Himachal, is it going to hurt the BJP and help the Congress?
Today it's also 6th Assembly constituency.
That's right.
Yeah,
Which can
6th Assembly
actually decide
constituency,
what the future course of local government is going
Local
to be.
government is going to be too.
Pradesh.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's going to be 4-0 this time because the Congress, despite all the recent troubles, has actually put up a good show in terms of finding the right candidates and is campaigning well. And Vikramaditya Singh is the key factor, Pratibha and Vikramaditya. See, that was the faction which was seen as being unhappy, disgruntled. But on the face of it, things have settled down. And for his future, he has to win the Mandi seat at least. Otherwise, itna sara aapne tufan machaya, khud ki seat haar gaye. So now the groups are working together largely. So Himachal Pradesh, I think it cannot be 4-0. I don't know whether it will be 2-2 or 1-3 or whatever.
You can
I
say
said I don't
Mandi
know.
is tough. Mandi may be a
is,
tight fight.
Yeah, Mandi
But
is...
3 at least is assured in Himachal. The 4th you can say a tough fight. But you cannot say 2-2. No.
What do you think is going to happen in the assembly?
I said I don't know
BJP
whether...
can gain 4 seats or maybe the Mandi seat you can say a
The
tough
bypolls,
fight.
assembly bypolls?
Assembly bypolls, yes.
No,
See, we have seen what happened to Abhishek Manu Singhvi. So what do you think about that Himachal, if you are saying that Congress is so strong?
I'm saying Congress is at least on the face of it united for the Lok Sabha election. I think we have
Are they united?
Rajagopalan sir is saying no. So
Are they united? Rajgopalan sir, are they united?
Congress is not at all united. You wait and watch. After the Lok Sabha polls, at least first government to go is Himachal Pradesh, Suku's government, because the Abhishek Manu Singh, as Madam Roy had put it just now, is on spot because Abhishek Manu Singh is a candidate of Sonia Gandhi. Otherwise, Sonia Gandhi was to contest from there. She understood that this defections will take.
Abhishek Manu Singhvi is candidate of Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, Sonia Gandhi. Abhishek Manu Singhvi,
He fights everybody.
Yeah, he fights
See, all
for
advocates
everyone.
travel in 2 boats. All advocates travel in 2 boats. Whether it is Abhishek Manu Singh or Kapil Singh. They are not congressmen. They are
Abhishek Manu Singh has multiple catamarans right now. That's credit to him, but that's not the story. The story is also now let's go back to that number which we looked at. Phase 1. If on the one hand, let's ask everybody here and to our viewers. On the one hand, the NDA and the BJP is saying 370 and 400. Let's say that the BJP wants to get 330 seats, what they set out as their target one day after 2019 victory, 330 seats. Where are they going to come from? 330 seats means they need to have a 60% conversion across the phases. Correct. On the other hand, the INDIA is saying we will get 272, we are going to stop there. Where are they going to convert the seats? Let's look at this phase. This phase, 57 seats are going to the polls. The BJP has a conversion rate of what? 40%?
34%.
34%. The INDIA alliance, if you were to say this is 34% vote share.
Sorry.
But in terms of seats, their conversion is about 40-42%.
25 seats were there last
25 out of 57. So आप मान लीजिए 40-45% in that range.
No, the bulk of the BJP
Congress
seats were either from Uttar Pradesh or Bihar, and of course all the 4 seats of Himachal.
So
the thing is, what if the BJP needs to get to 330, and this is what we've not talked about yet, is there are 9 seats in Bengal, all 9 held by the Trinamool. The BJP has to win some of those seats at least. So unless that happens, You can't get to a 330 unless BJP
Can we
starts
pull out
winning
the
in those
graphic? I'm going to
seats
check with the team. We
where it
had
did
that
win last
graphic
time.
made where the margins of victory were very narrow. In Bengal, in these 10 seats, there are about 5 or 6 seats where the margin of victory was just about 5% and 5 to 6.6%. If we have that, we'll pull it out and we'll go for it. Yeah, we'll put that out. So then in these 9 seats, kahan aayega? Ye to
No,
pura
see, I keep going back to this, and Gargi Nandi Roy can bear me out on this. You know, the Calcutta seats, and people have this whole thing about the Bhadro Lok. The Bhadro Lok have always been sort of anti-BJP. They're a little leftist in their thinking. But I think 2 seats where the BJP is really hoping it can actually breach Calcutta is the seat of Dum Dum, where Shogoto Roy of the TMC is fighting. Whether or not they'll be able to breach, I don't know. Kolkata Uttar, the Prime Minister had a roadshow there. Again, the grand old man of the TMC, Shruti Bandyopadhyay, is a 3-time MP. He's fighting from there. And again, both of these constituencies, it's a 3-cornered fight. We are seeing in some constituencies where the CPM and the Congress, certain individual candidates, I'm not saying across Bengal, but certain individual candidates are pulling their weight. Where Pradeep Bhattacharya, for example, in this seat, is not a lightweight. No one will call him a lightweight. Even in Jadavpur, for example, which again is a stronghold of the TMC. Last time, Mimi Chakrabarti won it. This time, Shahini Ghosh is fighting from that seat. Srijan Bhattacharya is a young CPM leader, you know, firebrand speaker, etc. I don't understand Bengali, but this is what my Bengali friends say, that, you know, he has social media traction. Right. The point is, Gargi Nandi Roy, please, you know, bear me out on this. The BJP has, you know, talked up Sandesh Kali quite a bit. But do you really believe that the BJP stands a chance in Bashirhat? That Rekha Patra can actually win that seat?
Okay, I'll come on this. Firstly, you know, Zaka and Anand, I feel BJP's challenge is obviously, as you said, to maintain the winning streak that it had last time, all the UP and Bihar, Rajasthan and all. And obviously to gain in Odisha and Bengal. And gaining, it has to gain in Bengal and Odisha to compensate for the, you know what, you may think that there can be some losses in some seats where they had maxed. So BJP has to gain in Bengal and Odisha. And how? See, Boshirat Zaka, to be very honest, has 50% or according to some 60% Muslim population, the entire Lok Sabha. Of that, Sandesh Khali, Hingolganj, Minokha, those are maybe little Hindu majority. So it is a 50 to 60% Muslim population. There it becomes a challenge. But I have seen in Bengal that there is a huge section of Muslims who are not supporting Mamata Banerjee. So there can be some vote going to CPM also, the Muslim votes. As you said.
Why is that, Ms. Roy? Why are they not supporting?
If you can I share one story, my personal experience of a person, and this is absolute a personal story, Rahul.
Yes, very important.
Why? I was traveling, and I'm a very talkative person. I was talking in the train. I met a person, and he was abusing TMC and Mamata Banerjee. So, and I didn't ask his name, and then I asked his name, and it was a sheikh, some sheikh, and I was really astonished. And then he narrated his horror story, Rahul. This person, they run with his brothers a sugarcane juice shop in Mumbai. And they live in Birbhum. So in Birbhum, they got a house under PM Awas Yojana. So now the Panchayat person of TMC asked for a cut money. He refused. He refused, saying that I have got this from Modi ji, the PM Awas. Why should I pay you cut money? They said, "Acha, herogiri dikha rahe hai, Bombay mein rehte hai." So that night they came, hurled bombs, they vandalized his house, and police came, and he was framed in a murder case. He was sent to jail. He was in 3 months, he was in jail. He said then it was proven because the person was in Bombay working. How could he have done the murder? So okay, he was out on bail. So there are Muslims, if you feel that Mamata Banerjee is doing Muslim appeasement, he calls Dudhya Goru, that is milch cows. But who are the milch cows? Who is supporting the TMC? If any Muslim talks against Mamata Banerjee, we have seen Anish Khan murder.
This is a
personal incident I have heard. It's a Muslim man suffering. So somebody refusing cut money is not spared.
That's why corruption has become such a big issue in Bengal.
Corruption is a big issue.
And of course, women's security and so on.
Right. So this is a very...
So that means that this suffering, this cut money issue, this entire aspect of is across communities. And people on ground are really suffering.
Corruption is, of course, doesn't know any religion, as you know.
No,
So it cuts
not just that.
across.
I'm just saying that they are also taken to task when they refuse to try and
Right.
toe the
And
line
so
and count out.
Muslim votes, Anand, will also go to ISF, like Jadavpur,
Yeah.
you said, Zaka. So it can go to a bit to the left.
Why didn't this hold true in the assembly election then? Because the same problems exist. In fact, Katmani first, the
Right.
word first erupted in the lead up to that election. How did it not impact
See,
the
I
TMC?
think organizational thing is one thing. Another, how much fair election happened. This time also you have seen the kind of violence happening.
chappa vote.
People are threatened. Do you know that, again I can share stories where my own aunt, the TMC bike people, they visited the houses before the election, threatened, don't dare to come on the election day. Yet she went. When she went, she was told that the vote has been cast. She challenged, no, how can it be?
Well,
I
this
will
I've
vote.
heard. The intimidation of BJP workers, I know
Right.
a few people
Not
and
just
voters.
intimidation, the chappa vote. This is what
The
Rekha
chappa
Parra
vote.
spoke about. That you don't come to the poll.
You don't come to the
Tomorrow
poll.
vote hum chap denge.
Huh.
So this booth rigging via EVMs is also happening openly,
I
and this is
hope
what
the
happened in the
central
panchayat
forces
and the
play
assembly. That's
certain
the
roles.
allegation.
The
That's the
central
allegation and claim. Now, quickly looking at the seats, these 9 seats, where does the BJP have a chance? Just quickly putting out the numbers.
Not
Yeah, have a look at
Taposh
this.
Roy.
Can they gain ground? Arambagh, the winner was Trinamool Congress, second was BJP. The margin of difference was only 0.1%. 1142 votes was the difference in Arambagh. In Maldah Dakshin, the difference in votes is 8,222. So second seat where the BJP will believe that if they do better, they can actually try and push. This is the winner was Congress party. In Damdam, Trinamool Congress was the winner, BJP was second. The margin of victory was 53,000 votes or 4.4% vote share. So third seat. Fourth seat, less than 5%. This is Krishnanagar. Trinamool Congress, the winner is yeah. So again, there is a 63,000 votes difference. Birbhum, again, it's a 6.1% vote share difference. It's not something that cannot be bridged, especially if there is a certain anti-incumbency and a sentiment on ground. This is the 7th seat, Bardhaman Purba, which is again 6% vote share. So around 5 to 6%.
Hence the left role.
Yeah, and
comes into
Shriram
play.
Shriram is 7%. So these are the ones which is less than 10%. Difference is less than 1 lakh votes. So the margin is not something which cannot be bridged across assembly constituencies. So these are some of the seats which come into consideration. This is what I was saying, that in these 9 seats, 6 or 7 seats where the BJP will believe that if they work harder, they can actually affect the Trinamool. And Trinamool obviously will know that they need to pull the votes and to secure it and consolidate the votes to increase the margin.
Help, I think the Muslim votes, I think this time, the left will gain.
So you're saying that the Muslim vote is a floating vote this time in Bengal.
Some
That's
vote
what
will
you're
go to left. Obviously, there is a Bongio Imam Porishad who has openly given a press release
That's
asking the Muslims to vote for TMC and all. Yet, people who have suffered on the ground, they will not listen to the Imam Porishad. They will. So, see, Jadavpur, I'll say, Shayani Ghosh, that educated people, a section of educated people, they do not like Shayani Ghosh. And you know the reasons, how he insulted Lord Shiva, making Lord Shiva wear a condom. So the section they don't support. So I don't know this time how many seats left will gain. That I cannot predict, but I feel that you will see a little increase in the vote share of
And
left.
that will be at the cost of the Trinamool vote share, is what
Yes,
you're saying.
Trinamool vote share can go to the left. And I've always seen, I'll be honest, I've seen the BJP voters in places they're not happy with the BJP candidate. They want to vote for Modi. They had voted for Modi. They want to vote for Modi. But now they're saying, why this candidate? So they're in a dilemma what to do, because they support Modi. They feel that the Prime Minister should be Modi. But they
this
say,
is the wrong
this is the candidate. This candidate can again go back. This is very much true in
Because it happened
Barakpur,
Yes,
Arjun Singh.
Barakpur
Arjun
said,
Singh.
I have seen people who voted for BJP and they are now in confusion. So some may still vote for BJP because
what
they
about
think.
Taposh Roy?
Huh?
What about Taposh Roy?
I think Taposh Roy is a big chance of winning. Shudip does not have a very good image and he has not worked.
So let me ask you the larger question. Many people are saying, and I don't know, if you look at what some of the opinion polls seem to suggest just before the elections began, that the BJP will outperform the TMC. Is that possible? Will they gain 6 more seats?
6, to predict numbers is very difficult, but I feel that BJP will gain some seats. And see, we have never seen a rally of Modi ji before in Kolkata. The kind of tsunami of people came, and they were not people who were paid and brought. It was a real. It seemed at least very
the correspondent,
spontaneous.
when I was on air, we asked questions, and a lot of people said we are fascinated. It's the first Prime Minister to have come and held a rally in Kolkata. We're here for Mr. Modi. Then the question was, would you support him? And they said, we're not going to tell you.
We're not going to tell you.
So silent
This silence is not in favor of the Trinamool is what one sentiment is. The other one is that the voter is keeping their cards close to the chest because their fear of being beaten up.
Right.
By
Fear
whoever,
of being
जिसका
beaten
भी
up.
नाम लिया, बाकी अगला आके मेरे को मार के जाएगा.
See, BJP does not have that muscle power or anything to beat up people, but
ऐसा कुछ नहीं
TMC
है.
has.
बीजेपी का भी पास मसल पावर है, लेफ्ट के पास भी मसल पावर है, बंगाल में सबके पास मसल पावर है. That's the reality. सबके पास मसल पावर है. But
and if you look at the EVs, if you look at the EVs, money power bhi hai.
Money power bhi hai. But I am asking you this: in the Prime Minister being in Kanyakumari, the Swami Vivekananda Ramakrishna Mission aspect, how much of it will it have an impact on Kolkata and South 24 Parganas?
See, obviously, Swami Vivekananda was from Kolkata and Bengalis have a sentiment. But Narendra Modi going to Kanyakumari, that will surely boost the Hindu civilizational voters. See, Anand, I think BJP has three strong votes. That's the civilizational voters who vote for the temple, Ram temple and the Kashi corridor, the nationalists, because India is becoming strong. There's no terror attack. The third is the Labharti. The fourth is the swing voters. So the swing voters will not be much affected by this, but the voters were like very strong core Hindu voters. They are influenced by this dhyan. And Kolkata people would love to.
Case voting for BJP.
But they,
core Hindu
coming out to vote.
They were not
coming out. Coming out to vote and in Kolkata.
Right.
See, Shambazar, the Prime Minister ends his rally in Shambazar at Swami Vivekananda, and the next day Mamata Banerjee goes there.
What's the point of having a civilizational vote if it doesn't come out to vote?
No, there is a reason.
So I'm sure if it's truly that committed, it would be
the
coming
one
out
thing-
and just Prime Minister being in
maybe
But
Vivekananda.
Sanjeev ji,
those
the one
people
thing that we've seen in Bengal is that the turnout has been robust. It is certainly not flagged in the manner that we've seen in Rajasthan or some other pockets of the Hindi belt in
One
Uttar
place
Pradesh.
BJP really has a chance to gain is Bengal. That even I
just
think.
shows-
The other one is Odisha.
That just shows that each of the
And Odisha,
contests,
But
there
Odisha,
are
I don't think
contests
that's
happening.
But Professor Gargi, I started off with this. There is this whole Bhadralok intellectual class in Bengal which is always looked down on the BJP or not
The
seen
secular
the BJP
Hindu.
very favorably.
the secular
Why do you believe this time they are more open to the BJP?
See, you said Bhadralok, he said secular or the secular fundamentalist. I call them Marx-influenced Macaulay Putras. I give you a new coinage, Marx-influenced Macaulay Putras. I have grown up seeing jhola carrying, gaja smoking, leftists. So that's what I have. So yes, I think they are also opening, that's the swing vote. What we have seen with the road show, they are also realizing the corruption of TMC. So there is a section who is in a fix. They don't want to vote for TMC because of corruption, because of many other reasons. So some of them, they think, okay, at least there has been a development in the country from the nationalist side. So they can come for BJP. A part of them can vote on Nota because they don't want to vote on TMC.
Story
Nota
in
left.
Kerala, the story in Bengal is the same
Why are
story
we
in
not talking
Kerala.
about the woman voter? Because that is fundamentally what was the difference between the BJP and the TMC in 21, wasn't it?
See,
the woman vote.
Women voters, the Labharti in the villages, I think villagers vote in very different way. Malda Dokhin, I think BJP has a chance. Malda Dokhin has a chance. North Calcutta, BJP has a chance. Jadavpur, if the Muslim votes get divided into CPM and ISF and all those things, then
they have a chance.
BJP
Okay,
has a
Sanjeev,
chance.
Just coming to the studio, I was speaking to someone who actually is spending time between Delhi and Calcutta. He based out of Kolkata. So he was saying that one thing which the BJP appears to have got right this time is that there's very little Hindi play in all the hoardings, posters, banners are in
It's all
Bengali.
Bangla.
Because the BJP's big problem was always that it was seen as a Hindi
party.
party. Also, it was seen as
Boiro
no
hoto.
local big leader who has a pan-Bengal acceptance there was no face like that. So at least that Hindi bit they are trying to address this time.
But Sanjeev ji, what is the view from the limousine? जब आपने वो खिड़की नीचे करी और what is the view from the limousine? I want to ask him that.
Limo liberal.
The limo
There
liberals.
is
What
no
are they saying?
limousine.
It
is no liberal. Which is stuck.
Grand
It
Vitara.
is just a group of
fine.
people who have been traveling together for
You
last
travel
25 years.
with Mr. Pranoy
So,
Roy and people
yes,
who know Bengal. So I want to ask.
But we didn't go to Bengal.
Oh, you didn't go to Bengal.
We went to Andhra,
The swing
we
state.
went to Telangana, we went to Maharashtra.
Bengal's roads can't handle a limo.
Yeah. No, we have been to
That's why the
Bengal.
limo didn't go to
We have
Bengal.
been to Bengal twice. Twice
ये
actually.
कैसी party
but
थी
not
that didn't
this
go to
time.
the real swing states?
No, I think Maharashtra is the real swing state.
Maharashtra.
The only one.
Maharashtra is the real swing state.
We'll talk Maharashtra too, but yes, Rajagopalan ji, see, you're not in the studio, you're outside, we tend to forget you.
Educate us on CAA, whether that is vote. Second thing, Narendra Modi has got 2% vote. That is what one Bengali journalist editor told me. Narendra Modi's swing will take away the women voters. 2%. Is it right, Madam Roy?
Yes. Namaskar, Rajgopalan ji. Yes, that's what I said. That road show, the swing voters who decide in the last 48 or 72 hours, who are not decided. And seeing that road show, I felt why 2%, maybe a 4%, 3-4% of swing voters can come and cast for BJP. Unless the candidate is very bad. Because some people in Bengal are really not
This
happy
about
with
the-
that
about-
candidate.
I just want to add one point.
Candidate selection has been really the sticking point for BJP.
Some
It's
places,
hurting.
not
It's
all.
hurting
And
them.
it's across the board. It's in
this
Rajasthan
election,
also.
this
Yeah,
election,
yeah.
we talk about Mr. Modi, we talk about Mamata Banerjee. I think this election in Bengal will also decide Abhishek's fate. Because a lot of the candidates were Abhishek candidates. And there is this whole thing about, this generational change that could happen in the TMC. He has to prove it in this election. His candidates have to win in this election because otherwise, I don't see that succession plan going very particularly smooth.
Yeah, Shuvendu,
So you're saying that we need to add another category here, apart from the Macaulay, whatever Putras. There is also the Bolshevokist.
Yeah.
That is
Marx
going to kick in.
influence Macaulay Putras. So, but I'm just saying for the BJP this time, it's been the three Bengali faces core, that the three S's. Shuvendu Adhikari, Shukanto Majumdar and Shantanu Thakur. So that's how they have tried to create the mix. The likes of Dilip Ghosh and some of the other ones have been largely kept quiet. From the Trinamool point of view, it is Abhishek Banerjee versus Mamata Bandyopadhyay's, core team. So
That
old
is
guard versus a
Parliament.
new guard. So we'll have to see. We've got to take a break.
One second, Anand, 1 second. In
Yeah.
Parliament, whenever a debate takes place, Subrata Roy stands up and Mr. Amit Shah always retorts him. This time, Mr. Amit Shah spent one more day to ensure that Subrata Roy does not win.
Okay, Saugata Roy, again, Saugata Roy, Sudeep Bandyopadhyay, we have to see what will happen with their cases. Everybody believes their chances are good, others believe no, there is anti-incumbency and the others would win. It's all up to the voter. You have to go out and vote for that decision to be taken. Battle for Bharat continues after a break. Stay with us.
The countdown begins.
India's largest news network is ready to deliver the fastest and most accurate election results.
Want to know how? With over 2,000 reporters across all the counting centers and constituencies nationwide. Real-time coverage that's minutely coordinated, backed by a flawless record of precise results.
We are always first,
always right.
This election, trust the News 18 Live Result Hub.
Shuvendu Adhikari, Amit Malviya has tweeted on this. On the other hand, what we are getting it from the administrative sources is that there were cases against some people in those areas. So police went there to search those things and to find out this person. So this is the thing which is coming from the administrative sources. Trinamool obviously denying the entire thing. But today in the morning, Rekha Patra, while she went out to cast her vote, she clearly said that this is the first time she will be voting as there is Chappa vote always in Sandesh Khali. So which side Sandesh Khali goes, that's to be seen. Since yesterday night, there has been allegation and counter allegation, and Rekha Patro early in the morning she has got out. She has casted her vote, and she has said that she is happy. She believes that the woman of Sandesh Khali will give vote to BJP because BJP stood by them in the need, in their need.
Bashirhat again is an interesting constituency. You remember Nusrat Jahan was the sitting MP from there. She got dropped. The TMC declined her a ticket. They gave it to a local strongman named Haji Nurul Islam. He's the guy who's fighting from Bashirhat.
Come through. I'm looking at it on our news feed, ladies and gentlemen. Dramatic visuals. The men and women are actually fighting there. And this EVM has been thrown in that pond there. Look at that. Cops are being pelted. Stones are being pelted. Cops. Somebody is making videos. Now the cops are trying to push them back. And the voters are actually angry there in Kultali, South 24 Parganas. In that pond, they actually threw the EVM into that pond. They were arguing with the local officials there. Cops are fighting there. Stones being pelted. Look at the cop there just running away near your screen. First he's chasing. There are young boys and girls around. These are clashes in Bhangar also, pictures coming through. This is an area called Kultali where the EVM has been thrown into the pond. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
In South 24 Pargana, today is the crucial poll. The last phase, 9 important constituencies are going for poll. One incident has taken place in Bhangar, which falls under Jadavpur constituency. There you can see that the ISF and CPIM, they are alleging that the miscreants have attacked them, bombs have been hurled, and you can see that still there are 2 bombs dying on the roads in Bhangar. So Bhangar has always been following the history of violence, and today from the morning also it's no change in Bhangar, it seems, in spite of having more than 900 CAPF deployed.
Well, Kamalika, we're going to try and get you back.
अब ये 400 पार चली गई पार। अब वो आप ये जनता तय करेगी। ये आप तय करने वाले नहीं हैं, आप नहीं तय कर देंगे। ये जनता तय करती है कि 10 लाख पार होगा कि 4 लाख पार।
क्यों चुनना चाहिए कांग्रेस को, भाजपा को?
बिल्कुल इसलिए चुनना चाहिए कि महंगाई, बेरोजगारी, भ्रष्टाचार, हमने हर चीज को कंट्रोल कर। महंगाई कहाँ है आज दाल 180 रुपए किलो है, 200 रुपए किलो है, 400 का सिलेंडर 1000 में बिक रहा है।
आप कह रहे हैं आप यहाँ के पुत्र हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि माँ गंगा ने उनको गोद लिया है।
इसीलिए तो कह रहे हैं माँ गंगा से भी झूठ बोला उन्होंने। जो गोद लिए हुए हैं, माँ ने गोद लिया, उसी माँ गंगा में गौ माता तैर रही थी, आपने देखा होगा मरी हुई। उसी माँ गंगा में नाले गिर रहे हैं। तो माँ गंगा को ऐसे पुत्र नहीं चाहिए जो अपनी माँ से झूठ बोले।
जिंदगी सब ठीक चल रही है पूछ रहे हैं। जिंदगी विपक्षियों की झंड हो गई। कहा है कि लोग ने जैसे ही प्रधानमंत्री जी को भगवा में देखा, सबकी प्रेत आत्माएं, उनके अंदर का जो शैतान था छटपटाने लगा। तो यही कहूंगा कि अरे आही आही करता विरोधी, कहा है कि भैया हो तुम भी मोदी, हम भी, पूरा देश कहा था। तो सब विरोधी लोगन के जिंदगी झंड बा। अभी भी कौन फिर भी वार दिखाओ विरोधी का ये बातें हो।
मैं जा रहा हूं वोट देने विकसित भारत के लिए, विकसित बिहार के लिए, स्थायी सरकार के लिए, सनातन के सम्मान के लिए, गरीबों के सम्मान के लिए।
राहुल गांधी कह रहे हैं पीएम बन रहे हैं वो।
भाई दिन में सपने देखने में तो कोई मनाही नहीं। धन्यवाद।
400 के पार या 300 के पार?
400 पार वहां भी, पटना साहिब में 4 लाख के पार। धन्यवाद।
Co-presented by a lot of hollowness and echo in the way when you're speaking, from where you're speaking, but visuals coming in from Bhangar is what she's saying. ISF and CPM alleging Trinamool Congress has attacked them. There are other visuals that have come through. Bombs are still on the road, we are given to understand. One of the cops, this cop who's chasing the people around, and others with the lathis trying to use sticks, etc. Then he also finds a stone being pelted at him. There you go. Something will land on his head as he comes near to the screen.
Kamalika is back with us. There you go. There you go. The cop is also running back. So there is drama in Bangar, and there is another drama in Kultali in South 24 Parganas, where an EVM has been thrown into a pond. Kamalika, lots happening this morning in Bengal.
Yes, again now, the whole picture of Bhagol. Bhagol is always sensitive and it's a violence-prone area. And today in the morning also this allegation against Trinamool Congress is there. And as you can see, till now the bombs are there on the road. Right now the situation under there is control. But the very interesting thing has happened in Kultali, which falls under Joynagar Lok Sabha constituency in South 24 Pargana. There, the villagers allege that some of their the husbands of some of the women they were not allowed to sit as a polling agent and they were not allowed to vote. That's their allegation, and they were so much angry with this that they went inside the booth and took the EVM and then thrown the EVM in the pond. So that is what is again this. We have seen this picture in Panchayat election also. So the same picture we see in Jharkhand. As the morning starts, though Sandesh Khali today too is voting. It's all yesterday there was some allegation by BJP that the police has done excessive at the night in Sandesh Khali, where police has said that they went there first they had search warrants and all. So Sandesh Khali
We'll come to Sandesh Khali in a bit, but these are pictures from Kultali where this is the pond in which the EVM has been thrown. So is the Election Commission taking cognizance? What's happening in this constituency now then? And who are the people who threw an EVM box into the pond?
Yes, definitely the Election Commission has been informed and they are taking cognizance of this situation out there. This is in a village which has taken place in Kultali. Now Kultali again in South 24 Pargana is a violence-prone area under Joynagar Lok Sabha. The local villagers alleged that they were not allowed to vote and there were intimidation, and that's why they went inside and they took the EVM and they put it in the pond. So that's very that's very interesting, because this in Lok Sabha polls this type of visuals definitely not seen. We have seen this same thing in Panchayat election, if you remember, Anand, but with so much of security and so much of everything put into place. EVM in pond.
What is their allegation? Who was the one who was doing this entire chappa? If I were to quote Rekha Patra there in Sandesh Khali said, everywhere every election there is this chappa thing that happens where the voters are not allowed to vote and their ballot is cast. Now, who's the allegation? Which party has been allegedly indulging in this?
See, all the allegation is definitely against the ruling party, Trinamool Congress. And South 24 Pargana is definitely a Trinamool Congress bastion. So there the local villagers are alleging that it is the Trinamool Congress who is behind this. They are intimidating. Trinamool Congress has denied it. Police is looking into the matter. Election Commission also is looking into the matter. But the allegation definitely against the Trinamool Congress.
Seat and Pratima Mondal of the TMC had won it last time. Outside of Calcutta.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching CNN News 18's rolling coverage. It's the final phase of the general elections 2024. And quite a journey it's been. 57 parliamentary constituencies across 8 states and union territories that are casting their vote as we speak. This is, of course, the 7th phase of what has been the longest polling period that India has seen for a general election. This will mark a finish to the world's largest polling marathon that began on April 19th. Already covering 6 phases and 486 Lok Sabha seats. This is, of course, the largest electoral exercise anywhere in the world. Remember, India had more than 97 crore registered voters this time around. A total of 904 candidates in the fray, 13 seats in Uttar Pradesh, all of Punjab, 9 in West Bengal, 8 in Bihar, 6 in Odisha, 4 in Himachal, 3 in Jharkhand and Chandigarh polling today. So all very key areas really as far as the states that are left or the areas of the states that are left. Key candidates, of course, include the likes of Prime Minister Narendra Modi from Varanasi himself. There's Anurag Thakur from Hamirpur, Abhishek Banerjee from Diamond Harbour, Meesa Bharti from Pataliputra, Charanjit Singh Channi from Jalandhar, and many, many more. Many big faces whose fate is going to be hanging in the balance today. Polling for the remaining 42 seats in the Odisha State Legislative Assembly are also taking place today simultaneously. And Odisha is overall one of those states that everybody is watching out for, not just because there's Legislative Assembly elections together with the general elections, but there is supposedly a lot of churn as far as Odisha politics is concerned. And we will talk about Odisha, we'll talk about the other states. Punjab is very interesting this time around. But first, I want to focus on Uttar Pradesh and Bihar. The visuals on your screen, of course, are of the Prime Minister, who's the candidate for a third straight time from Varanasi. Not much of a contest, really, even from Ajay Rai of the Congress party, who's possibly one of their biggest faces in Uttar Pradesh. But this is, of course, the Prime Minister who has left for a meditation trip, a dhyan trip in Kanyakumari, and some of those visuals that we have accessed from earlier. Now, let's talk about the Prime Minister's contest. Let's also talk about, of course, Uttar Pradesh in general. I've got Sanjeev Srivastav and Gargi joining me in the studio. Sanjeev, Uttar Pradesh is always very, very interesting, but is there any sense of contest you think still left in Uttar Pradesh? Depending on who you talk to, either it's a sweep, and it's a sweep bigger than 2014, or Uttar Pradesh could throw up surprises. Which way are you standing?
Well, I haven't met anybody, Shivani, who says it will be a bigger sweep than 2014.
Really?
Because 2014 was 71 or 72 seats out of 80. So that looks very, very unlikely. I think the bigger debate around UP is that whether they are going to increase their seats from 62 of last time. And if yes, how much? Or if they are going to lose, if yes, how many? Because despite UP having plateaued in a way into 2019 and 2014, it is still a very crucial state just simply because it gives you the largest number of MPs, 80. And there are so many currents flowing across UP this time around. What with the so-called Thakur being upset, the Yogi Delhi equation being talked about.
That has been talked about for the last 7 years, ever since he was chosen.
True.
Some of the narratives just never change.
Yeah, but those are stories on the ground. And if you're asking for my perspective,
I like the term, stories on the ground.
Yeah, that's what we describe all our journalism as stories in any case. So I still think the BJP is in a pole position in UP, but whether the pole position would be retaining the number of seats they had last time, I don't think they can exceed that. Personally, I don't think from 62.
62, they cannot even exceed that mark.
Yes, very difficult.
Well, the 2022 state elections in Uttar Pradesh were, in some ways, you could say, an indication, in the sense that BJP was still very much the first party and the poll party by a long margin, but Samajwadi Party, but it contested alone. It contested alone, and it did well. The understanding after those elections was, and I did travel particularly to this belt, which was the eastern belt of Uttar Pradesh at that time, Gorakhpur, Varanasi, etc., is that, the whole narrative in Uttar Pradesh was that if earlier in 2019, Akhilesh had not gone with Congress or this, the BSP thing, then maybe it would have worked out for them. In 2017, he had gone with the Congress. In 2019, he had gone with the BSP. So they were smarter in 2022. They fought alone, and they reaped rewards for that. But in 2024, they have gone back with the Congress.
I don't know. See, the beauty about politics and election results is that hindsight is the most powerful side.
Yes.
Post 22 election, one can always explain what Akhilesh did right or wrong.
Right.
Every election is different. And I think to some extent, this time the SP Congress's alliance is working on the ground.
Okay.
In certain pockets. The manner in which the Mayawati vote is getting chipped away and not really working on the ground.
But in general elections, her vote has not been chipped. Not in the last
time,
cycles. I'll come back to that. I'll come back to that. In fact, the BSP equation is always very interesting. But let me first also go across to my colleague Crispin, who's joining us live from Varanasi. Crispin has been there in the Prime Minister's constituency for a week. Just give me a sense today, Crispin, of the polling mood. Because voting numbers or polling numbers, percentages have been the big talking point. Is there fervor on the ground? Because this is not a constituency where you would suggest that there's a massive contest.
Absolutely, and that's what people have been saying, Shivani. The last 1 week I've been here. You're talking about the poll forward. There's been a lot of enthusiasm. People were really looking forward to today to come out and cast their vote. The sun also, luckily, has been slightly kind today. Nonetheless, it's extremely humid. A lot of people at this polling booth where I am, and many of them have already cast their votes. So they're here to exercise their right. And you can see the number in itself suggesting the same. We've been here since a week. You said it right. It's a VVIP constituency and not many left to guess which way it's going to go. But Ajay Rai has also been putting up a tough fight. He's been fighting on the son of soil pitch. Let's quickly ask some of the voters here who've already cast their vote on what they think, what is the agenda they're voting on. Sir, आपने वोट डाला, क्या मुद्दा रहा है जब आपने वोट डाला, क्या रहा आपके दिमाग में?
क्या
विकास को लेके, रोजगार को लेके क्या
चाहिए और क्या? इसके रोजगार एकदम ठप हो गया है, बहुत ज्यादा लो हो गया है।
विकास लो हो गया है, विकास नहीं हुआ है।
विकास हुआ, रोजगार एकदम नहीं चल रहा है, एकदम धंधा एकदम बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गया, एकदम मंदा चल रहा है एकदम।
तो कहा जा रहा है पिछले 10 साल में काफी कुछ किया, आप क्या कहेंगे सर?
10 साल में वाराणसी के लिए और पूरे देश के लिए काफी विकास का काम हमारी सरकार ने किया है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार ने, और देश के उन्नति भविष्य के लिए और खुशहाल भारत के लिए और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए। जरूर ऐसे लोगों को मैं अपील करूंगा वोट करें जो सक्षम सरकार चलाने में हो। हम लोग के आगे माननीय मोदी जी के अलावा कोई विकल्प नहीं, जो यहाँ पे हमको लगता है वोट पड़ रहा है।
किस गति में विकास देख रही है वाराणसी?
वाराणसी का चतुर्मुख विकास हो रहा है। यहाँ पे घाट का हाल देखिए, चाहे ट्रांसपोर्ट देखिए, जो विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर बना है, सड़कें बनी है और जो वो बना हुआ है। मस्जिद बनने की बात नहीं है, इनका जो रिवाज हो अपने जगह पे हो, बाकी जो है वो चतुर्मुख विकास है। बाकी हमारे
काफी लोग कह रहे हैं कि छोटी गलियां ही काशी की पहचान थी, वो धीरे धीरे जा रही है।
देखिए, काशी एक पुरातन सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक नगरी है। जिन लोगों का सेंटिमेंट जुड़ा हुआ है उसके स्वरूप में बदलाव नहीं चाहते हैं। ये भी सच है, विकास की गति में जिस तरह से आधुनिक भारत का निर्माण,
बदलाव नहीं होगा तो रोजगार कैसे है?
तो रोजगार के मुद्दे पे मैं कह रहा हूँ कि लोगों का परसेप्शन है वो किस चीज को कैसे देखते हैं। निश्चित रूप से पुरातन चीज में कोई भी छेड़छाड़ होती है या विकास के क्रम में कुछ होता है तो विभिन्न लोगों का विभिन्न मत होता है, तो वो अपना अपना देखने का नजरिया है। काशीवासी होने के नाते, इस शहर का होने के नाते, तो ये शहर एक विकास देख रहा है। बाकी
विकास देख रहा है, हाईवे बहुत बड़ा बन गया है, सड़कें बड़ी हो गई हैं, दुकानें चलने लग गई हैं मंदिर के आसपास। काशी विश्वनाथ की बात करें तो रोजगार की स्थिति वही है अभी भी?
नहीं, रोजगार की स्थिति निश्चित रूप से जो टूरिज्म के पर्पज से वो बड़ा है, लेकिन अगर कोई रोजगार के मुद्दे पर कुछ कह रहा है तो उनका अपना मत है। मैंने कहा, बार बार मैं कह रहा हूँ, काशी की जनता में विभिन्न जाति, धर्म, संप्रदाय और विभिन्न संस्कृति के लोग रहते हैं। सबका देखने का नजरिया, सोचने का नजरिया अलग अलग है। यहाँ पे 4-4 विश्वविद्यालय हैं। कम से कम एक ऐसा शहर है जहाँ पूरे विश्व भर के लोग आते हैं, तो उस हिसाब से लोगों को देखने का अपना नजरिया, बयां करने का नजरिया। और काशी की एक खूबसूरती है कि यहाँ पे कबीर, रैदार, तुलसी, ये जितने भी सुधारक थे, विभिन्न विचारधाराओं होने के बाद ही बुद्ध को भी ज्ञान की प्राप्ति हुई, तो ये एक अद्भुत शहर है। तो इसलिए काशी के लोग काशी को किस नजरिए से देखना चाहते हैं, तो जो लोग स्वीकारता के रूप में तो स्वीकारते हैं, तो काशी तो पुरातन नगरी, इसका स्वरूप का कोई हल नहीं होगा। लेकिन हम जो सकारात्मक पक्ष को लेंगे तो काशी निश्चित रूप से।
बिजली, सड़क, पानी की बात करें, आम मुद्दों की बात करें, तो आपने वोट डाल लिया सर, क्या कहेंगे?
क्या कहें?
तो ये किस मुद्दे पे वोट डाला, क्या सोच के वोट डाला, क्या चाहते हैं आप अपने सांसद से?
अच्छा चाहते हैं हम तो कोई वैकेंसी निकालें या कोई नौकरी दिलाएं, सरकार, आदमी भूखा ना मरे, प्यासा ना मरे, हम यही चाहते हैं।
नौकरी की बात हो रही है तो अग्निवीर स्कीम के बारे में जानते हैं सर, उसकी भी बात हो रही है, क्या है आपका कहना उस पर?
अग्निवीर के बारे में है कि जो डायरेक्ट ये निकाल रहे हैं, इसलिए थोड़ा से इसमें थोड़ा से वो करना चाहिए, बदलाव करना चाहिए, थोड़ा बदलाव लाना चाहिए।
But let me tell you this. Yes, 1 week I've been here, but a lot of people have emphasized on the fact that Kashi has seen a lot of development, and that most certainly has brought in a lot of jobs. Not just that, shopkeepers, businesses in the Kashi Vishwanath temple area also say that we used to not see many people come. In fact, there were very narrow lanes that people had to cross by, and a lot of crowd that they had to really, cross when they had to make it to the temple. But that's not the situation anymore. So they're seeing a lot of progress, a lot of vikas. But yes, if we talk about the mudda that really one in Kashi is looking at from a perspective of change is that of unemployment, that of price rise. These are two important things that many people have come out to
everybody,
say.
wherever you
Kashi
go,
needs
does talk about price rise or inflation or jobs. The important issue in this election is whether the anger over these issues or the irritation over these issues is large enough for people to change their votes. Is anybody going to be able to chip off the BJP vote block, even if they weren't being able to add to it? So that's the biggest question as far as these elections are concerned. And, I was in, Gargi in Varanasi just a few weeks ago, and there is no denying the city has seen a sea change. People are very grateful to the Prime Minister for that, and many believe that only somebody like him with the goodwill he enjoys could have pulled off something like the Kashi redevelopment corridor. And the Kashi Dham today gets more tourists or devotees than even some of the biggest temple centers in the country. So it has seen that temple economy boom. Is that sufficient or not is a legitimate question to ask for a growing city. Your thoughts on what the Prime Minister has been able to do for the city?
I think the Prime Minister has surely delivered, Shivani. There is no doubt about that. As you yourself spoke about the temple economy, people who criticize temple, they don't understand the kind of boost it gives to economy. I know people who had their own houses, they are now given for homestay facilities, the shops, the restaurants. So any city which is seeing so many lakhs of devotees, they will at least go to a restaurant to eat, they will buy something, they'll buy the prasad, they'll have tea, they will stay. So naturally the economy will boom. And obviously from the station to the airport to the road to the Kashi Corridor, everything, it is very much evident.
No, in UP you can see the highways.
Highways
you can't
also,
ignore that.
yeah, you can see the highways
in that area as well, in eastern UP as well, from Gorakhpur, which is Yogi Adityanath's constituency, to Varanasi, to all the areas concerned, there are big highways connecting all of these
even
cities.
from Delhi to Mirat,
Yes,
all the two
running towards the national capital, all of those.
So all those, so that is like, and whenever there are good roads, I think I heard Mr. Nitin Gadkari once saying that, America is developed. It's not that America has great roads because it is a developed country and a big business. America is developed because of those highways. So it is so important, and that is one of the reasons that development, the country has become strong. So many people will vote for that. I will disagree with Sanjeev ji that he said ki last time number was 62, it will not go. I really feel, obviously you can't deny that Ram Mandir is a huge factor, though maybe it has happened in January, but still 62, it will BJP will increase its vote in
actually,
UP.
interestingly, the BJP is not raising the Ram Mandir.
Yes, it is not even in Uttar
They're
Pradesh.
actually going out of their way to tell you that this is not the issue we are fighting on.
So the development is the issue.
Has been their consistent stand, at least in public, but whether one likes it, supports it or not, Ram Mandir somehow has become a latent issue. That
because the issue is
it has
resolved
not
now.
become such a poll issue, which is I think a little bit of a surprise to me that it should have been there. Only one thing I'll like to say about these infrastructure and roads, which are lovely to look at, lovely to travel, ease of whatever doing business. But a lot of people I have met during my travels in this election who actually says that, and you can argue with that, who actually believe that all these things only benefit the rich and the traders and the business people. How does it benefit really the poor person, the marginalized section of society? They are not either, swishing past those roads. They are not. So there is, nobody built more highways than in Atal Bihari Vajpayee's time. And look what happened in 2004. I'm not suggesting that is going to happen. But all these things which we as middle class people and other city people, I see a big city and urban-rural divide in this election.
But I think the rural population, that is, if they are not traveling with the road, at least, the kind of houses they have gone under PM Awas Yojana, the toilet, the gas, the ration. So
the delivery schemes are actually working.
Yes,
they are working
as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. And I keep saying this, Gargi, that the double engine works nowhere better than in Uttar Pradesh. And it's the model of a double engine. I believe Kangana Ranaut is speaking right now. Let's try and cut it.
बुद्धिजीवियों से यही चाहूँगी कि पैलेस्टीन के इशू में जाने से अच्छा है या कहीं और जाने जहां आप कभी गए नहीं हैं, जहां की राजनीति आप समझते नहीं हैं, आपको सिर्फ सुनी सुनाई बातों से बहकाया जाता है। आप कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए लड़ें, आप संदेश खाली की महिलाओं के लिए लड़ें, आप जो है कन्हैया लाल जैसे इंसान जिसको दिन दहाड़े जो है गर्दन काटती जाती है, आप उसके लिए लड़ें। चूज योर बैटल्स, नहीं तो हमारा देश आगे बढ़ने तो बढ़ेगा, उसको इतनी पावर और इम्पावर करेंगे, आगे बढ़ने से ज्यादा जो है वो भटक जाएगा। इसलिए चूज योर बैटल्स वाइजली। देखिए, सरकार भी तभी कोई काम कर सकती है अगर उसमें जनमत हो। तो जैसे आपने मुहिम चलाई है अलग अलग चीजों के लिए, कश्मीरी पंडितों के लिए मैं चाहूंगी बुद्धिजीवियों को कि उनके लिए मुहिम चलाएं। कहाँ पे? उनके शुरू में यस डेफिनेटली मैंने बहुत बढ़ चढ़ कर जो है हमेशा कश्मीरी पंडितों के उसके लिए कहा हुआ है, एंड आई विल कंटिन्यू टू डू दैट।
मंडी का जो इशू है यहाँ पर ओल्ड पेंशन स्कीम और अग्निवीर का एक बड़ा इशू है, खासकर से ये यंगस्टर्स को लेकर। तो आप इसके बारे में, क्योंकि कांग्रेस हमेशा कॉर्नर करती रही है बीजेपी को इन मुद्दों को लेकर, तो आपके क्या भाव है इस मुद्दे पर?
देखिए, हर जो एक देश होता है जिसकी इतनी आबादी है, जैसे पिछली टर्म में हमारे प्रधानमंत्री 120 करोड़ बोलते थे, अब 140 करोड़ बोलते हैं, तो नेचुरल सी बात है कि यहाँ पर आबादी जिस स्तर से बढ़ रही है उस स्तर से जो है एक सरकार जिसके अभी सेकंड टर्म ही हुई है उसके लिए रोजगार जुटाना जो है एक अपने आप में ही उनको कई इनोवेटिव तरीकों से आना पड़ेगा। अब मुझे एक मिनट दीजिएगा, मैं आपको समझाऊंगी कि इजराइल जैसे जो देश हैं वहां पर आर्मी में जाना जो है वो कंपलसरी होता है, वो कोई करियर या कोई फ्यूचर या जॉब नहीं, आर्मी ट्रेनिंग होना, ताकि जो लोग, जैसे हमने देखा है कि पंजाब में जो है ड्रग्स हो गए या ड्रग्स माफिया हो गए, पूरी की पूरी गांव जो है वो विधवाओं के हैं, नस्लों को जो है खोखला कर दिया गया है। उस ध्यान से रखते हुए ये जो हेरोइन का ये बहुत बड़ा जो हमारे हिमाचल प्रदेश को टारगेट किया जा रहा है, इससे जो यूथ है बिल्कुल जो है वो ड्रग्स के अंदर जो है वो हो गया है। छोटे उम्र में यूथ को एक डायरेक्शन देना, उनको एक ट्रेनिंग मिलना, एक अगर आप कहें तो मैं इन दोनों को कंपेयर नहीं करूंगी, जैसे हमारे छोटे शहर की बेटियां जब कोई ब्यूटी कॉन्टेस्ट में जाती हैं उनको स्टाइलिंग टीम जो है वो ग्रूम करती है, यहाँ आकर वो चाहे अपना कोई बुटीक खोले या कोई ब्यूटी पार्लर, उनके लिए एक व्यवसाय बनता है। उसी तरह से जब एक युवक को जो है एक मेंटल, फिजिकल और ट्रेन किया जाता है, पूरी तरीके से सशक्तिकरण उनका किया जाता है, तो वो आगे चलकर कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, नंबर 1। लेकिन उसके साथ में
All right, Kangana Ranaut there speaking. She's of course putting up a fight in the seat of Mandi, and Himachal Pradesh is going to be an interesting result to watch out for, along with Punjab. But I'm going to come to those in just a bit. R. Rajagopalan is also with us. Let's talk a little bit about, Varanasi, but overall Uttar Pradesh as well. R. Rajagopalan, I think Sanjeev mentioned the BSP factor. Now, BSP vote share declined for the very first time. We thought it was very stagnant as far as the last state elections are concerned. But you look at the last two cycles of the general elections, 2014 and 2019, her vote share has stayed consistent to the dot.
The work of Mr. Narendra Modi speaks volumes, as you and your correspondent mentioned. Apart from that, madam, Sanjeev Srivastava is my very oldest friend. 30, 40 years I have known him. But I would like to differ from him. He always speaks about Rahul Gandhi.
We have differed for 30, 40 years.
So 30, 40 years, double. Rahul Gandhi also says the highways never help the poor. What is the connotation? Apart from that, now come to the real point. La Bharati issue. One more important aspect, Shivani, one district, one product helped a lot. No one knows about it because there is a study conducted by one university, and that has brought out at least because there is a study conducted by one university, and that has brought out at least 75% of increase in the export of UP products. Second thing, the weak Congress. Why did Rahul Gandhi run away from Amethi? That is also tells upon the Akhilesh Yadav's capacity. Second, most important thing, as I understood UP politics, because I traveled length and breadth of UP politics in 2019, Triple Talaq has played a major role in bringing Narendra Modi, Yogi Adityanath, double engine Sarkar second time. None that never happened. It is Muslim women have understood the core aspect of Mr. Narendra Modi and Mr. Yogi Adityanath. That is why Muslim youngsters voted in large sum for Mr. Narendra Modi. Second, Mandir is definitely an issue, but that has not been overplayed by BJP in Uttar Pradesh because there are two other temples, Krishna temple and Jnanavapi. So they don't want to disturb it. These two have been given to the state government. Only Ram Mandir is the national subject. So they have bifurcated. With all these things, I would like to say Congress is slowly getting decimated. Do ladke tha, you pick a ladke. What happened in 2017 and 22? Sanjeev Srivastava should answer that.
I asked him about that.
It's fine, boss.
It's not the combination that worked. So whether it will work this time around or not, but R. Rajagopalan did answer my question about Mayawati and BSP's vote share. Do you expect it to decline?
He said what he wanted to
and
say.
Did he? And which way will it go if something that was going to happen? Very quickly, sir.
Mayawati has played a second fiddle to BJP.
Yes.
She sacked Anand, her own relative. That is not a good sign. And of course, Akash Anand should not criticize the Prime Minister or Amit Shah. They are not interfering with BSP's internal problems. But Dalit politics as such in UP has gone a second stage because all over India, the Dalit, because Narendra Modi has taken 2 times at least 40 to 50% of scheduled caste, scheduled tribe Adivasis or in the ministry of Mr. Narendra Modi.
Okay.
And moreover, Adivasi is the president of India. That also given a setback to Mayawati politics. And after Kanshiram, neither Punjab nor Uttar Pradesh, the Dalit politics did not take off because of Mayawati's failure.
All right, we'll wait and see. Now, we've seen it collapse in the state elections. If it does collapse a little bit in the general election, then we've got a real pattern on our hands. I'll come back to our guests in just a bit. Speaking of West Bengal, there's more updates coming in. And it seems like the alleged violence is dominating headlines towards the later phases in Bengal. BJP is alleging one of their workers has been attacked on the head. And there are some visuals that have also been released by the BJP. TMC is also claiming that their people have been injured. Administrative sources say there's been a clash and injury has occurred to both sides. Party workers on both sides. In another incident in Khulna, TMC claims that 3 of their workers have been injured. Let's go across to Kamalika, who's joining us. Just break down, what are the updates coming in? It seems like violence certainly taking place in pockets.
Well, yes, it's not like the Panchayat elections, though we have seen in the last 6 phase, rather till 5th phase, it was almost a non-violent election in Bengal. 5th phase, we saw certain amount of violence, and today also in the morning, we are getting reports of pocket violence from some of the places, as it started off with Bhangor, where bombs were hurled, and there were allegations that both the sides were accusing each other that they attacked in Bhangor, specifically CPM and ISI, they accused that the Trinamool Congress miscreants, they attacked them. So that is one incident. Another incident is obviously in Joynagar, Lok Sabha constituency in Kultali, where we see that the angry villagers, they actually put the EVM, they reserved the EVM in the pond. They were alleging that they were not allowed to vote, they were intimidated. Now the third incident is coming from again that Sandesh Khali, which has hit the headlines for the last 3-4 months, that in Boiramari, one BJP worker has been injured, has been attacked and injured. On the other hand, the administrative sources, they are saying it's a clash and there is also injury on both the sides. And Trinamool again claims that in another place called Bhawanipur, Khulna in Sandesh Khali, there too, 3 of their workers got injured. So definitely counter allegations are there, and there are pocket violence that are taking place.
Okay, Kamalika, we'll keep coming back to you. Certainly the intensity of the violence is picking up. Maybe that gives you an idea of the contest, because if it was not a contest or a stiff contest on ground, you generally don't tend to see that kind of violence erupt, middle of the elections. Yes, in Bengal, violence during polls is not a surprise at all. But will that pattern be broken a little bit, because this time it's been subdued on the violence front? We'll have to analyze post-elections, certainly. We were talking about Uttar Pradesh. Let's listen into some of the top voices that are coming in. As I said, big faces in contention today. And of course, lots of big faces that came out to vote today as well.
अभी प्रातः काल मौसम बहुत सुहावना है। इस सुहावने मौसम का आनंद लेकर के मैं मतदाताओं से अपील करूंगा कि हमें अब जाति, मत और मजहब से ऊपर उठ करके अपने देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए एक आत्मनिर्भर और विकसित भारत की जिस संकल्पना को मोदी जी ने आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव वर्ष में देशवासियों को दिया है, उसको साकार करने का समय आ गया है।
All right, let's also take a look at some of the visuals that are coming in from Bihar. Remember, lots of big contests. Meesa Bharti is contesting from Pataliputra. There she is. I think those are her visuals coming in now of her coming out to vote. Some selfies being clicked very close to the polling booth as well. But Meesa Bharti and others in contention and others coming out to vote today in Bihar. Would be interesting to look at some of those numbers, polling numbers that are coming in from Bihar as well. We were just hearing from Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath saying that the Mausam is a little bit better today. I'm not sure what the temperatures are in places like Pataliputra. I think she's speaking. Let's listen in.
का प्रयोग करें, मत डालें। और ये देश का चुनाव है और वो अपने मुद्दों पे जो जनता का मुद्दा है उसके लिए वोट डाल रहे हैं क्योंकि अंतिम चरण का चुनाव है।
आज आपका भी चुनाव है।
बिल्कुल, मेरा भी सुबह से हम भी अपने क्षेत्र में ही हैं और अभी फिर वही वोट डाल के फिर वही जा रहे हैं।
फीडबैक मिल रहा है?
बहुत अच्छा, बहुत अच्छा है। उत्साह है, बहुत ज्यादा उत्साह है और इंडिया गठबंधन के प्रति जनता में काफी उत्साह है क्योंकि ये उनके जनता के मुद्दों का चुनाव है और इंडिया गठबंधन जनता के मुद्दों को लेकर के चुनाव के बीच है। हम उनकी बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी तो क्या बात कर रहे हैं ये जनता बहुत अच्छे से समझ रही है। और इस बार जीत पाटलिपुत्र क्षेत्र की जनता की जीत होगी, मीसा भारती की जीत नहीं। 10 साल से इस क्षेत्र की जनता त्रस्त है, देश के प्रधानमंत्री से भी और स्थानीय सांसद महोदय रामकृपाल यादव से भी।
दिल्ली में भी आज मीटिंग हुई इंडिया अलायंस की।
बिल्कुल, आज एक बैठक, क्योंकि अंतिम चरण का चुनाव है और वो बैठक आयोजित की गई है शाम को, मुझे समय का जानकारी नहीं, लेकिन शाम को है, तो एक तरह से उनकी समीक्षा भी करेंगे कि पूरे 7 चरण में कैसे हुआ, क्या हुआ, आगे क्या करना है। तो बहुत एजेंडे की मुझे जानकारी नहीं है, लेकिन यही सब रहेगा।
आज प्रधानमंत्री जी का मेडिटेशन भी खत्म।
आप देखिए ना किस तरह का ध्यान लगा रहे प्रधानमंत्री। हजारों कैमरे के बीच कोई ध्यान लगाता है? वो तो प्रचार करता है। अगर हम सुबह पूजा करते हैं और ध्यान लगाते हैं तो कैमरों के सामने थोड़ी ना करते हैं। ये तो आज कोई प्रोग्राम लगा नहीं सकते थे, कहीं प्रचार कर नहीं सकते थे, तो प्रधानमंत्री कम और प्रचार मंत्री ज्यादा हैं ये।
आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि 4 जून के बाद बड़ा होने वाला है, तेजस्वी यादव भी
इंतजार करिए,
मुख्यमंत्री भी दिल्ली जा रहे हैं।
इंतजार करिए, 4 जून को शाम होते होते आपको बहुत सारी खबरें आप सबको मिलेगी, इंतजार करिए।
Meesa Bharti there speaking on many issues. Actually, she's touched upon that June 1st meeting of the India bloc as well. What are they going to be telling each other when they sit down later today after virtually the end of the 7-phase general elections? You'd love to be a fly on the wall, isn't it, Sanjeev, on that meeting of what they tell each other. But we'll come to that in just a bit. I want to go across to my colleague Saurabh, who's joining us. Saurabh, I believe you are in Patna Sahib, Ravi Shankar Prasad's constituency. Give me an overall sense of the polling numbers that are coming from Bihar. How are the temperatures and, of course, the enthusiasm in the public for voting today?
See, the temperature has been, it's low compared to the past 2 days, and today is the last phase of voting where almost 1.6 crore people are going to cast their vote in 8 constituencies in Bihar. And in fact, more than 77 lakh women voters are going to vote. 2 lakh first-time voters are going to vote. So the numbers are huge. All the 8 constituencies are going to witness. In fact, the voting is going on right from morning at 7 o'clock, and all the key leaders, including Lalu Prasad, Rabri Devi, Mita Bharti, Rohini Acharya, Tejashwi Yadav, Nitish Kumar, Nitish Kumar, and Ravi Shankar Prasad, they all have casted their vote in the first half of the day. And in fact, the voting percentage till 9 a.m. Is 11% on average. The 8 constituencies which is witnessing vote are Patna Sahib, Patliputra, Sasaram, Nalanda, Aksar, and Karakat. So these the interesting seats. If you talk about the interesting seats, where the fight is tough, are basically 3 seats. 5 other seats which I'm not going, which are considered as a BJP NDA. These seats which I'm talking about is of Patliputra, where Mita Bharti is contesting against Ram Kripal Yadav from BJP. Ram Kripal Yadav has been a 2-time MP. He has won it consecutively and is looking for the 3rd hat-trick. That seat is important because the margin of win of Ram Kripal Yadav in past 2 terms was just 40,000 votes, and at that time RJD was contesting alone. But this time RJD is having a support of Congress as well as left voters, so that makes that seat very interesting. On the other hand, Jahanabad, which is considered as a Bhumihar dominated area, and also Yadav population is high, but the seat was given to the incumbent MP Mr. Chandeshwar Chandravanshi, and not to a Bhumihar leader. So the Bhumihar community over there, they are not happy. In fact, another Bhumihar leader is contesting independently, Mr. Arun Kumar. We are looking at Bhumihar votes are going to fall in there in his pocket, and which is certainly going to dent the NDA candidate Chandeshwar Chandravanshi, his candidature. So that makes Jahanabad an interesting seat. Now, on the other hand, Karakat is also a very important seat where Rashtriya Lok Morcha's candidate, Upendra Kushwaha, he is contesting against Raja Ram Singh Kushwaha, who is again a Kushwaha candidate. So a fight between both the Kushwahas and
all right, Saurabh, we'll keep coming back to you. Some of the big contests running on your screen as well. Misa Mati just came out to vote a short while ago. That's of course the Yadav family that is voting. You can see Rabri Devi and Lalu Prasad Yadav in that, and of course all the big names in Patna politics or Bihar politics have already been seen. But Sanjeev, let me come to you on this. Bihar was supposed to be, this was where the Mahagathbandhan was tried and tested. And was very successful despite BJP being the single largest party. The Mahagathbandhan got the chance, and this was where it was the first big success for them, and then some smaller successes in UP bypolls where the quote-unquote Mahagathbandhan had come to play. But we don't hear that fervor, we don't hear that enthusiasm now that an India bloc is together from Bihar. Does that give you a sense that if in Bihar it is not on the absolute buoyancy, then what about the rest of the country?
See, in Bihar, the NDA had 39 out of 40. So whether we hear something or not, it's not likely to be repeated. The only issue in Bihar is that how much it goes down from 39. Whether it becomes 35, 32, 28, we don't know. But definitely the NDA is going to lose seats in Bihar because Tejasvi has really galvanized the campaign. More than the Gathbandhan or whatever, the SC, Yadav, minority vote, that is what is doing the trick for the opposition in large parts of the country.
But numerically,
not just in Bihar,
if you were to talk just about the fact that Bihar votes very predominantly on caste lines and you don't really switch from one to another, the BJP or the NDA has also got its numbers right. Numerically, they're also very, they're also very
so marginalized. The main partner. See, the one big story which is likely to emerge out of the outcome of this election is
future of
Nitish Kumar. Because the general perception is, again, we'll know the truth on 4th only. General perception is that ground under his feet is slipping. And
but his vote is not going to go to the others.
It was
right?
just not the Kurmi vote, which is his vote. There were so many other segments which were joining with the Kurmis to make Nitish Kumar the force that he has been for last nearly 3 decades now in Bihar.
But where does that vote go?
Bas, that's a $1 million question.
Does it go to the
That's a $1 million
Lalu
question.
family?
Yeah, because it can go to BJP, it can go to the opposition. Where is it going? I think it's getting split, and the split is going to harm the NDA, not the opposition.
I think, I think the alliance of Nitish Kumar with BJP, yes, obviously BJP saw it as a strategic alliance. And I will agree with him in that maybe among the electorate there is a cautiousness about Nitish Kumar because of his bar volte-face and because of flip-flop. I'll agree that yes, there is among the electorate there is a cautiousness, but maybe the vote will not go to RJD. People who feel that Nitish Kumar is not somebody to be trusted, maybe their vote will go to Nota, but they will not go to RJD. So it is not that the NDA will suffer for that. And I was really talking to Biharis well. So they still think there is a lot of corruption among the RJD people and all. So corruption and all is a big issue. And people see PM as the candidate, Narendra Modi as the PM's candidate.
Tejasvi factor cannot be discounted, as Sanjeev said, but these aren't of course state elections, right? These
So
are elections which are national elections. So the Tejasvi factor, which may be very pronounced in a state election,
You cannot be enthused to vote for somebody you are not keen on. So Nitish Kumar and JDU is contesting 15 seats. It's not a joke.
But
the
election is not about Nitish Kumar.
Yes,
the election is about Narendra Modi.
Because people have been voting for the Prime Minister.
Like what you are saying, but even if a significant number,
sure,
so
okay.
30%
But
think
can I come
otherwise.
very quickly because the India meeting is happening later
Where is the
today.
India Alliance?
The India Alliance meeting is happening. Sanjeev, what are your thoughts? How are they going to be assessing their performances today? Are they going to be happy?
I really don't know why they are meeting today. It's very difficult for me to also guess. Either Congress has boycotted the exit polls.
Yes,
Maybe they'll all sit together and watch exit polls on other channels.
They're doing their own exit polls.
Or they may be actually exchanging notes, coming to a realistic conclusion in their view, what the outcome will be in different states. But today's exercise, they could have met tomorrow or day after. They should have met before 4th, obviously, to thrash out some issues. But today is too soon.
is not coming.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Stalin
matter.
is not coming. I mean,
But Mamata Banerjee, you could give that
matter.
there's elections taking place in Bengal even today. So it was like Sanjeev is saying, it's possibly not the best day to do it.
Shivani, in Bengali, there is a thing which is going around in Bengal. Ki Indir Pindi Chotke Gache. You know what is that means? That Indir Pindi Chotke Gache means India Alliance ka Pinddan ho gaya. Pindi is Pinddan. Pinddan ho gaya. Because TMC is fighting the Congress and
That's
left
quite
in West
macabre.
Bengal.
If I can say that. Very, very.
So that is because Congress is fighting the left in Kerala. So Congress is fighting the AAP in. That is because Congress is fighting the left in Kerala. So Congress is fighting the AAP in Punjab.
No, sure. There are issues. There's no denying. No, these are not friendly fights. Come on, I was in Kerala, Sanjeev. What are you saying? The left and the Congress were at their throats in Kerala.
Shivani, if you were left or Congress, would you have worked out a deal in Kerala?
No,
if you were Congress and AAP, it's pragmatic politics.
It's absolutely pragmatic. I absolutely understand it, but it dents your cohesiveness at the national level. It dents it brings suspicion in the minds of the public of what is going to happen when these people get together at the center.
To get over what their fights were in Kerala and Punjab.
We've seen coalition politics enough to know that people aren't that mature. Even seasoned politicians aren't that mature. When it's about power, maturity goes out of the window.
At the same time, this whole thing about coalition politics not working is also such a misnomer. We have had such stable coalition from Vajpayee, Narasimha Rao, 2 terms of Manmohan
But
Singh.
we had a
but
big
they were all
party.
coalition
No, I'm
governments.
sorry, Sanjeev, I'll disagree on this because at that time you still had a big umbrella party. Congress is not that big umbrella party anymore. So this coalition cannot come together like that. BJP
but
can
with
still bring
145 Congress ran a government, UPA won.
Yeah, 145 is looking like more than double of what they have today. So, Daniel Francis, political analyst, is also joining us. Daniel, we're talking about the overall mood. Maybe we're being a little bit premature. Voting is still going on, and there's lots of time still for people to go out and vote in the 57 seats that are polling today. But just about 5.5 hours to go before we bring you our exit poll coverage as well. India Bloc meeting today. What is the mood you sense on ground for the India Bloc? Because I would say that in the past 3 cycles, this is possibly the best and the biggest effort to stitch together an opposition alliance that we have seen.
Overall, the national mood is not in favor of the India Bloc. If you really look at the Hindi heartland or the South Indian states, in that sense, of course, they have some strong members, not leaving a space for BJP there. That is also has to be taken in consideration. In very big ally in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee is not in an electoral arrangement with them, and whatever I think this meeting is an important meeting from their point of view, because they are trying to assess that whether after the results, whether India Bloc, whatever is remaining now, will it abandon the larger clan and to ensure that everybody stays together, because their assessment is that they will get considerable seats, and if need be, the Modi-led alliance should not get the numbers from the India Bloc. That is why this meeting has been called. Nevertheless, but India Bloc, particularly in Bihar and in Maharashtra, will be an interesting and curious case to watch for. And the numbers, as they come today evening, will suggest to us if BJP and its allies are retaining the kind of position that they held in these 2 big states.
So you track Maharashtra very closely, even though polling and voting in Maharashtra is over. You want to leave us with your quick comments on Maharashtra as we build up to the exit poll today?
No, I feel Maharashtra will never not be as impressive as the last time around, because it's a new political arrangement, completely new political arrangement. So it's new for the voters, it's new for the parties. It has nothing to do with disapproval of a certain party. I didn't see any traction for India Alliance that there's great sympathy for Uddhav or Sharad Pawar or things like that. Because in Maharashtra, regional parties have been reduced to now micro regional parties. They are parties that are smaller and holding their influences. Now the only curious case is that whether they are holding on to their fort. And if you compare the strength to strength between the NDA and the Mahavikas Aghadi, as we call the Sharad Pawar and the Congress alliances, Congress and Sharad Pawar has not won more than 2 or 3 seats in the last 2 Lok Sabha elections. So their fortunes are not going to change overnight.
Okay.
The case, the curiosity is about how many seats Uddhav will have. Uddhav has 21 seats he's fighting, and out of that 21 seats, 11 candidates are from outside. They are not even members of the party. They have almost hired them. Mr. Shinde is in alliance with the BJP. The BJP vote share is lock, stock and barrel with this. Prime Minister's personal appeal in Maharashtra is also very high.
All right. Maharashtra is actually one of those big states that we're all watching out for, because I don't think politics has changed quite as much in any other state as it has in Maharashtra over the last 1 cycle of the general elections. I do thank all of our guests for joining us. Have run out of time. But we'll, of course, continue to get you more from the seats that are polling today. A update that is coming in as far as the Pune car crash probe is concerned. In the latest, mother of the minor accused, Shivani Agarwal, has been arrested for tampering of evidences and being present at the hospital when the original blood samples were taken. Remember, the allegation by the police itself is, and the investigation is, that when the original blood samples were taken for the very first time, those were switched and the actual blood sample of the minor accused was thrown away. So the mother and the minor have been taken to the crime branch where their questioning will be held. Statements of the friends of the accused are also set to be recorded in front of the magistrate today. Meanwhile, both father and grandfather of the accused have been sent to judicial custody for 14 days, yesterday. Let's also go across to some updates coming in. Ajit Pawar, who's been, of course, surrounded by questions as far as this case is concerned, has defended his party's MLA, Sunil Tingre, claiming that allegations against Tingre are baseless. He says Tingre did a press conference and has clarified everything. He has sugar or diabetes, I think he means, and is not well. Tingre is a little tense and he's being targeted. His health has deteriorated because of that. That's why he's not coming out. I'm in contact with him. He says he has told me that he's ready for any inquiry and that he's not done anything wrong. Let's listen into what Ajit Pawar has said.
टिंगरे जी ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लेके इसके बारे में सब कुछ उनको जो बताना चाहिए तो वो बताया। अभी उसको शुगर है तो इसके लिए वो बीमार है। और क्या होता है जब कभी टेंशन बढ़ जाता है, किसी को टारगेट करने की कोशिश होती है, तब जिसके बारे में होती है वो थोड़ा सा तबीयत उसकी खराब हो जाती है, इससे बहुत दफा हो जाता है, इसीलिए वो अभी आपके सामने नहीं आ रहा है। लेकिन उन्होंने बताया, मैं उसके कांटेक्ट में हूँ, उन्होंने बताया कि दादा जो भी इंक्वायरी करनी हो, मेरी एक भी गलती इसमें नहीं है और वो इंक्वायरी के लिए सब इंक्वायरी के जो भी सवाल पूछेंगे वो सवाल को जवाब देने के लिए वो तैयार है।
Yesha, my colleague, has been tracking this case very closely. She's joining us. So, Yesha, Ajit Pawar is kind of giving a vote of confidence to Sunil Tingre, and this is going to be a big vote of confidence coming in for the under-scanner MLA, surrounded by so many allegations. But what more do we know about where Tingre is? What is he up to? Ajit Pawar seems to be giving a medical reason for why he's not coming out and speaking in the public.
Absolutely. In fact, Ajit Pawar, considering he is in Pune, he said that he's already spoken to MLA Sunil Tingre. He has in fact gone ahead and said that there was no case to build up against Sunil Tingre. The fact that he was there at the police station does not amount to him being questioned or him meddling with the case. He said as an MLA, he has all the rights to be at the police station. Apart from that, Ajit Pawar has also mentioned that he has been asked to put forth his stance, and the system has been asked to be transparent in this case. Ajit Pawar further, in fact, has said that there were allegations against some cops at Yerwara police station, wherein it was found out that it was they who had supported the accused's family, which is where an action has been taken. But here he's clearly said that Tingre has been unwell, and which is why after the allegations that have been leveled against him, he's not come out and spoken, and he will very soon speak about it. In fact, when we had exclusively spoken to an aide of Sunil Tingre yesterday, he had mentioned that Sunil Tingre is very much in Pune. In within 2 days of time is where he will address the media, and he also happened to mention that Sunil Tingre was on a pilgrimage. He'd gone to several religious places, and he was still continuing that now. Of course, allegations that have been leveled against him, he'll come further and clarify. On being asked whether there was any instruction from Ajit Pawar, he said that it was just because he wanted to clarify his stance. But here, the Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar has himself said that he's spoken to Tingre, and Tingre has been asked to clarify his stance, and this in fact states that he was in no way involved. This is a big clean sheet that Ajit Pawar has in fact given to MLA Sunil Tingre. But apart from Ajit Pawar, in fact, when even the senior officials in Pune police were asked about the involvement of Sunil Tingre, they said that just because Sunil Tingre was present at Yerwara police station would not really amount to the fact that Sunil Tingre can be tried in the case. As of now, there are no allegations or there are no proof that the cops have against Sunil Tingre of either meddling with the case or tampering with the evidences or influencing the probe in any way. Okay. So all of this are the same stands that cops have put forth, and Ajit Pawar is repeating the same stands that has been earlier put forth by the Pune police as well. Yes.
Yeah. Well, if there wasn't a cloud over the MLA's actions, then he wouldn't, one, be avoiding the public and the media, and secondly, he wouldn't be telling Ajit Pawar that you can do whatever investigation you deem fit and there's nothing against me. So at least in the fairness of things, there should be some investigation to look into his role. So much has gone wrong as far as the Pune crash is concerned. Has all of it happened with no political intervention is the big question. Let's also listen into some reactions that have been coming in. Remember, the other big news is that the Pune teen's mother has also been arrested now.
जिस तरह से पुणे की घटना सामने आई है, सबसे ज्यादा सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं तो आपके विभाग पर ही खड़े हो रहे हैं कि जब घटना हुई तब कार्रवाई शुरू की गई, उससे पहले ये जो तमाम कार्रवाइयां हैं उसमें हफ्ता भी लिया जाता था, कार्रवाई नहीं होती थी।
इसीलिए मैंने आज की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली, आप भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल थे। अगर पूरा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप मेरा देखे तो मैंने यही कहा है कि एक ही बाजू इसके बारे में सामने आई है। 222 में ये डिपार्टमेंट का मैंने पदभार संभाला है। 222 से 224 तक ये 2 साल जब मैं ये खाते का मंत्री रहा हूं, जो कार्रवाई मैंने की है उसका आपके पास मैंने पूरा डिटेल आज के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिया है। वो एक बार आप जनता को अगर दिखाए तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि कंप्लेंट आने तक या कोई हादसा होने तक हम लोग रुक नहीं गए थे। हम लोग ने बहुत सारी कार्रवाई पिछले 2 साल में भी की है और इसके आगे भी और अच्छी तरह से कार्रवाई इसके आगे भी जो भी इलीगल काम करेगा उसके ऊपर होगी।
Time for a very short break. News and updates will continue in just a bit.
The verdict of 1 billion people will beam directly to you. Watch the fastest and most accurate results only on CNN News 18.
Constituency by area. It's in the South 24 Parganas. There's 30% Dalit population in this constituency, and there's 40% Muslim population in this constituency. It's right south of Bashirhat, which is where Sandesh Kali is. A lot of these places, you know, they are islands, they're small ponds and, you know, water bodies. In this case, our colleague there was saying that some of the women were alleging that they're not being allowed to vote, and therefore some of them grew angry and they threw the EVM back into a pond, and you can see those pictures. But like I said, the Calcutta seats as well as the seats that are outside of Calcutta are all being defended by the Trinamool Congress. Joynagar last time, like I said, Pratima Mondal won this seat with a fairly big margin. It's in the southeastern part of Bengal, and it has a significant 30% Dalit population, 40% Muslim population.
Well, we try and connect with Kamalika again and get an update on Bashirhat, where overnight, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot of drama. Yes, Kamalika, Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, overnight there has been drama, allegations of cops in plain clothes wearing chappals trying to intimidate voters, counter allegations coming through of the BJP and BJP cadre trying to force the issue. What's happening there?
Yes, definitely. Sandesh Khali, which is always in headlines for the last 4 months, again headlines since yesterday night. Now the BJP allegation is that in Ber Mojur is that area where the second time the woman revolted during the Sandesh Khali movement. So Ber Mojur, there the woman and the people out there and BJP out there, one section of people and BJP out there, their allegation is that cops searched and their houses and cops were disturbing there late at night, all through the night. So that's the allegation of BJP. Shubhendu Adhikari, Amit Malviya has tweeted on this. On the other hand, what we are getting it from the administrative sources is that there were cases against some people in those areas. So police went there to search those things and to find out this person. So this is the thing which is coming from the administrative sources. Trinamool obviously denying the entire thing. But today in the morning, Rekha Patra, while she went out to cast her vote, she clearly said that this is the first time she will be voting, as there is Chappa vote always in Sandesh Khali. So which side Sandesh Khali goes, that's to be seen. Since yesterday night, there has been allegation and counter allegation. And Rekha Patra, early in the morning, she has got out, she has casted her vote, and she has said that she is happy. She believes that the woman of Sandesh Khali will give vote to BJP because BJP stood by them in the need, in their need.
Bashirhat again is an interesting constituency. You remember Nusrat Jahan was the sitting MP from there. She got dropped. The TMC declined her.
The countdown begins.
India's largest news network is ready to deliver the
fastest
and most accurate election results.
Want to know how? With over 2,000 reporters across all the counting centers and constituencies nationwide. Real-time coverage that's minutely coordinated, backed by a flawless record of precise results.
We are always first,
always right.
This election, trust the News 18 Live Result Hub. India's #1. Give it to a local strongman named Haji Nurul Islam. He's the guy who's fighting from Bashirhat.
Come through. I'm looking at it on our news feed, ladies and gentlemen. Dramatic visuals. The men and women are actually fighting. This EVM has been thrown in that pond there. Look at that. Cops are being pelted. Stones are being pelted. Cops. Somebody is making videos. Now the cops are trying to push them back. And the voters are actually angry there in Kultali, South 24 Parganas. In that pond, they actually threw the EVM into that pond. They were arguing with the local officials there. Cops are fighting there. Stones being pelted. Look at the cop. They're just running away near your screen. First, he's chasing. There are young boys and girls around. These are clashes in Bhangar. Also, pictures coming through. This is an area called Kultali where the EVM has been thrown into the pond. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
In South 24 Pargana, today is a crucial poll. The last phase, 9 important constituencies are going for a poll. One incident has taken place in Bhangar, which falls under Jadavpur constituency. There you can see that the ISF and CPIM, they are alleging that the miscreants have attacked them, bombs have been hurled, and you can see that still there are 2 bombs dying on the road in Bhangar. So Bhangar has always been following the history of violence, and today from the morning also it's no change in Bhangar, it seems, in spite of having more than 900 CAPF deployed.
Kamalika, we're going to try and get you back on the phone. There's a lot of hollowness and echo in the way when you're speaking, from where you're speaking. But visuals coming in from Bhangar is what she's saying. ISF and CPM alleging Trinamool Congress has attacked them. There are other visuals that have come through. Bombs are still on the road, we are given to understand. One of the cops, this cop who's chasing the people around, and others with the lathis trying to use sticks, etc. Then he also finds a stone being pelted at him. There you go. Something will land on his head as he comes near to the screen. Kamalika is back with us. There you go. There you go. The cop is also running back. So there is drama in Bhangar, and there is another drama in Kultali in South 24 Parganas where an EVM has been thrown into a pond. Kamalika, lots happening this morning in Bengal.
Yes, again now, the whole picture of Bhangar. Bhangar is always sensitive and it's a violence-prone area, and today in the morning also this allegation against Trinamool Congress is there, and as you can see, till now the bombs are there on the road.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. 57 parliamentary constituencies across 8 states and union territories, all casting their vote in the 7th and final phase. This will mark a grand finish to the world's largest polling exercise. And also, this has been a marathon of sorts. First phase began on April 19th. We've been in election mode for well over 3 months and more. 6 phases, 486 Lok Sabha seats are done, mind you. And today, of course, the last stretch is going to polls. 904 candidates in free. And there are crucial seats, 13 of them in Uttar Pradesh still. There's, of course, 13 seats in Punjab, 9 in West Bengal that are still left, 8 in Bihar, 6 in Odisha. All of the Himachal Pradesh seats, there are 3 in Jharkhand. And, of course, Chandigarh is going to polls today. And there are many big names contesting, the likes of Anurag Thakur, Abhishek Banerjee, Meesa Bharti, Charanjit Singh Channi, from across the political spectrum. All right, let's take a look at what we're really looking at as far as the final phase of the elections is concerned. So we're looking at the map of the country where the polling is taking place today. As I mentioned, there are some states where all of the seats are going to polls, but there are many states which have seen all 7 phases, and those are obviously seeing the last stretch of the polling today. So let's look at the 57 seats that are going to polls in the last and final seats. If you can get our graphics going, please, on the screen. Yes. So we've got the 13 seats from Punjab, all of Punjab. Punjab, a very interesting case this time around. Whether the Aam Aadmi Party is going to be able to retain the kind of, fervor it saw. There's, of course, Himachal Pradesh, and all 4 seats are going to polls. There is, of course, the big fight in Mandi taking place with Vikramaditya and, of course, Kangana Ranaut, the big star face of the BJP this time around. Chandigarh, 1 seat. We've got, of course, the eastern stretch of India that has seen polling in all 7 phases that will also go to polls. So there are 13 seats still in Uttar Pradesh that are going to polls. There are as many as 8 in Bihar. These are states that have seen polls in all 7 phases. And then, of course, there is West Bengal as well. West Bengal contest is also going to be an interesting one to watch out for, because this is where the BJP has put a lot of its capital in. As far as electoral fights go, as far as the trajectory of our electoral fights go, West Bengal has always been very crucial. 3 seats in Jharkhand as well. You've got seats left in Odisha as well. Odisha also interesting because the remaining assembly seats are also going to simultaneous polls today. Their assembly polls coincide with the general elections, and this time around it wasn't a single phase assembly election, it was divided into phases as well. So you see the map of India, it's really the northern regions and the eastern regions that are going to polls today. But very, very interesting contest still. If you thought, most of the drama was over, well, certainly not. As far as phase 7 is concerned, a lot of big contests are still there. Let's also take a look as far as last year's election results are concerned. So this is where it stood as far as phase 7. These 57 seats going to polls last year is concerned in 2019. The BJP won 25 of those, so roughly just shy of 50%. The TMC had 9 out of the 9 seats that are going to polls today. So big room for improvement. This is that light green of the TMC that we see here in the coast, in the border areas and southern areas of West Bengal. The Congress won 8, and look at this. How interesting is this? All of their 8 are coming from Punjab alone. This was their big ticket state after Kerala last time around, and majority of their seats came from these 2. This time around, whether Congress can retain 8 of them or maybe even increase, because some would argue that the vote that had shifted from the Congress party, because let's say the voters were disillusioned and there was an alternative in the Aam Aadmi Party available last time around, maybe that vote could come back to the Congress party. AAP and Congress, mind you, are not fighting together here, unlike in Delhi and nationally they have an alliance. They're fighting separately. Look at the BJD; it had won all 4 of the seats that have gone that are going to polls today, and 2 were won by the BJP, and the others we'll have to see the breakup. Of course, some of them are in Bihar, Jharkhand, Bihar, and Uttar Pradesh. So Ghazipur, for example, is that seat that is going to polls today as well. And because of this region polling today, the Purvanchal region polling today, it will be interesting to see exactly what are the factors that come into play and who is really going to be able to hold on to their vote share. The BSP vote share is the big one that is being talked about, whether they're going to be able to hold on to that, or is that going to shift to others as well. So let's also bring you the other big factor that has been talked about as far as these elections are concerned, which is the voter turnout. So phase 1, we can only of course talk about the last 6 phases, and we're building up to our exit poll later today, and we'll get you of course what we have figured out on the ground. But voting percentages have been very crucial this time. Now, voting percentages have gone down in a lot of seats, but that doesn't mean the actual vote has gone down in those seats, because the population or the number of electorate have also gone up, but there are some constituencies where there has been a dip in the number of electorates itself, and there's been a dip in many constituencies in the voting percentage. So this is phase 1, 69.4 versus just 66.1 now. That's a pretty big gap as far as the 2 years are concerned. 66.5, there's another 2.5% gap that has happened in phase 2. 68.4 versus 65.6 as far as phase 3 is concerned, and 69.6 versus 69.2. So phase 4 did fairly okay. Just a 0.4% decline as far as phase 4 is concerned. It looks like it picked up by this time around. Although the heat wave actually started from the second, third phase onwards in India. Many people believe it is because of the heat wave, but some others contend that it's because there is not much of a challenge in many seats. Phase 5 also reasonably held on, 61.8 versus 61.4, and let's also see the numbers for phase 6, 63.4 versus 63.3, 0.1%. Some of these numbers continue to be a little bit provisional, but of course as far as phase 7 is concerned, we'll also get you some of those numbers that are coming in. All right, speaking of some of the big states that are witnessing contests and some of the big seats that are witnessing contests, here's Jadavpur TMC candidate Sayuni Ghosh also speaking to CNN News 18.
Very important constituency is also Jadavpur constituency, where Sayuni Ghosh is fighting with Anirban Ganguly of BJP and Srijan of Left. Left also has some existence here. Today early in the morning, there has been an incident in Bhangur, which is always a very known for its violence, also falls in Jadavpur constituency. We have with us Sayuni Ghosh, who is the TMC candidate. Would like to talk to her. Sayuni, how's the Josh now on the ground? There has been some incident early in the morning. If you could say, what was it?
Josh is absolutely fabulous. There is a great number of turnout as far as voters are concerned. It's like it's only, say, not even 12, but we are having around 28, 29, 30% polling in one particular Vidhan Sabhas. There has been a bit of action in the morning, and that's why I'm sitting here in Bhangur. Because, like you know, we do not have our MLA here. So this is the only assembly where we don't have an MLA. And this has become quite the hub of anti-socials, especially this party called ISF. They are trying to disrupt the voters from voting, fearing that the mandate is towards us. So I am here staying put and monitoring very closely whatever is happening.
What actually happened early in the morning?
Nothing much. You know, these people are just rattled, this ISF, and they just want to intimidate the voters, and they don't want people to come out and vote in favor of TMC. So they're just pelting stones, they're throwing bombs, and they're doing what they are best at doing, creating nuisance and violence. But administration is taking cognizance, and we hope that it's going to be peaceful now on.
Do you think Bhangur has always been a concern area during the Panchayat polls also? This is always a concern area?
It is, because like I tell you, there's always some antisocial, some group coming up who are just being funded by the BJP, precisely. And they just don't want Trinamool Congress to do well. They're basically scared. And then again, I tell you that this mandate is it's in our favor. And that is what they are fearing the most. So hence this nuisance.
Mr. Amit Malviya has also tweeted that democracy, question on democracy. Kolkata police has also tweeted that it happened before the poll started. What's your take on that?
That's true. It started specifically from last night. And nobody cares about what Amit Malviya says. Nobody knows him. Nobody cares about him in Bengal.
And now the voting process is...
It's comparatively better. Like I told you, that we are here. I'm sitting here in Bhangur, and we are taking minute-to-minute details, and we are concentrating and looking at the series of events and ensuring that people can come out and vote.
So how confident Sayuni Ghosh is? If you are confident, it seems, what's going to be your margin?
I'm nobody to talk about the margin. That's the people's mandate. But like I told you, that people are coming out, voters are coming out in large numbers in voting. So we are hoping that it's going to be in favor of Didi and in favor of me. But we are winning Jadavpur, that's for sure.
And in Bengal, what's the mood?
Like we say, Shobu Jabir khela hobe, jo hara gulal aise bolte hai ke khelenge, and we are going to do much better from what we did last time. BJP is nowhere in the scene. People have lost faith in the BJP. CPM is, like I say, they don't have any vision. They just have television. So it's mainly between the BJP and the TMC, and I think that the BJP is going to be wiped out.
So this was Shani Ghosh, who's very confident. She herself is camping in Bhangur, as this is a very violent, sensitive area, and she's saying that Khala Hobe in the ground of Jadavpur, that's what's happening, and also Khala Hobe all through the Bengal. This is Kamalika Sengupta with Anshuman Roy reporting for CNN News 18 from Bhangur.
All the injustice, all the deprivation, all the jumlas, all the pain that has been inflicted on you over the last 5 years, today is your time to respond. Today is your time to give a befitting reply to this anti-people government who have been looting the people, depriving the poor, who have been playing divisive politics and trying to divide India and destroy the social fabric of the country. Today is your time to respond. I have done my civic duty and responsibility. I urge everyone to come out in big numbers and exercise their franchise today.
What's the mood? What's the mood in North Calcutta, and you are contesting?
No. Mood of North Calcutta is very good. They are against the TMC and against from the morning. Presiding officers are creating certain problems, and the TMC goons, they are not allowing in some polling premises to the polling agents. There is a problem. I have taken up the issue with the authorities and election commission, etc.
Sudip Bandyopadhyay will be defeated this time?
Certainly, he got to be defeated. He will be defeated because he never worked for the people of Kolkata Uttar and did nothing for the development work of the Kolkata Uttar.
Well, that was the BJP candidate who has switched from the TMC to the BJP in North Kolkata. My colleague Kamalika is actually joining us live now. Kamalika, I believe you are still in North Kolkata. Just give me a sense, one of the kind of incidents that are coming to light today as Phase 7 is polling in West Bengal. But apart from that, what is the enthusiasm on ground amongst the voters? Because Bengal has seen traditionally, and even in these elections, very high polling percentages. What are the numbers coming today?
Yeah, definitely. Bengal has always been very high in polling percentage, and so this time too, the polling percentage till 11 o'clock. It is like certain places it has crossed 30%, like in Jadavpur it has crossed 30%, in Diamond Harbour, which is the constituency of Abhishek Banerjee, there too it has crossed 30%. Right now I am in Bhangur because the election started in Bhangur, and as we have shown what Shani Ghosh of TMC candidate here had to say. So there are 9 seats this time. The last phase, 9 seats. 9 seats are strong bastion of Trinamool Congress. We have the Raebareli of West Bengal going to polls like Diamond Harbour, where Abhishek Banerjee is the candidate. North Kolkata is the seat, out of these 9 seats, North Kolkata is the seat which the BJP is thinking that they are going to really gain it, because Sudip Bandyopadhyay, who happens to be a 5 times MP, is been given contest by Taposh Roy, who was a former colleague of Trinamool Congress, but he has a very strong root in North Kolkata. And remember, North Kolkata is the place where Prime Minister Narendra Modi came for his road show. Today from the morning, like early in the morning, there's this incident in Bhangur where there was allegation against TMC that they have hurled in bombs and all this before the vote started. Actually, it started from last night. That one incident has occurred. We are getting certain incidents from Sandesh Khali that one BJP worker's head injury is there. Trinamool Congress also claiming that they have been injured. There is the reports of clash from Sandesh Khali has come in. There has been reports of an EVM, a reserved EVM, though that has been thrown to the water, to the pond, because the villagers, they were angry, they were not allowed to, they were intimidated and they were not vote. In that case, a FIR has been initiated and election commission has taken cognizance. These are the areas like Bhangor, like South, in certain Canning and certain places in now South 24 Pargana, which are very much violent prone. Early in the morning, this incident happened, and there are some allegation and counter allegation. In this phase also, we have seen that the BJP candidates, various places, they are facing go back slogans by the TMC workers. That was also the feature of East Mednipur. But having said all this, still I'll say that generally I'm standing in Bhangor. This is the place where we got a lot of bumps that point of time. Early in the morning, one incident has taken place, and there is a war of words between Amit Malviya and Kolkata police on that, and Shiny Ghosh also reacted.
So
but if we compare how votes are generally in West Bengal, compared to that, this time Bengal saw a much better, a little, I'll not say violence, free violence was there in the sixth phase. From the morning also, we are getting a couple of instances in pocket violences in certain places, but much better than what it was. But 9 seats, very important for the Trinamool Congress. In all the 9 seats, Trinamool Congress is holding those seats. They're strong bastion. South Kolkata is the place where Mamata Banerjee's earlier constituency, she will be voting in the evening. So really we have to see what comes up out of this 9 seats, because these are strong hold of Trinamool Congress, and BJP, whether they can dent in this 9 seats or not, that's going to be a very important question.
Absolutely. The big fight in West Bengal, all eyes on that. And this is what I was saying. There's a pattern to it, or there's a run-up to it. This is not just the fight about 2024 general elections. It's been about the 2021 state elections, the 2019 elections before that, the 2014 elections before that, and how the BJP, the battleground of Bengal has been a big project. And they're still not finished, according to them. They still want to better what they did in 2019. Let's listen into some more reactions coming in on polling day in West Bengal.
When I contest, I try to win. And God has given me the opportunity to win 9 times from City Kolkata.
And India Alliance?
India Alliance firmly stand. Mamata Banerjee has expressed. So Trinamool Congress is fully with India Alliance. And India Alliance is going to form the government.
मैं एक ही बात कहूंगी, आज हम 2011 से नहीं वोट दे पा रही हूँ, तो आज हम पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ बोल रही हूँ, हम वोट दे पाएंगे। और वोट देने के लिए साथ तो हमारी भगवान है, मोदी जी की आशीर्वाद है, और पूरा बूथ पे हमारी शक्ति स्वरूपा माँ बहन रहेगा। और हम लोग पूरा यकीन है हम वोट दे पाएंगे, इसलिए हम जा रहे हैं पूरा भरोसे के साथ।
All right. Remember the big polling taking place in West Bengal in those 9 seats, all of them held by the TMC last time around. There's also the 13 seats in Uttar Pradesh that are extremely important. And Uttar Pradesh is again an area of for the BJP where they feel they can actually gain ground from last time, because last time the numbers were only about 62. We've got more reactions coming in from Uttar Pradesh as well. You see JP Nadda though there in Hamirpur, in Bilaspur. So he's voting there, the BJP president, and of course Himachal, all 4 seats are going to polls as well. Let's listen into some big reactions that are coming in from there as well.
आज मुझे अपने पैतृक गांव विजयपुर में अपने बूथ पर आकर वोट देने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ, और अपने बूथ पर सबसे पहला वोट मुझे देने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ। मैं सबसे अपील करता हूं कि सशक्त भारत के लिए, सक्षम भारत के लिए, सामर्थ्यवान भारत के लिए और आत्मनिर्भर भारत के लिए सभी मतदाता ज्यादा से ज्यादा मतों के साथ अपना मतदान का प्रयोग करें, और सभी मतदाता भारी संख्या में आकर अपने मतदान का प्रयोग करके प्रजातंत्र को भी मजबूत बनाएं।
बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस पूरे मंडी संसदीय क्षेत्र से मिल रहा है। चुनावों में भी मिला है, पूरे जो हमारी चुनावी प्रक्रिया थी, और आज भी हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि वो वोटों में तब्दील होगा, विकास की जीत होगी। विक्रमादित्य सिंह की नहीं, मगर मंडी संसदीय क्षेत्र के 14 लाख लोगों की जीत होगी, और मिलकर हम विकास कार्यों को आगे लेकर जाएंगे।
मेरी सबसे अपील है, जिन जिन क्षेत्रों में आज जो है वोटिंग हो रही है, इस जो हमारा सबसे बड़ा संवैधानिक अधिकार है, इस लोकतंत्र के महापर्व में जो है वो बढ़ चढ़ के हिस्सा लें। और आज ऐसा लगता है जैसे कोई उत्सव है, हमारे सरका घाट में तो लग रहा है जैसे कोई उत्सव है। इस लोकतंत्र के महापर्व में जो है हिस्सा लें, और हमें जो लोकतंत्र का जो वरदान है, न जाने कितने लोगों का खून बहा ताकि हमें ये वोट करने का जो है अधिकार मिले, तो इस अधिकार का फायदा उठाएं।
जी, आज बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे दिवाली की तरह सब लोग बड़े उत्साह से आ रहे हैं, और हमारे लिए ये सौभाग्य का वाला दिन है, और सारे लोग जो है वो कमल के फूल पर जो बटन दबाने वाले हैं।
Himachal is seeing some interesting contests. There are big faces like Anurag Thakur. There's of course Kangana Ranaut, the big star face of the BJP, that is also in contention. It's going to be a tough fight for her in Mandi too. My colleague Payal Mehta is joining us from Hamirpur. Payal, what's the mood on the ground, and how confident is each side looking? This is of course a direct contest. This is a direct BJP contest. This is a direct BJP Congress contest, and the Congress very, very closely edged out the BJP in the last state elections.
Well, absolutely. There is a lot for the BJP to prove. There is a lot for the BJP to prove once again over here for the people of Himachal Pradesh, given the fact that they lost the assembly elections. But after the assembly elections, very recently, a lot of Congress leaders and Congress MLAs, etc., joined the BJP. So there are 6 bypolls also in the states which are taking place. That's going to be holding the key as far as Himachal Pradesh is concerned. But one thing is very, very important. That seat of Anurag Thakur, which is of course in Hamirpur, where we are currently at, is going to be up for grabs. It's going to be important to see if he can seek another term. This is a seat which is very prestigious in nature, and this is a seat from where, although Anurag Thakur votes over here as well, but the party's president, Mr. JP Nadda, also, who voted earlier this morning, is also, the Bilaspur region also falls in the Hamirpur constituency. But everybody is looking forward to see what's going to happen in Mandi, because there's Kangana Ranaut versus Vikramjit Singh. What happens with that contest also remains to be extremely important, remains to be seen, because we have to just wait and see if Kangana can actually finally win that battle and give Vikramjit Singh a run for his money, because there's been a lot of controversy that one has seen around Kangana Ranaut also in the recent past. But the party has reined her in and asked her to only speak when she's asked to speak as well. So will Kangana make it to the parliament? That's something which remains to be seen. But although the people of Himachal would generally prefer to have their own people, have the people from the midst, and that's the reason Anurag Singh Thakur has been winning from this seat time and again. Shivani.
So, Payal, I want to understand from you. You've spent some time in Himachal. You've been speaking to some of the candidates there as well. What is the issue in Himachal Pradesh? What are the issues that are dominating the discourse? Are they local, or are they continuing to be national?
Well, roads, safety, security is also something which Himachal Pradesh definitely wants, but they want development more than anything else, because they feel that after the Congress party has come into power, probably development hasn't taken place at the scale with which it should really take place. You know, the scale at which Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the state government has been working also holds a key. Himachal is also an interesting contest. Like I say, that the BJP had several leaders joining the ranks. Those 6 bypolls are also slated to take place today as well. Will those be won by the BJP? That will actually hold key to their fortunes in the state. As far as the Lok Sabha elections are concerned, this is continuity that Himachal Pradesh is looking at, because remember, they want to strengthen the hands of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and irrespective of various places where we've been to, whether they like the local candidate or not, but many a times people have told us that they wanted to vote for Prime Minister Narendra Modi because he's taken development forward, he's taken that whole push of Vikas and Vishwas forward, and they feel that Himachal Pradesh is also known as the Devbhumi, will also benefit from that as well.
All right. Payal, thanks a lot for joining us. We'll continue to get you more of the mood on the ground. Remember, as we slip into the evening this evening, we're going to get into the mood of the exit polls as well. So CNN News 18 will get you the numbers, Pan India numbers on its exit poll. as we build up to this evening. So continue to be with us. Time for a very short break. On the other side, we'll get you more news and updates in just a bit.
The verdict of 1 billion people will beam directly to you. Watch the fastest and most accurate results only on CNN News 18.
Under there is control, but the very interesting thing has happened in Kultali, which falls under Joynagar Lok Sabha constituency in South 24 Pargana. There, the villagers allege that some of their the husbands of some of the women they were not allowed to sit as a polling agent and they were not allowed to vote. That's their allegation, and they were so much angry with this that they went inside the booth and took the EVM and then thrown the EVM in the pond. So that is what is again this. We have seen this picture in Panchayat election also. So the same picture we see in Jharkhand. As the morning starts, though Sandesh Khali today too is voting. It's all yesterday there was some allegation by BJP that the police has done excessive at the night in Sandesh Khali, where police has said that they went there first, they had search warrants and all. So Sandesh
we'll come to Sandesh Khali in a bit, but these are pictures from Kultali where this is the pond in which the EVM has been thrown. So is the election commission taking cognizance what's happening in this constituency now then? And who are the people who threw an EVM box into the pond?
Yes, definitely the election commission has been informed and they are taking cognizance of this situation out there. This is in a village which has taken place in Kultali. Now Kultali again in South 24 Pargana is a violence prone area under Joynagar Lok Sabha. The local villagers allege that they were not allowed to vote and there were intimidation, and that's why they went inside and they took the EVM and they put it in the pond. So that's very that's very interesting, because this in Lok Sabha polls this type of visuals definitely not seen. We have seen this same thing in Panchayat election, if you remember, Anand, but with so much of security and so much of everything put into place. EVM in pond.
What is their allegation? Who was the one who was doing this entire chappa? If I were to quote Rekha Patra there in Sandesh Khali said, everywhere every election there is this chappa thing that happens where the voters are not allowed to vote and their ballot is cast. Now, who's the allegation? Which party has been allegedly indulging in this?
See, all the allegation is definitely against the ruling party, Trinamool Congress. And South 24 Pargana is definitely a Trinamool Congress bastion. So there the local villagers are alleging that it is the Trinamool Congress who is behind this. They are intimidating. Trinamool Congress has denied it. Police is looking into the matter. Election Commission also is looking into the matter. But the allegation definitely against the Trinamool Congress.
It's interesting. Joynagar is an SC reserve seat, and Pratima Mondal of the TMC had won it last time. Outside of Calcutta, this is the biggest constituency by area. It's in the South 24 Parganas. There's 30% Dalit population in this constituency, and there's 40% Muslim population in this constituency. It's right south of Bashirhat, which is where Sandesh Khali is. A lot of these places, you know, they are islands, they're small ponds, and water bodies. In this case, our colleague there was saying that some of the women were alleging that they're not being allowed to vote, and therefore some of them grew angry and they threw the EVM back into a pond, and you can see those pictures. But like I said, the Calcutta seats as well as the
countdown begins.
India's largest news network is ready to deliver the fastest and most accurate election results.
Want to know how? With over 2,000 reporters across all the counting centers and constituencies nationwide. Real-time coverage that's minutely coordinated, backed by a flawless record of precise results.
We are always first,
always right.
This election, trust the News 18 Live Result Hub.
Let's get you some updates as far as the Pune car crash probe is concerned. In the late, Shivani Agarwal has been arrested for tampering with evidence and being present at the hospital when the blood samples were taken. Remember, the charges in this case that the blood sample of the accused that was taken was thrown into the dustbin and it was switched with another sample. So the mother and the minor have been taken to the crime branch where questioning will be held.
सुनील टिंगरे जी ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लेके इसके बारे में सब कुछ उनको जो बताना चाहिए तो वो बताया। अभी उसको शुगर है तो इसके लिए वो बीमार है। और क्या होता है, जब कभी टेंशन बढ़ जाता है, किसी को टारगेट करने की कोशिश होती है, तब जिसके बारे में होती है वो थोड़ा सा तबीयत उसकी खराब हो जाती है। ऐसा बहुत दफा हो जाता है, इसीलिए वो अभी आपके सामने नहीं आ रहा है। लेकिन उन्होंने बताया है, मैं उसके कांटेक्ट में हूँ, उन्होंने बताया कि दादा जो भी इंक्वायरी करनी हो, मेरी एक भी गलती इसमें नहीं है। और वो इंक्वायरी के लिए सब इंक्वायरी के जो भी सवाल पूछेंगे वो सवाल को जवाब देने के लिए वो तैयार है।
जिस तरह से पुणे की घटना सामने आई है, सबसे ज्यादा सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं तो आपके विभाग पर ही खड़े हो रहे हैं कि जब घटना हुई तब कार्रवाई शुरू की गई, उससे पहले ये जो तमाम कार्रवाइयां हैं उसमें हफ्ता भी लिया जाता था, कार्रवाई नहीं होती थी।
इसीलिए मैंने आज की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ली, आप भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में शामिल थे। अगर पूरा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप मेरा देखे तो मैंने यही कहा है कि एक ही बाजू इसके बारे में सामने आई है। 222 में ये डिपार्टमेंट का मैंने पदभार संभाला है। 222 से 224 तक ये 2 साल जब मैं ये खाते का मंत्री रहा हूं, जो कार्रवाई मैंने की है उसका आपके पास मैंने पूरा डिटेल आज के प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में दिया है। वो एक बार आप जनता को अगर दिखाए तो आपको समझ में आएगा कि कंप्लेंट आने तक या कोई हादसा होने तक हम लोग रुक नहीं गए थे। हम लोग ने बहुत सारी कार्रवाई पिछले 2 साल में भी की है और इसके आगे भी और अच्छी तरह से कार्रवाई इसके आगे भी जो भी इलीगल काम करेगा उसके ऊपर होगी।
So the mother of the accused has been arrested now. Let me go across to my colleague Yesha. Yesha, what's the latest on that front?
So yes, the mother of the accused has now been arrested by the cops. She'll be produced before the magistrate this afternoon. But before that, currently the questioning of the juvenile accused is on at the crime branch unit 4, wherein the mother has also been brought in. The mother in this case is being questioned. The mother is being kept while the questioning of the accused takes place. This is as per the Juvenile Justice Act, wherein the accused cannot be questioned. Juvenile accused cannot be questioned by himself. There has to be a family member or relative who has to be present. Which is why this morning, when the mother was arrested, she was taken by the cops to the crime branch, wherein the questioning is on. Now, let us understand on what aspects the juvenile accused would be questioned. One was, of course, to understand the swapping of the blood. This is also a charge against the mother because she's been arrested for tampering of evidences. Apart from that, the accused would also be questioned regarding the drunk driving incident that took place. In fact, his friends who were present during the accident, their statements have been reported. Their statements will be recorded before the magistrate under 164 so that they could be made as key witnesses in this case. So all of these would be crucial aspects on which the accused would be questioned. Apart from that, of course, there's another FIR wherein the driver has alleged that he was being threatened. He was being asked to admit that he was the one behind the wheel. All of these aspects would also be questioned to the accused so as to understand whether the driver was sitting next to him or whether the statements made by his friends are something that could be admissible. So all of these is the line of questioning that is on right now with the accused at the crime branch, following which later on in the afternoon is where the mother would be taken before the magistrate. In fact, when the mother is taken before the magistrate, what would be important to note is that all this while there were allegations that it was the mother's blood sample which was swapped with that of the accused. Now, when the cops produce her, when the remand takes place, well, there'll be some clarity if those of the 3 blood samples that were swapped, was it mother's blood sample as well? So all of these things would be important and crucial as well. So all of these things would be important and crucial to understand the further course of investigation and how would this case further progress. Yes.
All right. We're getting some more breaking updates as far as court cases go, or the criminal cases go, and that's concerning Salman Khan's firing case. Lawrence Bishnoi gang had intended to attack Salman Khan, is what we're getting to know, while he was at his farmhouse in Panvel. This was the earlier plan, following which they fired at his residence. Automatic weapons have been brought from Pakistan allegedly that were used for the attack. 4 people have been arrested by the Navi Mumbai police, and automatic weapons like AK-47, M16 and AK-92 have been ordered from Pakistan, is what the information is. Lawrence Bishnoi, his brother Anmol Bishnoi and Goldie Barar have hatched this conspiracy, which was to attack Salman Khan at his farmhouse in Panvel. But the firing actually took place at his residence, after which this case was filed and of course the manhunt was launched. Yesha, my colleague, continues to be with us on this. So is there any more update as to why the plan that the Bishnoi gang had made earlier regarding the farmhouse did not work and eventually they ended up shooting at the residence?
So yes, in fact, when we understand that this plan to attack at Salman Khan's farmhouse was approximately a month before the 2 shooters fired outside the actor's residence. As of now, details, the investigation is on. The idea is what we understand from our sources is that the idea for these 4 people who've been arrested was to, in fact, attack Salman Khan's vehicle or attack him at his farmhouse. However, it is the cops have still not been able to find out as to why the first plan was withdrawn and the second plan was executed. In fact, as a part of the investigation, if we recollect, when the 2 accused who fired at Salman Khan's residence in Bandha were arrested, it was mentioned that they were also staying very close to Salman Khan's farmhouse at Panvel. Now, in this case, 4 people have been arrested by Navi Mumbai police. There's a fresh FIR at Navi Mumbai wherein the names of 4 people who've been arrested are Ajay Kashyap, Gaurav Bhatia, Waspi Khan and Rizwan Khan. They had in fact laid this conspiracy ever since February. They were staying at Navi Mumbai for a very long time, and which is where, like you rightly mentioned, that there were sophisticated weapons such as AK-47, M16 and AK-92, which were bought in from a Pakistani-based supplier. All of this was being hatched while they were staying at Navi Mumbai. This is a preliminary information that's come out as of now. In fact, Navi Mumbai police is also stating there could be a few more members of the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, say 15 to 20 of them, who could have also been staying at Navi Mumbai, and they are also under the radar now. Yes.
All right, Yesha, I do appreciate you joining us with all of those details. Well, the other big case that we're tracking is, of course, the case of Prajwal Rivana, the key accused in the Karnataka sex molestation case. He was sent to 7-day SIT custody yesterday. Prajwal will continue to remain under custody till June 6 now. During court proceedings, the SIT called Prajwal a sadistic pervert and reiterated the need to probe him intensely. On the other hand, after court dismissed the anticipatory bail plea of Bhavani Rivana, mother of Prajwal Rivana, the SIT has sent another notice to her and is expected to question her pertaining one of the victims' kidnapping case, which actually predates the case of sexual molestation and harassment under which Prajwal Rivana and others are now booked. Remember, Prajwal Rivana finally returned to India from Germany on May 30th after remaining on the run for more than a month. He is the key accused in this multiple sexual harassment case.
He has come to Bangalore as he had already appealed in his video what he had, it was already circulated in the media. Okay, so he has come to Bangalore to come. The whole object was to come before the SIT and to give his cooperation to the interrogation purpose. So he has come forward. Yesterday, as expected, as an SOP, as a standard operating procedure, he was detained or he was held at immigration center and he has been handed over, which is rightly as per the procedures. Probably rest, as I said, the reason as he has come forward is to cooperate to the investigation. That is what he's been doing, and that is what he told me, sir, I'm here, I'm ready to give the cooperation.
Mr. Prajwal Rivana made a statement that he will return to India and appear before the SIT on 31st at 10 o'clock. So last night he had arrived from Germany, Munich. So SIT have arrested him and now the due course of law will take place. They will, start the procedures. They, whatever procedures they have.
मुझे लगता है सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई और जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए इस मामले में। ये ऐसा शख्स है जो मुझे लगता है कोई दानव से कम नहीं है। जिस तरह के इतनी भद्दी और गंदी बातें और वीडियो सामने आए हैं, मतलब यकीन नहीं आता कि इतने सालों तक ये कैसे बच के निकलता रहा। और ये सारी बातें करीब 10 से, तो मुझे लगता है कि बजाय इसमें कोई राजनीति करने के लिए हम सब लोगों को एक सभ्य समाज के नागरिक होने के नाते इस पर बहुत ही कड़ा स्टैंड लेना चाहिए और पूरी तरह से सख्त और जल्द से जल्द कार्रवाई की मांग करनी चाहिए।
ನಾನು ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಪೇಪರ್ ಓದಿದೆ, ನೋಡಿದೆ. SIT ಇದೆ, SIT ನೋಡ್ಕೊತಾರೆ.
देखिए, SIT जांच कर रही है, SIT ने हिरासत में लिया है। जो दोषी होगा उसके खिलाफ न्यायपालिका कार्रवाई करेगी, जांच एजेंसियां चार्जशीट फाइल करेगी। अब ये मामला पूरी तरीके से कानूनी है। समाजवादी पार्टी समझती है कि इस पूरे मामले में इंसाफ जरूर होगा।
Let's go across to my colleague Harish, who's also joining us. So Harish, the troubles are only mounting for the family. But you know what the interesting thing about this case is? Actually, none of these cases following some of the outrage.
Yes, there was a formal complaint just a day after you had the elections getting over here, the second phase getting over here. Ever since that, we have seen a couple of more women approaching the agencies, the investigating team, and filing an official complaint. Now, as you rightly mentioned, trouble is mounting for our Revana's family. Bhavani Revana appears to be missing from Hassan. She's not in Hassan or Hole Narsipura anywhere. The SIT is Hole Narsipura. Remember, yesterday she did not manage to get an anticipatory bail. So looks like it's heading towards the SIT now launching a search operation to find her and then arrest her as well, which means in this case, we've already seen Revana going behind bars, securing a bail. That has been challenged. His bail must get next week, looking at the kind of observations made by the court. Prajwal Revana already behind bars, and Bhavani Revana too seems to be in a lot of trouble. And we do not see the court really accepting the kind of developments that have happened over the last few weeks. Yesterday, the SIT is making a very strong case saying that Bhavani Revana is part of the criminal conspiracy of abducting a rape victim and then pressurizing her. So her custodial interrogation is very much necessary.
And what impact is this having as far as the JDS is concerned? Because this is virtually the first family of the JDS. We've seen obviously some, the party patriarch and others come out and say that they must face the law. But surely this is having a grave impact on the family and the way things used to operate.
Absolutely. You are looking at some sort of a effort by H.D. Kumaraswamy to distance himself from Revana's family. On the other hand, remember the JDS is restricted to 2-3 districts. Hassan is one of them. And we are seeing the popular perception changing, people going against JDS in certain pockets of Hassan. If this continues, the regional party will be reduced to perhaps a couple of districts, that's Mandya and Bangalore rural, and their base further eroding. That's a worry for the JDS right now. All depends on whether the JDS can manage to still win the Hassan Lok Sabha constituency and on June 4th. And even if that happens, the pressure is already mounting on the BJP and JDS to ensure if that happens, then they get Prajwal Revana to resign. So, an interesting week ahead for not just the JDS, but the BJP as well.
All right. We'll wait and see. Obviously, electoral results are one thing, and what happens in Hassan is another thing. But what is finally happening as far as the case is concerned is of extreme importance. Well, focusing on elections though, remember today is the final phase of the Lok Sabha elections. It's been a marathon election in 7 phases. And by today evening, we'll get you our exit poll numbers as well, exclusively here on CNN News 18. But just days before we get to know the actual results, CNN News 18's Aman Sharma and Payal Mehta spoke to BJP Chief JP Nadda He is exuding confidence, as all BJP leaders are, that it's going to be a big one for them. But he also spoke specifically about the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and much more. Listen in.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, कुछ दिन उन्होंने पहले बोला, अभी वो बेल पे कुछ दिन के लिए आए हैं, कुछ दिन पहले बोला कि अगर ऑपोजिशन अलायंस जीतता है जून 4 को तो मुझे जेल नहीं जाना पड़ेगा। खैर उन्होंने अब कहा कि वो सरेंडर कर रहे हैं परसों। उनका ये इल्जाम है कि बीजेपी सारी ऑपोजिशन को जेल भेजना चाहती है।
देखिए, आज मैंने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी का एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस तो नहीं, वो आजकल वो वीडियो से संदेश देते हैं, आप उसको देखिए। मेरे लिए दिक्कत ये हो रही है कि मैं उनको रिस्पेक्टफुल शब्द ही नहीं कह सकता। दुनिया में इतना बड़ा फ्रॉड, फरेब, झूठ की बुनियाद पर पैदा हुआ नेता और इतना शातिराना तरीके से झूठ बोलना, ये कोई अरविंद केजरीवाल से सीखे। वैसे ऐसी चीज सीखने की नहीं है, लेकिन कम से कम जाने तो सही कि लोग ऐसे भी हो सकते हैं, इस प्रकार से भी हो सकते हैं, जो भोली भाली जनता को इमोशनली एक तरीके से इमोशनल करके लोगों चीजों को लेना चाहते हैं। सच्चाई क्या है? अरविंद केजरीवाल अपने व्यक्तित्व का और अपनी पार्टी का क्रेडिबिलिटी इज इन माइनस। क्रेडिबिलिटी नाम की चीज रही नहीं गई है और वो बेनकाब हो चुके हैं, उनका पर्दाफाश हो चुका है। वो झूठे एक नंबर के, ये स्पष्ट है, भारत की जनता जानती है। वो एंटी पीपल हैं, ये भी जान गई है। वो अपने दोस्तों के भी सगे नहीं है, ये भी दुनिया जान गई है। वो महिलाओं का सम्मान नहीं, अपमान करने के लिए बने हैं, ये भी दुनिया जान गई है। भारत की संस्कृति से उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है। वो जो भारत की संस्कृति है उसके विपरीत में काम करने वाले लोग हैं और ये अर्बन नक्सल के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं। ये लेफ्टिस्ट और जो हमारे ट्रेडिशंस हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनको डिस्ट्रॉय करने वाले के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं और इनको एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन एनार्की की तरफ ले जाना है। और इनके चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में आप जितनी भी चीजें देखिएगा वो एनार्किस्ट हैं। मैं अब इस समय गिनाना नहीं शुरू करूंगा, लेकिन विधानसभा की प्रोसीडिंग से लेकर के एज चीफ मिनिस्टर, डिसीशंस, डायरेक्शंस, ऑल आर एनार्किस्ट। तो ये तो लॉक, स्टॉक एंड बैरल, इनको जाना भी है और दिल्ली की जनता भेजेगी भी। आप पंजाब में देखिएगा क्या हाल होगा, 4 तारीख को आपको पता चल जाएगा।
नड्डा जी, प्रधानमंत्री जी इस टाइम कन्याकुमारी में हैं, कल वो पहुंचे थे, मेडिटेशन 2 दिन तक कर रहे हैं इस लंबे कैंपेन के बाद। पर ये मेडिटेशन भी पॉलिटिकल बना दिया है ऑपोजिशन ने। मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे साहब कह रहे हैं कि ये विजुअल्स बाहर क्यों आ रहे हैं, इलेक्टोरेट को इन्फ्लुएंस करने की कोशिश की जा रही है, कांग्रेस का इल्जाम है। आपको लगता है मेडिटेशन एक्सरसाइज जो था इसको पॉलिटिकल बनाना चाहिए था ऑपोजिशन को? ऐसा है,
वो बेचारे बौखला गए, दे आर फ्रस्ट्रेटेड, और फ्रस्ट्रेशन के साथ साथ बुद्धि, अब मैं भ्रष्ट तो नहीं कहूंगा, लेकिन मति भंग हो जाती है, जिसको बोलते हैं बुद्धि काम नहीं करती है। तो बुद्धि उनकी काम नहीं कर रही है, इसलिए अब उनको कुछ ना कुछ अनाप शनाप जवाब देना। अब मैं कल मेरी लास्ट मीटिंग अनंतपुर साहब थी, वहां से 15 किलोमीटर दूर पर मेरी कुलजा माता है। आप बताइए, इज इट नॉट ए गॉड सेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर मी टू पे माय रिस्पेक्ट टू माय कुलजा माता? वहां से 25 किलोमीटर की दूर पर मां नैना देवी है, तो मैं पहला काम क्या करूंगा? अब उसके भी विजुअल्स आए हैं, आप लोगों ने भी दिखाए हैं। तो ये, और हम लोग पॉलिटिकल टूरिस्ट नहीं है, हम लोग पॉलिटिकल रिलीजियो टूरिस्ट नहीं है। हम हमेशा जहां जाते हैं, आप मेरे सारे प्रोग्राम को देख लीजिए, देश भर के, जब से मैं अध्यक्ष बना और जब मैं स्वास्थ्य मंत्री भी था, आप बताइए कि कभी मैं तिरुपति गया और मैं तिरुपति दर्शन न किया हो? आप बताइए कि मैं कभी वाराणसी गया और मैं काशी विश्वनाथ के दर्शन न किए हो, या काल भैरव के दर्शन न किए हो, वहां के कोतवाल का आशीर्वाद न लिया हो? तो ये हमारे यहाँ इनबिल्ट है, हमको इसके लिए कोई पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविटी नहीं है। ये वहां के चाय के दुकान वाला भी जानता है कि काल भैरव के दर्शन करने के बाद हमारे यहाँ चाय पियेंगे। तो ये 2 दिन में नहीं होता है, ये एक हम सतत हमारा प्रयास हम करते हैं। हमारे तो अब इलेक्शन खत्म होगा तो हम पहला काम क्या करेंगे? इतना लंबा कैंपेन चला है, इतने कामों में जुटे रहे, आखिर भगवान का आशीर्वाद है कि सारा कैंपेन पूरा हुआ, तो हम धन्यवाद देने के लिए और आशीर्वाद मांगने के लिए और ताकत मांगने के लिए तो जाएंगे। इसको वो लोग पॉलिटिकल सोचते हैं जो चुनाव के दौरान, ड्यूरिंग इलेक्शंस, दे ट्राई टू प्रूव, वो लोग करते हैं जो सेल्फी खींचते हैं और उनको ध्यान में नहीं आता कि बात तो वो देवी के कर रहे हैं लेकिन कोई देवता पीछे कोई और खड़े हैं। तो ये उन लोगों के लिए प्रॉब्लम होती है, हमारे लिए कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती है। हम जो बाहर हैं वो अंदर हैं, जो हम मन से हैं वो हम हैं। ये लोग ये हैं जो मैंने कई बार बोला कि इनको ये नहीं मालूम कि जनेऊ इधर से पहना जाता है या इधर से पहना जाता है। इनसे कोई पूछ ले कि भाई तुम्हारा गोत्र कौन सा है, तो ये बगल में झांक करके पूछते हैं कि भाई बताओ हमारा गोत्र कौन सा है। तो वो उन लोगों को तकलीफ होती है, हमें तकलीफ नहीं होती।
We have completed the entire election campaign that you've really seen. Where do you think the BJP will do so well, because you've saturated in the north? Do you think that you'll get gains from the east and the south, especially from Bengal, Odisha, and probably Andhra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu? Is that where your party is expecting to go?
First of all, I would like to say that in north, we will maintain our saturation and we will maintain our tally. May it be Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh will increase our tally. And in north, we will remain intact. Haryana, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, whatever the number of seats we got. And if you talk about West Bengal, we are going to touch 30 plus. And we had 18 seats. So we are nearly doubling ourselves in West Bengal. In Odisha, there are 21 seats. We'll be able to cross 18 plus. That will be there. In Telangana, we'll at least out of 6, 4 we are going to win, and 4 to 5 we are going to win. And of course, we want 6 out of 6, but in circumstances, let's be practical. So we'll be getting 4 to 5 seats, and the alliance will be winning. In Telangana, we'll double ourselves. And in Tamil Nadu, we are going to open our account there. In the sense, we are going to be successful, but our vote share is going to increase in Tamil Nadu a lot. We are going to start with Kerala also. So all these things together, we are going to maintain Maharashtra. We are going to maintain ourselves in Bihar. So all this taking into consideration, we are going to maintain Maharashtra. We are going to maintain ourselves in Bihar. So all this taking into consideration, we feel that we are very comfortable under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and we will be crossing 370 BJP itself and NDA 400 plus.
You said that what this young man did, and A, it was irresponsible, A, it was absolutely criminal. There was no reason why he should be going to a bar, consuming alcohol, then getting behind the wheel of a sports car, an unregistered car, which was driven for more than 1600 kilometers, and then killing 2 people and showing no remorse.
Swatantra Veer Damodar Savarkar. What was his vision of Bharat? The opposition that vilifies and lampoons Vinayak Damodar Savarkar, should they actually turn to him to try and tell the BJP that this is what he espoused and this is what we are espousing?
What is the alternative history that Manishankar Iyer is talking about? If the Chinese didn't invade us, then what happened? Why did our soldiers die at Rezangla and Balong and Tawang, and why was the Trishul airport shelled?
Now, viewers, is the opposition guilty of overreacting? What does the spiritual act of meditating have to do with Hindutva, political signaling, with politics simply?
The ballot is cast and the fate is sealed. Bharat has decided who will govern for 5 years. A closely fought election carrying 1 billion aspirations. The most accurate exit poll on India's largest TV network. The best election team on TV
decodes the numbers and the impact. News 18 exit poll coverage. 5 p.m. onwards. India's #1 English outside of Calcutta are all being defended by the Trinamool Congress. Joynagar, last time, like I said, Pratima Mondal won this seat with a fairly big margin. It's in the southeastern part of Bengal, and it has a significant 30% Dalit population, 40% Muslim population. Well, we try and connect with Kamalika again and get an update on Bashirhat, where overnight, ladies and gentlemen, there has been a lot of drama. Yes, Kamalika, Bashirhat, Sandesh Khali, overnight there has been drama, allegations of cops in plain clothes wearing chappals trying to intimidate voters, counter allegations coming through of the BJP and BJP cadre trying to force the issue. What's happening there?
Yes, definitely. Sandesh Khali, which is always in headlines for the last 4 months, again headlines since yesterday night. Now the BJP allegation is that in Ber Mojur is that area where the second time the woman revolted during the Sandesh Khali movement. So Ber Mojur, there the woman and the people out there and BJP out there, one section of people and BJP out there, their allegation is that cops searched and their houses and cops were disturbing there late at night all through the night. So that's the allegation of BJP. Shubhendu Amit Malviya has tweeted on this. On the other hand, what we are getting it from the administrative sources is that there were cases against some people in those areas. So police went there to search those things and to find out this person. So this is the thing which is coming from the administrative sources. Trinamool obviously denying the entire thing. But today in the morning, Rekha Patra, while she went out to cast her vote, she clearly said that this is the first time she will be voting, as there is Chappa vote always in Sandesh Khali. So which side Sandesh Khali goes, that's to be seen. Since yesterday night, there has been allegation and counter allegation. And Rekha Patra, early in the morning, she has got out, she has casted her vote, and she has said that she is happy. She believes that the woman of Sandesh Khali will give vote to BJP because BJP stood by them in the need, in their need.
Bashirhat again is an interesting constituency. You remember Nusrat Jahan was the sitting MP from there. She got dropped. The TMC declined her a ticket. They gave it to a local strongman named Haji Nurul Islam. He's the guy who's fighting from Bashirhat.
Come through. I'm looking at it on our news feed, ladies and gentlemen. Dramatic visuals. The men and women are actually fighting there. And this EVM has been thrown in that pond there. Look at that. Cops are being pelted. Stones are being pelted. Somebody is making videos. Now the cops are trying to push them back. And the voters are actually angry there in Kultali, South 24 Parganas. In that pond, they actually threw the EVM into that pond. They are arguing with the local officials there. Cops are fighting there. Stones being pelted. Look at the cop there just running away near your screen. First he's chasing. There are young boys and girls around. These are clashes in Bhangar also, pictures coming through. This is an area called Kultali where the EVM has been thrown into the pond. Kamalika joins us with more details. Yes, Kamalika.
In South 24 Pargana, today is the crucial poll. The last phase, 9 important constituencies are going for a poll. One incident is...
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. There's lots lined up for you on this edition, but let's get you started with the one story that we've been tracking here for the last 10 days or so. That's the aftermath of the Pune car crash. The investigation there continues to gain momentum. The latest is that the mother of the minor accused, Shivani Agarwal, has now been arrested. She's been done so for tampering of evidence and being present at the hospital when his blood sample was taken. The mother and minor have both been taken to crime branch where they will be questioned. Statement of the friends of the accused are also said to be recorded in front of the magistrate today. Remember, yesterday, while questioning, these two minors who were present in the backseat of the luxury car during the accident had confirmed to the police that the minor, in fact, was driving under the influence of alcohol and he was at the wheel when the accident happened. It wasn't the driver who was driving as claimed by the family. The politics, meanwhile, also continues as the lens is on Ajit Pawar's MLA. The Deputy Chief Minister has now come out and responded. He's claimed that the allegations against his MLA are baseless. He further said that Sunil Tingre is ready for any sort of inquiry.
सुनील टिंगरे जी ने खुद प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस लेके इसके बारे में सब कुछ, अभी उसको शुगर है, तो इसके लिए वो बीमार है। और क्या होता है, जब कभी टेंशन बढ़ जाता है, किसी को टारगेट करने की कोशिश होती है, तब जिसके बारे में होती है वो थोड़ा सा तबीयत उसकी खराब हो जाती है, इससे बहुत दफा हो जाता है। इसीलिए वो अभी आपके सामने नहीं आ रहा है, लेकिन उन्होंने बताया है, मैं उसके कांटेक्ट में हूँ, उन्होंने बताया कि दादा जो भी इंक्वायरी करनी हो, मेरी एक भी गलती इसमें नहीं है, और वो इंक्वायरी के लिए सब इंक्वायरी के जो भी सवाल पूछेंगे वो सवाल को जवाब देने के लिए वो तैयार है।
My colleague now joining us live, getting us more perspective on this. Vinaya, the political heat is mounting on Sunil Tingre. His party leader coming out and saying that he's ready to face the inquiry, but where is he?
Clearly, if you go by what Deputy Chief Minister and his own party leader Ajit Pawar has to say, the mood is defensive. He has not just said that Tingre is being targeted, but also that he is unwell. The indications are that within the next few days he will hold a PC. But we have been hearing for the last few days that his party has been consistently saying that within a day or two, Tingre will come out and hold the press conference. Now that Ajit Pawar has also been asked this question, not only has he come out in defense of Tingre, look at the use of words that Ajit Pawar has done. He is saying that when someone is targeted, the allegations against him are baseless. The fact that everyone else who has been involved in this entire case, from Sassoon Hospital to the police to the parents and relatives, all of them have either been summoned or been called for inquiry, except Tingre, whose statement has not yet been recorded. In fact, it is Ajit Pawar who has gone in defense of his own MLA Sunil Tingre, not only saying that he is being targeted, but also claiming that he has not done anything wrong. The fact that questions were raised about Ajit Pawar's involvement as well, there are two important things that he said in this press briefing that he held in Pune. Firstly, that he himself did not call the police commissioner of Pune after this case, and secondly, that Tingre had no involvement. In both these statements, the line of the NCP Ajit Pawar group seems quite clear, that irrespective of the stance that has been taken by the opposition and even due to the mounting public pressure in this case, Tingre is nowhere to be seen. He is not yet willing to come in front of the people to clarify his stance, despite the party's instructions to him time and again to come out and to answer. In fact, sources within the party have told me that there have been several requests from within the party as well, saying that even if Tingre is accompanied by any of the senior leader of the party, when he addresses the press conference, even that should be allowed. But it was high time that Tingre should come out and should address the press, something that Tingre clearly is not willing to do, and something for which Ajit Pawar seems to be protecting him even now, days after the allegations have been leveled. Now remember, though Tingre spoke to the press initially, he also gave out a statement on social platform X after a few days, primarily after the evidences that have emerged against him with respect to the several calls that have made rounds between him and Vishal Agarwal on the night of the accident and in the morning thereafter. There has been no clarification whatsoever from Tingre. Questions have been asked as to why he was not seen going to the hospital or visiting those who were injured. Ajit Pawar said there were no injured in this case, only two persons who unfortunately had lost their lives. So there was no question of the MLA going any other place and talking to anybody else except the family. So full-on justifications coming on from the NCP Ajit Pawar group, despite growing pressure, Tingre is not to be seen. Back to you.
The onus is on the Pune police as much as it is on Sunil Tingre. Yasha also joining us. She's been in Pune all this while tracking the developments there. Yasha, why has the police not summoned Sunil Tingre or questioned him so far? His name keeps coming up every single step of the way.
Absolutely. In fact, Pune police has also been putting the same stance as that of Ajit Pawar, clearly. In fact, before Ajit Pawar could put this statement out, Pune police unofficially speaking to reporters have mentioned that there is no way that they could in fact have Sunil Tingre being summoned. His name has not been mentioned by any of the accused. They have no evidences against Sunil Tingre. The only aspect about Sunil Tingre is that he was present at Yerwara police station. In fact, what cops have said is that an MLA being present at police station cannot be a grounds to summon him. Those have mentioned that they will seek records, that is, they'll seek CCTV footages and also register of Yerwara police station when he was present. But as of now, they've not found anything to summon MLA Sunil Tingre. But here, of course, like we rightly mentioned, the question still remains that if he has nothing to hide, why has he been absconding? In fact, over the last 4 days, Sunil Tingre has not returned home. When he spoke to his close aide, Sunil Tingre's close aide said that he'll be addressing a press conference in the next 2 days. However, he also mentioned that he was in Pune, though he was not coming home. He was on a pilgrimage. He had visited several places, and he's still amidst that, which is why he does not want to speak to media. Though being asked whether he would speak because there are instructions from the higher ups, he said that he wants to come and clarify stance, and it's not because of the instructions from higher ups, but because there have been many speculations regarding his role, is where he wants to come and address his stance. All of this has been, in fact, spoken by Sunil Tingre, but over the last 4 to 5 days, Sunil Tingre has not been home. In fact, ever since this incident took place, ever since he addressed the media, he has not been in Pune as well. This, in fact, questions the role of Sunil Tingre. In fact, rightly, we've like when I have also spoken, there were 45 calls, is what we've exclusively learned from our sources. There are 45 calls between Vishal Agrawal and Sunil Tingre on the in the wee hours of Sunday. In fact, before he could reach Yerwara police station at 3:45, from 2:30 to 3:45 was where Vishal Agrawal had made 45 phone calls to Sunil Tingre. He went to Sunil Tingre's residence and picked him up. The role of Sunil Tingre when it comes to the family of the accused is quite clear. They've been family friends. There was also a bit of information that had come in which stated that Tingre's son, who's also a classmate of the juvenile accused in this case. All of these questions remain unanswered, though cops and time and again have mentioned that they do not have any evidences to question Sunil Tingre in this case, or to question him as to why he was present at Yerwara police station. And so similar stands that, in fact, Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar, who is in Pune for the second time in this week, has stated, he in fact has gone further and clarified that he's had a word with Sunil Tingre and has asked him to put his stance forward. But this is something that we've been hearing from the Ajit Pawar faction for quite a few days now. But despite all of that, Sunil Tingre has not come forward and put his stance.
Right.
Which is where the question remains as to why Sunil Tingre is not available in Pune or answering any of these questions. Yes.
Where is Sunil Tingre? Why has he not come out and made his stance public? That's one question. But why is the Pune police shying away? Now, Yasha, you said that the Pune police says that they do not have enough evidence against him. But there are, in fact, phone calls between him and the father of the accused, who's now arrested on the night of the accident. Don't the police want an explanation on that front?
In fact, cops have not clarified their stance on these phone calls. Though Sunil Tingre, when he first spoken to media, had said that he received phone calls from the family of the accused, and that is because they're family friends. In fact, Sunil Tingre, in that interaction, had mentioned that he's known the family of the accused for quite a few years now. He had, in fact, started his career with the company wherein the father of the accused also is one of the directors. He had specified, and he said that for years they've known each other, and this was a stance put forward by Sunil Tingre, but not by cops. Cops have just maintained a stance saying that they cannot question an MLA just for being present at Yerwara police station. They've not gone further to elaborate as to whether it was a phone call that they can question him for, or in fact they've not even clarified whether Sunil Tingre is the public representative whom Dr. Shriyari Halnoor is speaking about. Of course, there were speculations that were raised about the mention of public representative of the 2 doctors and 1 technician arrested from Sassoon Hospital. Shriyari Halnoor, one of the doctors who was arrested, had mentioned that there was a public representative on whose phone call these blood samples were swapped. There were 3 blood samples that were taken so as that they can be swapped with the blood samples of the accused in this case, wherein Shriyari Halnoor had mentioned that it was on the instructions of a public representative who was where they were working. Questions still remain as to who this public representative was. Cops have not clarified if that public representative was Sunil Tingre or who that public representative is, or whether they found out who that public representative is. So all of these questions still remain. And while these questions remain, Sunil Tingre also remains to be on the run. In fact, until late last night, the mother of the accused was also on the run. So here, while the case progresses, there are one bit of a development that takes place, but as of now, there's been no development when it comes to Sunil Tingre, and which is where he's been away from Pune for all this while. Yes.
Right. Now, the NCP, the Ajit Pawar camp, of course, is in the dock, Vinaya. But what about the other two alliance partners? The Deputy Chief Minister, the other Deputy Chief Minister, Devendra Fadnavis, had come out and said that no one will be spared. All those found guilty will be acted upon. But there is bound to be some sort of pressure on the two alliance partners as well, given the amount of scrutiny the Ajit Pawar camp has come because of this one case.
Well, that's very interesting, Poonam. There are several questions that have arisen after the arrest of Dr. Kolnur and Dr. Tavre. Now, remember, Dr. Tavre has been in the dock for the last several years. He has been an accused in several. He has been indicted. He has been named in several key cases, including the kidney racket that took place. In fact, allegations by the opposition are so severe that whenever there has been any high-profile arrest, the opposition has claimed it is this Dr. Tavre who has been pressed into service at Sassoon Hospital to take care of the prime accused. So maybe the drug kingpin Lalit Patil or maybe the ex-incarcerated cop Pradeep Sharma. All these cases for the last few years, the opposition says it is Dr. Tavre. So clearly the political patronage that he enjoys is quite evident. And that is why questions are being raised as to why is it that the politicians are out of the purview of questioning till now. The fact that his transfer orders, only his transfer orders were not issued by the CMO, apart from the rest of the 15 that were transferred last year from several public hospitals in the state. The fact that, whenever it has come to Dr. Tavre, it has been seen that may it be Maharashtra Minister of Medical Education Hassan Mushrif or may it be Tingre on whose recommendation he was placed as the superintendent of the Sassoon Hospital. All these questions with respect to political patronage have been problematic primarily for the Ajit Pawar group, but for the government at large. Now, while Devendra Fadnavis tried to justify this, saying that there has been no effort to shield anybody and that action will be taken against all those guilty, and that in fact he claimed that this was a political conspiracy which was being hatched against the politicians. But clearly, at a time when this probe is indicting several persons, including department heads, including the cops themselves. The question is, how is it that Dr. Tavre, who has been a prime accused in this case, who is behind the bars, who had also threatened that he will start revealing names during his questioning, the political masters are still out of the purview of investigation. Back to you.
That's the most interesting bit, which is also why the opposition has been behind this alliance, so to say, as far as alleging political patronage is concerned. Do keep a track of the politics and the probe. For the moment, though, Yasha and Vinaya, thank you so much for getting us the latest. Shifting focus to more news now coming in after boycotting the exit polls and BJP claiming that the Congress has already conceded defeat. Pawan Khera of the Congress has now taken a dig at Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Pawan Khera going on to say that Amit Shah can celebrate the exit polls today, but Congress will be celebrating on the 4th when results are out. Sharon, my colleague, now joining us, getting us more perspective on this. Sharon, the Congress has decided to boycott any sort of representation on any TV debates tonight when the exit poll numbers come out. What's the rationale behind it, though?
Well, the Congress party sources have in fact been suggesting that the 7 phases of elections, the Lok Sabha election, 18th Lok Sabha election is going to come to an end on at about 6 p.m. And whatever work they had supposed to do, the campaign that they have done entirely has been for the people. And they have in fact been saying that now that the elections are over, they don't want to, waste their energy into the slugfest that is going to happen in each of the channels, not want to really indulge in any sort of TRP mechanism. They know that what is the reality, what is on ground. According to them, there hasn't in fact been an undercurrent, and they are going to in fact gain in a few of the seats where they had lost last time. So they don't really want any sort of validation from the media is behind this step that has been taken by the Congress party to not send any representative in any of the TV channels regarding the debate of the exit polls are concerned. Now, this has been taken up by the BJP attacking the Congress party, saying that they have conceded defeat. Clearly, they don't have any explanation in hand, and there will be no answers, and that is why they have decided to not appear in any of the debate. To which Pawan Khera has now tweeted, taking a jibe at Amit Shah's interview to one of the agencies where Pawan Khera has in fact said, let the BJP celebrate today evening when the exit polls will be out. But as far as the result day is concerned, the 4th of June is concerned, it will be the India Alliance, it will be the Congress who will be celebrating that particular day. So this is immense confidence that is coming in from the India Alliance and the Congress party at the moment. The rationale behind boycotting the debate is they have been saying that they don't want to indulge in any slugfest. They know the reality, there's an undercurrent, and it is going to be in their favor. 4th June, the result will be in their favor is the big claim that is coming in from the Congress party.
Sharon, do stay on with us. The Congress on its part says we do not want to take part now because we do not want to indulge in any sort of speculation. Let the political pundits indulge in that. But this has given enough ammunition to the BJP, including the Union Home Minister, against whom these comments came from Pawan Khera. Listen into some of those reactions.
ये कोई नई बात नहीं है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी कल एग्जिट पोल पर डिस्कशन का बहिष्कार कर रही है। कई समय से कांग्रेस पार्टी डिनायल मोड में आ रही है। ये पूरा इलेक्शन ये कैंपेन करते रहे कि हमारा बहुमत आने जा रहा है, बहुमत आने जा रहा है। आने वाले एग्जिट पोल में इनकी प्रचंड हार होने वाली है और किस मुंह से वो मीडिया को फेस करे। इसलिए एग्जिट पोल की पूरी एक्सरसाइज को ही नकार रहे हैं कि एग्जिट पोल का कोई मतलब नहीं है, 4 तारीख को परिणाम आने हैं। एग्जिट पोल कई समय से चल रहा है, हर बार वो हिस्सा लेते, मगर इस बार हार के कारण एक्सप्लेन न कर पाने की स्थिति में वो इसका बहिष्कार कर रहे हैं।
इसलिए कि एग्जिट पोल में सच्चाई जब आती है तो सच्चाई से भागते हैं। कमिंग इवेंट्स कास्ट द शैडो बिफोर, आने वाली घटनाएं अपना संकेत पहले दे देती हैं। तो वो ठीक है, आखिर एग्जिट पोल में कुछ आ जाता है तो उससे क्या सरकार बनती है? क्या उससे कोई चुनाव के नतीजे असर करते हैं? क्या नहीं करते हैं। लेकिन आपको विश्वास ही नहीं है क्योंकि आपने इतने दिन तक, 1.5 महीने तक आप झूठ पर ही चलते रहे और आप लोगों को गुमराह करने के लिए लगे रहे। अब सच्चाई सामने आने वाली है तो आप डर गए।
अब तो एग्जैक्ट पोल 4 जून को आना है, परंतु 4 जून से पहले 1 जून को एग्जिट पोल की डिबेट से ही कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एग्जिट करने का जो निर्णय लिया है, इसका मतलब साफ है कि उनको पता है कि जनता उन्हें फिर से एग्जिट का रास्ता दिखा रही है और पता नहीं 4 जून को एग्जैक्ट पोल जब आ जाएंगे तब कितने नेता उनके देश से एग्जिट कर जाएंगे, जो वो आमूमन करते हैं। परंतु एक बात स्पष्ट है कि मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में मिशन और विजन के साथ एनडीए लगातार काम कर रही है और इसीलिए 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से निकले, अर्थव्यवस्था 10वें से 5वें स्थान पर आई, अब 8.2% जीडीपी ग्रोथ रेट सामने आ चुका है। किस प्रकार से सोने की चिड़िया जिस देश को कहा जाता था, उसका सोना बाहर गया था, वो सोना लौट कर 30 साल बाद वापस आ रहा है।
Sharon continues to be with us, getting us more perspective on this. Now, Sharon, the BJP's allegation is that time and again we've seen several other exit polls where the Congress has participated, but this time around they seem to not be confident. That's the allegation that the BJP is making, even though the Congress on its part says that we don't want to indulge in speculation. But what about the other alliance partners of the Congress within the India bloc? How do they feel about this move of the Congress? Has anyone come out and responded?
Well, Poonam, this will be perhaps the first time that in a way that the Congress party indirectly is saying that they are going to boycott the exit polls. We have seen before, be it assembly elections or the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, we have seen the participation of the Congress party sending their representatives in the TV debate panel, though they have been saying that they reject the exit poll, but their presence have always been there. But this is going to be the first time that they are boycotting the exit poll altogether. The explanation that they have been given is that they have done the work on ground and they are waiting for the result on 4th. Let the political experts and the pundits do the analysis of the exit poll. They are not going to do it. Now the question whether the other India alliance partners will also be indulging in the same way, whether they will also be boycotting the exit poll, will be a decision that will be taken today. Remember, there is a meeting that is going to be held at 10 Rajaji Marg at Mallikarjun Kharge's residence, where the India alliance leaders, the front leaders, are going to be there in the meeting. The main agenda of the meeting is that what is going to be their strategy for the counting day, how are they going to go about it. Our sources have in fact also been suggesting that Kapil Sibal, the Samajwadi Party Rajya Sabha MP is also going to put a presentation regarding what is going to be the things that needs to keep in mind when the counting will be taking place, what the polling agent is supposed to do, how is the leaders are going to count their votes. All these will be presented in front of the leaders, and finally a decision whether the other alliance partners are also going to boycott the exit poll is something that will be taken in this particular meeting. But as far as Congress party is concerned, they have already announced that they are not going to take part in any of the debate concerning the exit polls.
Well, we'll find out what really the exit polls do predict. For the moment, Sharon, thank you so much for getting us the latest. In fact, CNN News 18 is going to be putting out those numbers. Our coverage begins at 5 p.m. Don't forget to tune in. We're talking about exit polls because today is the last phase of polling for the Lok Sabha elections. West Bengal is one of those states which is voting today. Remember, it has voted in all 7 phases. Isolated incidents of violence have been reported from several places, unfortunately, in the state in the early hours of polling. A clash broke out between TMC and ISF at Bangar in South 24 Parganas, where the police had to resort to lathi charge to disperse the crowd. BJP candidate Tapas Roy faced protests from TMC workers in another constituency where he's a candidate. Remember, he's fighting from Kolkata Uttar. While the party alleged that the TMC workers and policemen were threatening its polling agents in Sandesh Khali last night, even visiting their homes and asking them to not turn up to vote today. EVM and VVPAT machines were seen thrown into the water, thrown into a lake after a mob vandalized 2 polling stations. The Election Commission on that particular incident has also stepped in. They've given a direction to the administration to initiate proceedings against the people who vandalized these EVMs, file an FIR against them.
Shayoni, how's the Josh now on the ground? There has been some incident early in the morning. If you could say, what was it?
Josh is absolutely fabulous. There is a great number of turnout as far as voters are concerned. It's like it's only, say, not even 12, but we are having around 28, 29, 30% polling in one particular Vidhan Sabhas. There has been a bit of action in the morning, and that's why I'm sitting here in Bhangur. Because, like you know, we do not have our MLA here. So this is the only assembly where we don't have an MLA. And this has become quite the hub of anti-socials, especially this party called ISF. They are trying to disrupt the voters from voting, fearing that the mandate is towards us. So I am here staying put and monitoring very closely whatever is happening.
What actually happened early in the morning?
Nothing much. You know, these people are just rattled, this ISF, and they just want to intimidate the voters, and they don't want people to come out and vote in favor of TMC. So they're just